Happy Thursday morning, Junks listeners. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in Richmond, I'll be there on Saturday for AWOD's Football Fest.
Nice.
And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, too. Lots of ways to digest our content. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. You got a four-man Junks show this open line Thursday. I'm Cakes. I'm joined by Jason Bishop.
What's up, Cakes?
What's up? I'm joined by John Paul Flame.
Cakesy.
And Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
That
Boys.
is your Junks group getting you through this.
Matt, what's up?
Late August
Mike Moore,
week.
what's up?
Morning.
Morning.
You're chipper today.
Oh, it's Thursday, so we're getting closer to the
Getting
weekend.
close to the weekend, all of a sudden you're starting to brighten up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mondays and Tuesdays, I'm depressed.
Yeah.
I honestly drive into work and I truly don't really know what day it is. I'm
Yep.
so not plugged in on the days. I don't know the dates. I don't pay attention. I just know
Dates.
generally got to go to work.
Today was a special day, though, because it's the Thursday that we're going to the Nats game at
That's
1
true.
o'clock.
Yeah,
I
I know.
still haven't received my tickets.
We're gonna
You'll
them.
get it. Don't,
Yeah,
I
don't
know
worry
that we'll
about it.
get them.
They're in the proper hands.
I figure that we will all walk over together.
They're going to be
Hold
sent
hands.
to you from
Hold
Make sure-
hands while you walk
We
over.
Make
gotta
sure you
figure
have
that
your MLB ballpark app ready to go. Because
Yeah,
if you
mine's
don't,
good.
you're going to be boned.
So the game starts at 1. Taboni said, if we want to go to BP or something, I think that would be cool. Personally, my daughter has a scrimmage today. I'd like to leave at like 2:30
Okay.
to hopefully get there by 4. So the earlier I get there, too, then it's less like I'm leaving early. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think 2:30 is a
2:30.
perfect departure time.
That'll be
I
like
have to be
sixth
home
inning.
by
You'll be fine.
3:30. It gives me an hour to get home, which
I don't know
might be
that I-
dicey
I don't think I can get
because
home in an
my
hour.
kid gets dropped off right around 3:30. It depends how the carpool line goes.
Well, listen, if we park here, that's a 15-minute walk. It just is. If you
Yeah.
if, it
Leaving
is.
the ballpark
you
to get to
leave
the-
the suite
Sure.
or wherever you at. You're not going to make it here. Maybe at Homewood you can, but I'm not going to make it here.
It's
in-
at least 10 minutes. JP's scoffing.
Yeah.
It's a minimum 10-minute
Yeah, I don't
walk.
think you're good at timing. It's a long slog.
You guys are slow walkers.
It's a slog.
I'm actually a pretty fast walker.
2 blocks.
no.
Getting
It's a
out
Do you,
of the
yeah, but do you have to
stadium.
go all the way to the front where
Well,
the
let's
media
just say
entrance is?
let's just say it's a typical, and you're like behind home plate-ish.
Yeah.
Right? You got to walk all.
Yeah, you
the
gotta
way
walk
out,
all the way down to the front of the
street,
stadium.
Down and wait for a light. Wait for the crossing guard.
Through the
It's just not
concourse.
like it's not
Man,
like
the complaining has already started.
no. I'm not complaining. I can look at you.
Give
and
yourself 50. Give
I can
yourself
tell
15.
you gave
Yeah.
yourself 1 hour. That if it's 1 hour from when you leave the suite, no way you make it home in 1
JP's
hour.
time management is not the best.
Yeah, not the best. You
I-
gotta look at it realistically.
Not
Can't
to
really
mention,
trust him.
not to mention, you don't know what's going to be dicey on 395.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
especially
It's the traffic.
especially at 2:30. 2:30 is a lot different than 10 when you guys are leaving.
Well,
It's so
10
much
times I think it
different.
can still be terrible.
Oh
10
yeah,
o'clock
oh
is-
yeah.
could be terrible.
It can still be terrible at 10. You have
And-
no idea about the construction that's going on the split.
No. And then you get on 495. You get to, it's going to be the backup around the bridge. We all know that. It's going to
Yeah.
be the backup, It's just going to be what it is.
Yeah.
So,
You're playing roulette every time you get on 395 when you merge out of here. Off
I just think him to get
South
to
Capitol.
Gaithersburg, if he leaves the suite exactly at 2:30, I would bet a fairly significant amount of money. I'd be surprised he could get there at 3:30.
I might be the last man standing in the suite
Standing.
with our guy Jason Sinaraja today from the
Yeah.
sound of it.
Because you don't have to go anywhere?
It's
You're-
not
you're good?
urgent for
My
me.
schedule's
Wide open.
Yeah, it
My,
couldn't be more
it's not
wide open.
urgent for me. My kid could be at home by herself for a bit, and my wife gets home around then. She's kind of got 9 to 5 hours, but it's not 9 to 5 because it kind of depends on when she teaches her classes and when she
Yeah.
finishes. So she's usually home somewhere between 2:30 and 4.
I just think at
You know what?
2:30,
You'll
I'll
be
get at
fine.
2:45.
You'll be fine.
It's
Not
give me an
sweating it.
hour and 15. That's fine. I could be a little bit late to a scrimmage. It's fine. But you never know because that's like right in the heart of hell.
I did a lot of driving yesterday. Was in College Park visiting my son. He's got his new apartment, which turns out to be a townhouse.
Very nice.
He's living in Terrapin Row, which, I mean, it's
Remind
right
me
there
where Terrapin
in the
Row
mix.
It's right. It's on Knox.
Route 1, isn't it? Oh.
It's all. If you take a right on Knox
Yeah.
and go down about quarter mile, half mile, it's on the left.
And
Not even a quarter mile. Like
Yeah.
if you remember where the old Santa Fe was.
Yeah.
which what's it called now? It's called
So that's Knox, right?
Turf or something like that.
I think it's called Turf.
Yeah.
It's
So-
a
By
block
the way,
from there.
Is that
You
7-Eleven still there?
The 7-Eleven.
Yeah, it used
a
to be.
Wawa.
No, that became a Green
chance.
Turtle.
No.
Oh, so it's a Green Turtle
No,
now?
wrong.
Oh.
The Green
I thought-
Turtle is across the street.
Oh, that's
from the
right.
old 7-Eleven
I was forgetting where the 7-Eleven
Oh,
was.
where the 7-Eleven used to
It's a
stand.
high-rise.
Now there's just a gleaming new high rise.
Oh, really?
It
Okay.
just
Yeah.
went up.
I
in the
haven't
last
been
2
to
years.
Maryland's campus
You
in
wouldn't
years.
recognize
It's a
it.
high rise, and there's a Shake Shack there.
Yeah, there's like fancy retail on the lower level, and then it's apartments for the kids.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's got a perfect location. I mean, if he walks maybe 50 feet to his left, Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, it's
and
nice.
then there's another spot there, which
Yeah.
I think has
It's like an Asian takeout
like a-
spot.
Yeah, Poke Bowls.
Yeah,
Pokey poke.
poke bowls.
And then if he goes to the right, he's got Shake Shack, he's got Noodles and Company, he's got Green Turtle,
Raising Cane's
he's got
down on the
Raising
corner.
Cane's,
I mean,
he's got
it's
everything.
just
And then
cornucopia
he's got the bars right
choices.
across the street,
I
2 minutes away.
I haven't been there. I haven't been down Route 1 in a long time.
It's getting a good.
I
glow
wouldn't
up.
even recognize it.
It's getting a glow up. A lot
Yeah.
of the older businesses and strip plazas have been knocked down to make way for newer, more
Yeah.
modern, contemporary looking buildings.
Silly. He's got the pre and post game spot locked down.
Yeah, the thing
it
about
does.
his place is he's on the
Hope he's
fourth
got a
floor.
silly
His
ID.
bedroom
He's
is
got
on
a
the
good
fourth
ID,
floor.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
I think so. I think they all do
Of
nowadays.
course, you have to. It's a rite of passage.
But I'll be there September 19th because that's when the Hokies come. So I'll be on Route 1 at some point
It's
that
the one
weekend.
time you're going to come back to Maryland to root
Yeah.
against the Terps.
Correct.
Understood. Your kids went to Virginia Tech. You're
That's
a
going to
Virginia
be.
guy now.
There'll probably be more Hokies fans than Terps fans.
We're gonna
I would
have
expect that.
former Hokies head coach
now
Bill
the
Pry on the show today. Now the defensive coordinator
Yes.
under Franklin.
I don't know how many times this happened or if it's ever happened where a head coach gets fired and then gets rehired as a coordinator the next year.
I
It's-
can't think of one off
it's
the
a
top
cra-
of my head.
It's a crazy thing.
It is a wild scenario.
It
I
really
mean,
is
maybe
wild.
the pro level it's happened, like
Maybe, yeah.
with
Hey,
like
didn't
a
have to
Jason
move.
Garrett or something.
But I don't
Stays in Blacksburg.
Didn't have to
Doesn't
sell
have-
his house.
It's great.
Yeah. So,
Great for him.
but and we all,
Nah, it's a
when
pay
we had,
cut, but
He was
it's
always
true, but
great with us.
he's really good. Yeah.
yeah.
And he likes doing the show. So, we'll talk to him at 9:20.
We can ask him flat out what it's like.
Yeah.
he seems like
Okay.
a great dude to
He'll be
have a
honest.
beer or like 6 with.
Yeah.
Brett Pry. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, he's
For
a
Like
good
you
dude.
could hang at the bar with him for a good long time.
I think most of those football guys,
Some good stories too.
you sit down with them, you're going to get some good stories.
I would imagine.
Well, you'll probably get some good stories today
Yeah.
at the Nats game
see.
Yeah, it's true.
I'll have to pick Jason
The-
Sinaraj's brain.
or PT. Pick
Multiple.
PT
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true.
because he's going to drop by.
Yes.
Your text
That's
buddies
correct.
now, right?
I didn't text him yet, but I have his. He emailed me his cell. He goes, text me anytime. Yeah. I was.
Did you
I
mention
actually,
it on the air or someone? I heard us talk about it, but
Yeah,
how
yeah.
did he find out about it?
How did he find out about what?
That you wanted his number?
Oh, I don't know if he didn't think I wanted his number. I was talking to him about my daughter about a possible job opportunity, and he said, "Here, text me if you need any information." So,
Oh, okay.
but I did text Dan Coco last night
Okay.
during the game.
That's crazy.
Did he read it during the game?
Don't know. I can't tell.
I didn't
When
know if
he's
he does a
working.
bit like,
Yeah, but
but
it was
maybe he
because-
does a bit like Dave Johnson, where Dave Johnson gives immediate shout outs during the broadcast in between free
I didn't hear a
throws whenever there's a little timeout. I've done it a bunch of times almost as a goof where you tweet him during the radio party and he'll
Yeah.
be like, oh, JP's checking in. He's at a red light on Shady Grove Road.
Well,
You know?
I don't know. I didn't hear him give me a shout out, but the reason I texted him is because I was watching the game last night, and there was a foul ball onto the first base side, and this fan literally dove out of his seat. Dove. I've got a picture of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Onto cement to get this baseball. Now he didn't get it. Another guy got it and gave it to his daughter.
Did he get
That's
a bloody
embarrassing.
lip or anything?
I don't know if he got bloody, but he had beer or whatever he was drinking all over
Yeah.
his jean shorts.
Did you see my baseball?
And I sent that picture to Dan Coco. I said, "How dumb is this guy to
Yeah.
dive
For $3
on cement?"
baseball. You
Yeah.
literally go to Dick's and buy a baseball
Yeah.
for $3.
He said he was laughing, but I also said it's kind of sad, and we've talked about this, and there are reasons. But about a month ago, the Nats they were top 12. They were one of the 12 best teams in baseball just a month ago. Now, arguably, they're the worst. They could lose 3 out of 4 to the
I mean,
Rockies.
to get beaten 13-1 at home by the Rockies.
This is the Rockies, who are the worst team in terms of wins.
They're 52-81.
Correct. And if they lose tonight or today, when you guys will be there, That's 3 out of 4 to the Rockies. You could argue they're
You know
the
what?
worst team.
You know what you're looking at? That's good luck charms. We're gonna be
Maybe.
in the house.
Oh, I wouldn't put that on us.
We might be the Nats.
Taking over spot. You know what?
Reverse their
And
fortunes.
I know he's not starting. If Cavalli was starting, I'll say we're good luck
Yeah, that's a
charms.
good point.
Anybody else?
He's not. Jake
No
Irvin's
faith.
starting, and he hadn't been
Yeah.
very good. So it's just been sad what's been going on with the Nats for the last month. And there are reasons for it.
All right, lots to get to on an open line Thursday. We will talk fantasy football with our pal Dave Richard
Nice.
from CBS Sports. He's going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock. Nikki Jabvala, Commanders reporter for The Athletic. We will talk to her at 8:20. She was at the joint practice between the Ravens and the Commanders yesterday.
She had some interesting things to
She
say.
had some choice words about that practice. We will talk about that with her at 8:20. And as we mentioned before, Brent Pry, Virginia Tech's defensive coordinator, he joins the show coming up at 9:20. When we come back, we'll get into that Commanders joint practice with the Ravens up in Owings Mills yesterday. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
All right, guys. You know I love Daisy French onion dip. It's back. Daisy French onion dip and Daisy Ranch dip. It's made with real ingredients you can find in your very own kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. Of course, normally I love having that with chips, trying to watch what I eat. So I'm loading it up with veggies, carrots, cucumbers, even zucchini. You know the deal. It's great tasting. You're going to love it. Go down that aisle where all the dips are, pick up some Daisy French onion dip and Daisy Ranch dip. You're going to love it.
Exciting news for Commanders fans. 106.7 The Fan presents An Evening with Adam Peters. Join the Commanders general manager along with Grant and Danny for an exclusive season preview live at the Arlington Draft House. Get exclusive access and insights from the man making the moves for the burgundy and gold. An Evening with Adam Peters, Thursday, September 3rd at 7. Tickets are on sale right now at arlingtondrafthouse.com.
Do you think Adam Peters is panicking today? I was just driving around yesterday, and everybody who, I guess, witnessed the joint scrimmage, they were apoplectic. I heard Mitch Tischler on with Grant and Danny, and what jumped out at me, and I know there are different phrases, and we're going to have Nicky Javal on, and people are using the word inoperable, but the thing which jumped out to me was he said, if this was a real game, the Commanders' offense might not have had 100 yards.
Right.
Is that what he said?
Well, I think
That's a lot. It's concerning.
Yeah.
Listen, there's no bright spot, but the only thing you can hang your hat on is you can hope that Allegretti will be there in week 1 and Cosme will be there. That'll settle things down a little bit. But that's not to say that they'll be great. No, I don't think anybody thinks that at this point. But you had Cosme missing because of illness, Allegretti out because of the calf. Of course, you've lost Tunsil. So you had Brandon Coleman at left tackle, and at this point, he looks like a Pro Bowler compared to the rest of the stuff he's dealing with. You had Chris Paul at left guard. You had Matt Goldman, the rookie, at center. You had Julian Good-Jones, who wasn't good enough at center, so they moved him over to guard. And then another rookie that I've never heard of, Tanoa Togi, rotating at guard. And then you had Connerly, last year's top pick, at right tackle. So it was just a makeshift unit, and I don't think that's a unit that we would start. But the good news is it's a big eye-opener, in my opinion, for if there's ever any doubt that we have enough depth at the offensive line. Obviously, we don't, and I think that clearly they're going to have to make some moves here. By all accounts, everybody that watched that yesterday said it was basically the worst offensive performance they've seen in years in a joint practice situation. Now, the Ravens are really good. So chalk that up. That's part of it. They looked really good just 2 weeks ago against the Dolphins, who are really bad. So we're not the worst team in football. The Dolphins might be up there in the running, but we might be in the running.
It's not a good thing
It's
to
not
hear.
ideal. It's not ideal to have to bring in new bodies when it's almost September, but if that's what you have to do to upgrade the play of the offensive line, that's what Adam Peters and his staff are absolutely going to have to do when cutdown day happens on Sunday.
Yeah.
They'll be sifting through all of those
for
cuts
sure.
to try to
But
find
Eric makes a good
bodies to bring in
Eric
here.
makes a good point. I mean, they were down 3 starters
Right.
in a joint practice. Okay.
Well, certainly
so
2/5.
they hopefully will have 2 of those guys back. I would assume definitely Cosme. So 1 guy, and then hopefully Allegretti. So then you'll be down 1 starter out for the year, but you'll be down
And Coleman, I think, is going to
1
be
instead of
serviceable.
3.
Honestly, of all the problems right now, I'm not that worried about Coleman. He'll get beat, but I think he'll be okay.
But the problem is if those guys go down,
There's nothing.
I'll go down.
It's a real problem.
then it's a real
Huge issue.
Yeah.
And offensive linemen get hurt every day.
Yeah, all the time.
I mean, every day.
Yeah.
Listening to Mitch, though, one point that was brought up, and I think Grant brought this up, is Allegretti had 80 snaps last season.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a backup.
I know.
Yeah,
He's a
I
backup
know
that
the
they've
team
moved
is-
to be the starting team
But he's
center.
still slotted to be a starter,
I know the
so
team
you
is
have
confident
to
in
assume
him.
he's going to be better.
Team's confident in him. And
Mildly confident.
Somewhat.
They tried to go out in free agency and get a center.
I know
Well,
I'm
they're trying to
not
get the best
confident in
one.
him. I'm not confident in Allegretti.
Why don't they just
even at full
spend
strength?
the money? What is the deal? Just spend the money.
I mean, they were trying to with Linderbaum, and he just got out of control.
Just spend it.
Spent
Yeah, but
$29 million
now
on a
it's
Yeah,
center.
but he's one of the top 2 or 3 at his position.
Now
Seems
it's
a
too
wild
late.
overspend.
I know it's too late. I'm
Now
just
it's
saying
too late.
they had all this cap room,
Yeah.
and they decided not to spend it. But I know it's too late.
I don't know.
you're right.
I guess they didn't want to set the market at center, whatever. They made that decision. It is what it is.
It's easy to question it now.
I actually do think it's good that we got exposed. The worst thing could have happened is we gone out there and kind of were neutral. Maybe the Ravens were taking it easy on us or whatever, and we weren't quite exposed.
A
like
false
this.
sense of confidence.
That
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah, so I
all,
think-
it wasn't
I think-
all bad news either.
Oh,
There,
for sure.
there were some positives from the joint practice. Antonio Williams looked really good.
Yeah,
some of
he's
the
a-
clips.
I'm telling you, I don't dare use the word star.
He's gonna
I
be the
think
number
he's gonna
3.
be
He'll be the
a
3.
very good player. What jumped out anybody that watched him is the way he runs his routes. You saw it yesterday. They put the clips. He's just smoking guys at the line of
I
scrimmage.
mean, some people were tweeting that they were getting Amon-Ra St. Brown type vibes from him.
That's been the comparison.
If you get a poor man's Amon-Ra in Antonio Williams, that's a massive hit.
He's just got a different wiggle.
Yeah.
And that's what jumped out at people. So I think he's going to be great. And I think also, you take it for what it's worth. Listen, when they were on 11-11, by all accounts, there were batted balls, drop passes, interceptions,
bad snaps
over the head, all of that. Like literally everything, like nightmare fuel you could think of. But when they were on the 7-on-7s, when you kind of take the offensive line out of the question, they said they looked really sharp. Jaden continued to look really sharp. He just had zero time to get anything done.
So they'd be a good flag football team?
They'd be a great flag football team. They'd be great in Texas, wherever they do 7-on-7s, in high school.
Right.
No, but I think the point is, it's so obvious, blatantly obvious to dopes like us that they got to address this, that I think, and it's happened early enough that you can only get so much, but maybe they're going to have to dig deep and make a trade, and actually give up some real capital and not just get someone's garbage.
The money quote from Nicky Javala was, "This is the worst I've ever seen the Commanders' offense in years. Inoperable offensive line." And it was universal. I saw somebody tweet us, "Oh, well, that's just Nicky Javala's opinion."
No,
everybody.
It was everybody's opinion. How does that make you feel as a Commanders fan? 1-800-636-1067.
Told you it was dark yesterday.
Are you in a state of panic? Or do you just say, hey, they've got a bunch of guys who are injured.
Well,
this isn't really the representation of what you're going to see in their opener against the Eagles. They should be fine.
I hope David Blau has a good amount of bootlegs in his offense for Jaden Daniels to get moving away from the pressure.
You know
that's
what?
Going to be quick facing him.
I know that David Blau wants to play more under center.
Yeah.
Maybe he should just play shotgun. So you're a little bit further away from those guys.
I mean,
when you have a suspect offensive line, play a little bit further away.
Carter and company are in everybody's face in the first series or two, you're probably going to see a little shift towards that.
That's the other thing. I mean, not only are you playing, again, the schedule's brutal, you're playing teams with unbelievable, front fours, etc., front sevens, whatever you want to call it. They know that we're struggling in that area too, and they're not only are they just good on their own, they're going to get after it and try to expose you.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be even worse.
The Eagles coaches, and I'm guaranteeing that the
their chops.
Commanders coaches are doing the same thing. They're gearing up for week one.
Yeah.
That's what they've probably been doing that for a couple weeks.
Right.
Eagles coaching staff, they're gearing up for week one, so they're going to try and take advantage of
they
it.
have to face a Vic Fangio defense in week one with a subpar offensive line.
Now, part of it is, it's not just that these guys are subpar, and that's probably true on some level, right? Like, Julian Good-Jones played 2 snaps ever, there's a reason he's like 28, 29, been around a long time, just barely played. But also, when you have such a makeshift group in there, everyone knows that offensive line play, communication is so big. They don't have any experience with each other. You know what I mean? And even when you put Allegretti in there, to your point of him only having 80-some snaps or whatever it is at center, I think Allegretti will be okay, personally. I might differ from Cakes. But he's got to get the reps to get the communication down with the guys.
Yeah, cohesion is big with your offensive line. If you miss a big chunk of training camp and you miss the games and the joint scrimmages, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough to get plugged in there, especially if you're bringing in new guys that are getting cut from other teams after the last preseason game. Then you have to get them used to your system, get them assimilated.
I'm guessing it's a 5-alarm fire over at Ashburn right now. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if some guys didn't even go home last night.
Does it change your approach for the final preseason game? Do you say, you know what, we're going to get these guys back on the field?
I don't know, because you're playing against bums. I don't know that helps you.
To get your starters out? Are you talking about playing Jaden Daniels specifically?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Play the first team offense.
No, I don't think so. You just if
you were the coach,
lock it down.
You might trot him back out there.
Yeah.
But Dan Quinn isn't going to.
No.
I'm from the Tom Brady school.
Okay.
Yeah, you would do it, but DQ's not.
Yeah, I just don't know what you gain from, even if you smoke third teamers. I mean, maybe you get to work on your communication.
They got to work on those type of things.
Yeah, but you can do that in practice. I mean, there is a utility to practice.
They've been practicing.
Yeah, but not necessarily this group together. It was a pretty makeshift group. That's the only thing to to give you pause from flat out full blown panic.
Yeah.
Is that 2/5, right? 40% of your offensive line that you expect to be there in week 1 wasn't there, and you're truly playing guys like Tanoa, Toga. I don't even know how to say the guy's name, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't even know how to guy. He was shit. He was rotating apparently with Julian Good-Jones.
Yeah, he was rotating.
Who
in there.
struggled
I read that.
at center. Don't mean to be disrespectful to him. I'm sure he's a great athlete, but it's a big jump. And Golban, his first shot at it at this level.
It's a tough spot for Golban. He's a 6th-round pick. You want to ease that guy in and not put him in such high leverage situations as a rookie, but he might be forced. He might be forced into the fray. With all the injuries.
The best case is that was just a group that was gonna eat it. There was no way around it. You're going against a very, very good Ravens team. The Ravens team is expected to win 10, 11 games, and you just had so much inexperience up front that you didn't have a shot. That's the best case.
You would, and you're going to get 2 of those guys back. Let's hope.
You get 2 of those guys back and hope.
Yeah.
And I think that Allegretti will be okay.
And I think that they're definitely on the phones trying to work something out.
But it should be a 5-alarm fire.
Or
to get depth.
If not making a trade for a lineman, trying to get a free agent. They mentioned that guy Is it Glasgow?
Is it Graham Glasgow? He's a free agent. I think he's 34 years old.
Yeah, he's
the problem is those guys there's a reason why they've been free agents this long.
I know.
I guarantee, my guess would be, they're all so banged up, they're a shadow of them for Marcel.
But
I'm sure
I'd
they
still
probably
give him
are.
a call. I'd still fly him in here and see what he's got.
I'm sure they are.
At this point.
Yeah, they're
sure they
so
are.
banged up. They're
sure
just,
they are.
they've been through the wars. Offensive line guys, I mean, those are car accidents every play.
But when they play the Eagles, they're not going to be starting, Jones and Golban.
Right,
all
it'll
those
be a little
guys.
bit better.
Yeah.
It'll be a little bit better. I think it's actually
it ain't going to be great
not going to be great.
because you're going to be going against studs.
Yeah.
And
You're going
also,
against Pro Bowlers.
and also, and I'm not sure how they do it in control. They probably do it a little less. They're gonna probably they're gonna chip more. They're gonna have that extra tight end. They're gonna do other things.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, okay, obviously we need help here. They're not necessarily doing that in a controlled scrimmage. In controlled scrimmage, they want to see what they got.
True, but this
So
is
that was good news. We saw what we got. Not a lot.
I hope Bill's ready to block in year 2.
But see, this is a challenge, not just for that offensive line, because you're going against Davis and Jordan Davis
Jalen Carter.
and Jalen Carter, 2 studs at DT.
Those guys are gonna eat.
This is a challenge for David Blau.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
David Blau is a rookie OC. Now I know he's smart and he knows offense, and he's been thinking about everything. He's been thinking about the Eagles for weeks. But this is a challenge for him, big time.
If your offensive line isn't performing up to the level that you need them to in a hostile environment in week 1, it's going to be tough.
Makes me think of the comments, and we haven't played him this week, that Colin Cowherd had earlier this week where he picked the Commanders last. And one of the things he kind of threw out there was that Kingsbury left. And we really don't know the real story. Did Kingsbury leave because he wasn't feeling good about things?
Hold on, you're making it sound like Kingsbury left of his own accord. He was basically thrown overboard.
Well,
he didn't just.
I heard.
Well, that's the way that Colin portrayed it, and I don't know that he was thrown overboard.
No,
Maybe
it was
Cliff.
mutual on both sides. My understanding, and Kyle kind of talked about it, is that he wanted out, they wanted out, everybody wanted out.
Mutual parting of the ways.
Right, so
Everybody
he wanted out. Why did he want out?
Part of the reason, my understanding, is just communications.
Well, probably they
the way
probably
they're
had a meeting with
overseeing.
Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn sits him down and says, "Hey, are you willing to have Jaden under center more?" And he said, "No,
Yeah.
I'm going to run my offense the way I have always run it."
They wanted to
And
do
Dan
some
Quinn
different
said,
things.
Well, then there's the door.
Yeah.
I know, but maybe, we don't know this, maybe Cliff Kingsbury is a better offense coordinator than David Blau.
Well, it's very
It's
possible.
of course
Very
it's possible.
Of course. That's totally
He has
possible.
a track
years.
record of
Yeah,
success.
totally possible.
Including Jaden's rookie season.
But they both wanted out. So it wasn't going to happen this year with that group. Regardless. So, I don't know. Will David Blau be a good coordinator? I don't know. No idea. We'll see. I hope
I'm not
so.
pining. I mean, are you pining for Cliff Kingsbury to be back?
No.
I mean,
No, but I wonder if Blau in this offense is going to be as good as anything that Cliff Kingsbury could have done. Cliff Kingsbury is proven.
True.
Yeah, he's also, his system has limitations. It's a unique system. It's like a one of one in the league. I think everybody it's been a breath of fresh air that they're moving guys pre-snap, that they're going to give different looks, not going to be under center as much, for good reasons, not just for dressing.
But what we didn't hear under Cliff Kingsbury was that the offense was inoperable. We didn't hear.
Well, you also didn't have
during
Julian
Cliff
Good-Jones,
Kingsbury.
Tanoa Tagalai.
He had injuries.
And all these other guys.
I don't think
We
Not
never,
like that.
we
I don't
never
think this
heard
bad
it was,
on the offensive
We
line.
never heard it was the worst offense in years.
Okay,
Yeah.
this was a practice. Let's not get crazy.
I understand.
Yeah. It's a practice, and
It
you had
just
a bunch
makes
of
me
unproven
wonder.
guys. It's not a blowout
Now, if they
thing.
go to Philly and they get dump
Yes.
trucked and lose 31-7,
Yeah.
and the offense can't move,
then we're going to
and
question
they're
it.
living in the backfield, and Jaden's running around the
John Paul
entire
Flame,
game.
we're going to question
It's
it.
certainly not a confidence booster when everybody is saying that it was the worst
It's
performance
bad.
they've seen.
Yeah, but I
in
don't
years.
think anybody's insinuating it's a blow thing. You're doing kind of maybe you're doing a different bit, but
I'm not
no
doing a
one
different bit. I said I'm curious. I'm wondering.
No one's insinuating that.
and I'm not saying Cliff Kingsbury was the best offense coordinator in football. He's not. You could probably name 3 or 4 guys off the top of your head who have better reputations.
How about 10?
But he's had success
He's had moments
in the league,
for sure.
including here.
And then he's also has a track
and
record
his
of success
offenses-
goes down. So he has initial success and then it goes down.
I think,
But
I
his
think what-
offenses were never called inoperable.
I think what JP's trying to say is that maybe Cliff would be better suited to handle
bad
the
offensive line?
line deficiencies more than a rookie
Why? Because
first
he
year.
he runs more shotgun? I mean, maybe.
Well, he's more
just more
experienced.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's fine. It's possible David Blau is the worst offensive coordinator ever.
Well,
It's
no,
possible.
no one's saying that.
Or
but
the
in
worst one in the league.
but-
it's possible.
Are you getting a little
well, if-
defensive?
I'm getting a little defensive because this is not an indictment on the offense as a whole, in my opinion.
No, and they're going to work on that.
Yeah,
they're going to
the-
adjust that. But I'm just saying it's a challenge for Blau because he hasn't been there before.
right,
Sure.
Cliff
Yeah.
Cliff
I
has
think
run
I'm
the
not
race.
saying he's bad.
David Blau is totally unproven, but I also don't think he's going to. I actually don't think he's going to throw up.
But he's
all over
also
himself.
going to have 2 of those guys back.
Yeah,
we would assume.
that's what you got to
Well,
keep
they
in mind.
need those guys back. They better be
and they
back.
might have another guy if they go out and make a trade or
Right.
sign a guy.
Yeah, I agree with you, Eric. I think Cliff has limitations, a la like Greg Roman, where things can be great, but you kind of have a glass ceiling. But Cliff has been there before and might be better equipped to handle, everything going sideways in a season.
I
as
just
opposed
feel
to
like it's a
Blau.
wild. I hear you, and I think I can understand why someone would think that, but I just don't think you even need to go to that hypothetical at this point until he starts throwing up all over himself.
And also, if Cliff
like,
was
there's
so
no
in
reason
demand,
to think that he's going to fail.
if Cliff was so great and so in demand, I think he would have landed a different job than offensive. He's an offensive assistant with the Rams, right?
He's
Yeah.
basically
At this point,
just,
Consultant.
he's just standing there in his
wouldn't
sunglasses.
Wouldn't he have like an OC job or maybe even a head coaching gig?
Not
or-
if he wasn't in a rush to get there.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Okay.
still making money from 19 different employers.
I understand, but like I feel like he would have landed in a more prominent spot,
Well, maybe he's just taking his time for picking his next spot.
possibly. Or it's also possible there wasn't a lot of demand for Cliff Kingsbury on the market.
Yeah.
There's
I
that
just don't think
possibility,
that
too.
yesterday's performance on any level at this point is an indictment on Blau.
So this is what Coward said, and it was after the preseason game. Because if you actually toss in the one series and then you go with this, the offense has struggled. So he said, Coward said, I've said Washington last place is my pick. Jaden Daniels, 3 snaps, incompletion, sack, run play, punt, all we saw. The offensive line is bad. I don't like the vibe of this franchise. Ownership down. Cliff Kingsbury bailed. Ben Johnson, after interviewing, said it's a lot of basketball guys who think they know football. They just not have enough good young players because they've given up draft picks to get where they're at, and they had a bad weekend.
I only counter to that would be I think the defense will be markedly better. I really do think so. How could you be worse? They were really bad. I think they'll be markedly better on defense. There are a lot of bright spots there, potentially. I think Sonny Styles is obviously still in a learning curve, but I think he's going to be great in coverage. And I think offensively, if they can find a way to patch the offensive line and chip and help out, it's going to limit them a little bit. I do think they've had some of their better talent that they've had in years.
If you want to weigh in on the Ravens
think there are
Commanders joint practice,
Some
you
reasons for optimism.
You can do that at 800-636-1067 on an open line Thursday. Don't forget Dave Richer from CBSSports.com. He's going to help you get ready for your upcoming fantasy football draft.
Upcoming for me is tomorrow night
We
at
know
5.
you all have them, and we'll be joined by Nikki Jabvala at 8:25. She was at Commanders Ravens joint practice yesterday. That's all coming up on The Fan.
All right, guys. The WNBA season's here. And if you're looking for a W, FanDuel's the place to get it. Because with same-game parlays, you can build your bet your way. Just pick your players, your props, and stack it all into one play. From big performances to game-changing moments, you're in control of how you play it. So whether you're backing your favorites or you're calling your shots, FanDuel makes every game feel bigger. Because this season, it's not just about watching, it's about going for a W. So listen, just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, official sportsbook of the WNBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 plus. Present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have I mentioned it's an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation? Searching for new windows and doors? Search windownation.com. Their windows there are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. 800-636-1067. You can weigh in on the Ravens-Commanders joint practice.
Right.
Talk about the end of preseason, fantasy football, whatever you want.
Listen, I don't think that, we should all just jump off the bandwagon, predict 4 wins. It's going to be brutal. It was a terrible practice. Those happen. There are terrible games that happen, and you bounce back the next week. I think that it's going to be a difficult season before even, yesterday. I told you yesterday I thought it was dark, especially when you look at the schedule and everything they're dealing with. But they're professional. They're going to figure some of these things out, not all of it, some. And I think that they'll be better more often than not than what you saw yesterday. But, is it possible that the Eagles could smoke us in week 1? Absolutely. I think it's possible they could smoke us if we were at full strength.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to get too carried away with one practice. But it's a slog, and hopefully Adam Peters and company can pull some rabbit out of their hat and bring some relief here other than, to be fair, some broken down veteran who was a Pro Bowler 5 or 6 years ago. Those guys could maybe help. We might be that bad off that we need it, but hopefully they can find something a little bit better than that, than just a broken veteran that's just sitting there waiting for a team to sign him. All right, let's bang out some of these calls. Let's go to Mark in Largo. Mark, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Look, Eric, I love you, man. And I think the practice, I agree with you. I think everything was not having the guys there. I totally agree with you. To back up on what Colin Cowherd was saying a couple of weeks ago about the Commanders, 2 years ago, he was the only one out there that said he felt like they were going to go to the playoffs and do some things. He was a huge Commanders fan, the bandwagon. I do think this is more of a shot, not at ownership. I think this is more a shot at Adam Peters. And I think right now what we've seen this offseason is they paid every attention to the defense, and the offense is just taking – we just take what we can get with the offense. We go out and we get older players like Stephon Diggs, who was a great player, and we go out and we get De'Ami Brown and stuff like that. We'll just do what we can with that. And that's kind of how we piecemeal everything.
We also brought in Chig, who I think is going to have a big role.
They made a play for a couple guys. If you remember, their first target was Linderbaum. They also went after Pierce. Now, they didn't get him.
Thank God.
Now, let me ask you something. Let me ask you guys this. If this was 10 years ago, you would be destroying Bruce Allen and Dan Snyder.
What's wrong with this guy's phone?
I
don't know, Mark. I don't know.
Mark,
I don't think it's fair.
Is he talking into his hand?
I don't understand.
Look, he's been going after Adam Peters pretty consistently. This is a big year for Adam Peters.
Yeah.
It's a big year for Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
We've said that all
It's
along.
a massive year for both of them.
There are pluses and minuses in Adam Peters' column. What I would suggest to Mark, because he's constantly calling this show and other shows, ripping Adam Peters, is go to Grand Danny's appearance next week.
Right. You can
with
ask
Adam
him,
Peters.
buy a ticket.
You can ask him yourself.
Yeah.
Is it the Arlington Draft House,
You can
right?
talk.
Yep.
You can talk garbled into your hand and ask Adam Peters a question live. You can do that.
All right,
I don't think there's a good answer. Adam Peters helped build a team in year one with veterans that had a magical run to the NFC Championship game.
Right.
That's in his column.
Yeah, sure.
Last year was a terrible season. Now, this is year 3, and originally we all thought when you have a new regime, year 3 was going to be the defining year. It was weird because year 1 was such a success, and then year 2 was the opposite. So this is a big year for the regime.
Also, getting rid of Tyler Biotish could be the domino that really upset this whole offensive line. Now, clearly they didn't want him. They didn't want him to be part of the plans.
They got rid of him with the quickness.
They got rid of him so early where if you just retain him, he's not making a ton of money. He continues to play center. You have depth with Allegretti at one of your guard spots. So you have more depth on your offensive line. And if you have some of these injuries and you have some guys that are young and underperforming, you still have some of those core pieces. But they said, you know what? We don't want you, Tyler Biotish. You can go sign with the Chargers. We're just going to cut you. we're going to release you outright. It's had a pretty big effect, I think, on the way this offensive line has been shaped.
Now, he's out for the year. I'm not saying he would have been injured here.
Right.
So he's out for the year, so I don't really factor him in. There's got to be a reason that we just don't understand or know why they didn't want to bring.
Well, the rumbling is the communication.
Yeah.
They've just missed things, missed calls, that kind of thing at the line.
Yeah. And if the coaching staff, DQ, told us or Adam Peters told us, hey, this is the reason we're not, we might be okay with it.
Right.
But he was the starter.
On paper, we're not okay with it.
Right. He was the starter, and they thought they could do better in the free agent market going after Linderbaum, and they didn't get him.
Right.
Or they also thought they felt comfortable if worst case scenario that they had to play Allegretti, they could.
They settled.
We just haven't seen it yet.
They settled.
Or okay, you settle. Sure, you settle with anybody that's not Linderbaum. Linderbaum's the best in the game.
Right. They settled.
Well, they didn't. They
settled on their backup.
They settled on not setting the market at center. They decided that was too costly. If
they settled on their starting center being their backup center last year.
Well, I think they. I guess.
I mean, yes, he was the backup.
I think
he was the backup to Bjanic.
They're also.
But maybe they thought he was better than Bjanic this year.
I think they thought that there's not going to be much of a drop off, and there might be a pickup with the better communication.
I though disagree with Mark's overall premise that they didn't address the offense because they did bring in Chig, and then ultimately they settled on Stephon Diggs. We kind of think the target at one point before he went completely crazy on social media was Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. I don't even think about Brandon Ayuk anymore.
I know you don't even think about him, but I'm saying that
at
in
one
March,
point they were.
In April,
that's fine.
I think that's
they
fair.
were thinking
but
that.
I think
Here's
they
the
landed
thing.
on the better receiver.
Yeah.
The more impactful receiver in Diggs.
I think if they thought that Allegretti is just a settle and he's not a real solution, they wouldn't have waited until the 6th round to get like sort of a project center. They would have taken one much earlier. I honestly think that.
Possible.
Yeah.
But he certainly wasn't their first choice.
Well, I think that Linderbaum would be everybody's first choice, right? If he's the best in the game. So I don't know that that's quite fair. It's a little unfair to Allegretti.
I can't get it out of my brain, by the way, that PFF has ranked this room after the Tunsil injury 32nd out of
Worst
32
in the league.
teams.
I know.
That's jarring.
All
It's not the way
Nikki might agree with it.
It's not the way you want to head into your season.
Well, I think with the group they put out there yesterday, I mean, it'd be hard to argue it.
42nd.
Yeah, it'd be hard to argue.
Yesterday.
Let's go to JR. JR, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
What's going on? How you doing, sir?
Hey, good. What's up?
Well, I think that the Commanders they're going to be good in the future. You know, you just can't count them out based upon that Ravens game. You know what I'm saying?
Practice.
Everywhere practice is practice. I'm a ticket holder. I've been a ticket holder for like 15 years. Long story short, but again, I just seen Commanders in preseason go 4-0. And then when you go to the season,
we know the record doesn't mean anything, but when you stack the performance yesterday, and it's a very small sample size, but with the one series that Jaden Daniels was on the field, it's certainly not encouraging.
No,
it's not.
You can't feel great.
I think what was
doesn't mean it's going to be that bad.
Is that if you could find a way to get that offensive line band-aided, the 7-on-7s, the guys did pretty darn well. They look pretty sharp, right? And obviously you're only as good as your offensive line, though, generally. So it's a big if, but if they could find a way to band-aid it, I do think we're going to score points.
I don't put too much stock into the 7-on-7. It's kind of like, I can't remember who said it. I think it was Mitch Tischler was talking about some of the touchdowns in practices and in some of these sessions. He's like, yeah, the crowd, claps because it's this long touchdown pass, but it would have been a sack.
Right. Mm-hmm. I think that's fair, but that's fair on 11-on-11s. That's not just a 7-on-7 thing. Look, they know the problem. The whole world knows the problem.
And we saw it.
Now we'll see what happens.
In the two passing plays that Jaden Daniels had, what was the issue?
Yeah, right. But again,
the issue was the offensive line.
I don't believe Allegretti played, right? Cosby did, but it's a big deal. Like, you think Allegretti is just like Julian Good-Jones. I don't think so. I think he's a marked improvement over him. I think it makes a difference.
He still was a backup.
Okay, a backup to a proven starter, sure. But that doesn't mean he sucks. Like, you're assuming because he's a backup that he's not up for the job. I'm telling you, I think he's going to be fine.
He may be fair.
Yeah, I think he's going to be fine. Middle of the pack.
If his calf holds up.
I think he'll be fine.
Right now is a big question. Can that calf be ready for week one?
But I don't think he
monitor that.
necessarily will be available every week.
But their first choice was to upgrade the position.
First choice was to get rid of Biotish.
And we don't know
The
all the
second
other
choice
guys that
was
they
to
may
see
be targeted.
if you could get Linderbaum, the best one.
Right. They didn't realize
it
it could be $30 million a year.
Yeah, and so whatever.
They still should have spent it, but
Training camp
not
coverage
my money.
is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. When we come back, we'll hit the Skins, and don't forget, coming up in just about an hour at 8 o'clock, we'll talk fantasy football with Dave Richard from CBS Sports. We've all seen it before, the underdog trailing at halftime, written off by the critics, but then something changes, a strategy, a spark, a comeback. Your finances can be the same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes. Maybe your investments aren't where you need them to be, but it's not too late to turn it all around. You need to start right now. Call Trajan Wealth. The number is 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJAN Wealth.com. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure your money is working for you, not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit TRAJANWealth.com. That's TRAJANWealth.com. Because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Luis Peralez's debut didn't go exactly as he had hoped. Last night, the right-handed pitcher allowed 4 runs in 2 innings in the Nationals' 13-1 loss to the Rockies. Peralez came out of the bullpen entering the game with 2 outs in the 5th inning. But the night was one of their worst losses of the season. Infielder Jorbit Vilas ended up pitching the final 1 of the 3rd innings of the game. Andres Chaparro provided the only run for the Nationals. It was a solo homer in the 2nd inning. The Nats have now dropped 12 of their past 15 games. And the NFL is eliminating the Pro Bowl game, instead shifting the focus to celebrating the honor of being a Pro Bowl selection. Beginning with the 2026 season, 88 players will be named to the Pro Bowl class in late December with no replacement selections. There will be no AFC versus NFC game, but players selected as Pro Bowlers will be invited to attend an in-person celebration in Los Angeles. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Got a packed show. Dave Richards is going to join us at 8 o'clock. We will talk fantasy football. Nikki Javala is going to join us from The Athletic. She's the reporter who dubbed the offense inoperable. Brent Pry is going to join us. He is now the D coordinator at Virginia Tech. A lot of excitement there because Franklin takes over as the head coach from Penn State. So Brent Pry is going to join us coming up at 9:20, but it's 7 o'clock. Time to hit the skins.
All right, hit the skins. Brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy. Shot for right now, 12-ounce can for all day. Lurch just had his shot. Don'tSleepEnergy.com. Use the code JUNKIES for 10% off. Don't sleep makes you great. All right, boys, I've been talking about it sort of all morning. The Commanders traveled to Owings Mills, Maryland yesterday for their padded joint practice with the Ravens ahead of their preseason finale on Friday. It was a pretty difficult session for Washington, especially on offense. They did finish on a high note. They were put in end-of-game situation, both offensively and defensively, 24-20. Defensively, they get to a 4th down situation. Field goals were not an option. And the Ravens, I guess, were put in I don't know exactly what it was, 4th and whatever. And Mikey Sanistro makes an interception, so that was good. Ended that one on a positive note. And then Jaden threw up a touchdown kind of off his back foot, kind of a hope and a prayer throw almost, but throw to Antonio Williams. So it ended the session on a good note. The guys were jumping around and going crazy. So on the whole, though, offensively, the team did not look very good. It's all sort of starts and stems with the offensive line. That was the biggest problem. Of course, I don't even think we need to keep mentioning Tunsil. That's a dead issue. Yeah. But they didn't have Nick Allegretti there, and Sam Cosby missed the game because of sickness. So 2/5 of their offensive line not there. Makeshift group. They had Coleman, who's their starting left tackle now until proven otherwise. Chris Paul at left guard. Rookie Matt Golden making sort of his first kind of appearance with the first unit. Then they moved Julian Good-Jones over, gave him some reps at guard, and then an undrafted rookie, Tanoa Togai, rotating at right guard, and then, of course, Josh Connerly at right tackle. The results were messy. The Ravens front consistently generated pressure. Multiple bad snaps, including one that Jaden recovered before he threw an interception to Kyle Hamilton. Passes were batted down. Runs were stuffed at the line. Daniels faced frequent pressure that limited him to short and intermediate throws, plus a few scrambles. Chig dropped the pass. Snaps were over the head it was just kind of a disaster.
Watching Kyle Hamilton against the Commanders, it definitely triggers me because it just brings me back to the draft day trade that brought the Commanders Jahan Dotson, enabled the Ravens to pick Kyle Hamilton, and also enabled the Saints to pick Chris Olave. Who got the worst of that deal?
Yeah. It's not even close.
Commanders fans
it's not even close.
We got Brian Robinson, we got Sam Howell, we got these other pieces, and none of those pieces did anything.
Correct.
We should mention that the Ravens, for perspective, are expected to be one of the best teams in the NFL this season.
True.
Yeah.
The over-under on wins is high. I heard, as I was driving around yesterday, there's a host on 105.7, The Fan in Baltimore, who's predicting 14 wins.
Wow.
I mean, they're optimistic, and maybe they should be.
I mean, that seems aggressive, but
the number I've seen is like around 10.5, something like that.
But you still shouldn't have multiple plays where the snap's going over your quarterback's
it was
head.
a disaster.
Right?
But they had a rookie in there who doesn't have a lot of reps.
I know.
So, if they get the guys back in there, at least who they're projected starters outside of Tunsil, it should be a lot more serviceable, but we will see. Again, amongst the bright spots, beyond just kind of finishing the joint practice that way, everyone was talking about Antonio Williams. He beat Hamilton on one play, then he beat Nate Wiggins on one-on-ones. Those things happen, but it looked good.
Warren Sharp is jockeying him because on the Wiggins play, he flashed his hands at the last second to go snag the ball, not giving away to the defender
where the ball was coming.
Yeah, so I mean, he just looks super polished and looks like hopefully they got a steal with him in the third round.
They say, and if you really want to get down to the nitty gritty, Amenahue and Kinlaw had some good reps. Sonny Styles is flashing in coverage, which makes sense. He's a converted safety. He's kind of a natural
and he's
at
fast.
And he's super athletic.
Yep.
Jaden, by the accounts I heard, very, very sharp in the 7-on-7. Things started to fall apart when they incorporated the offensive line, though.
That's not great.
Yeah, it's not great. But again, 40% of their projected starting unit was not there yesterday. So I'm gonna lean into that until proven otherwise. Not that I think that they'll be super prolific against the Eagles, but I think it should be better. Now, the center situation is still dire. There's no doubt about it. Alec Reddy's still nursing the calf injury, or they're just protecting him. And who knows what they're doing. We don't really quite know. The Cosme thing, you expect that will resolve itself.
That should be very minor.
A minor illness.
So, question. So, they had the joint practice yesterday.
Yeah.
Do they have another today, or is it an off day?
I think it's an off day, but I'm guessing,
Okay.
Jason. I think it's
they don't come back here and then go back to Baltimore.
I would assume they're just staying in
stay
Baltimore.
there.
I would guess.
Oh, I mean, it's just an hour. Not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, so we have two clips I want to play for you. And as Valdez and I were talking about it during the break, they're kind of different takes on it yesterday, both obviously acknowledging that yesterday was a struggle. Jaden, a little bit more of a global approach and it's kind of emphasizing it's just one practice. And then I want to play some extended clips from Jeremy Reeves, who was kind of sounding the alarm a little more. But first, let's play Jaden.
This is a team of Baltimore, good players, well coached. Back and forth battle, not the best day that I thought we could have had. It's just from all around, from myself to everybody else. But, these are opportunities that you get to learn from.
What is it that for yourself, what do you take away?
I would say you just got to play everything true. Put own this, watch the tape, take the coaching, be coachable to be able to move forward from this. Good thing about it, man, is August whatever. I don't know what day it is, but it's August whatever. Our first game is September 13th, so that's when it really matters. So this is an opportunity just to be around each other. We're out here for a couple of days. Be in the hotel with each other, bond, connect, and really just build that camaraderie, chemistry moving forward to the season.
EB, that's something you have in common with Jaden Daniels. He doesn't know what day it is either.
Right? Hey, when you're locked in, Cakes, and you just go grinding,
yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter the day.
I guess that's true.
And here we have a clip of Jeremy Reeves, who a little bit more pissed off, maybe, kind of frustrated.
He doesn't hold back.
Listen, this is a
think
guy.
Think of the time he puts into this job.
This guy puts everything into it. He sounds like a future coach.
Correct.
To be honest with you,
I would think that
watch
too.
his film all day. Been cut a million times. He's worked his way into from a practice squad guy to a teams guy to now a big part of their defense. So he's been around a long time. He's a real veteran on this team, and this is his perspective.
How we started is that's how you win 5 games, and we gotta be we gotta be way better.
And what are some things that you say we need to clean up here right now?
Communication, man. Just like continue to communicate at a high level. Play to play. They say play to play before it happens all the time, right? Like see what's happening before, and that starts with me. You know, I'm a primary communicator. I have to be better too. If somebody doesn't get something, then that's on me. It doesn't matter. So we all just got to take accountability, look ourselves in the season is a couple weeks away, and we start off in the division. So like I said, the margin of error is very slim, and if you're not on top of it now, man, like you can't wait till you in the fire to realize it's hot.
So
you can hear the urgency in his voice.
Man, he was frustrated.
Yeah.
He was very frustrated. He did acknowledge it. It ended on a high note, but on the whole, it's got to be way better.
It's the season. The season's what? September, or our first game's what? September 13th.
Yep.
And then it goes, season's 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, it's different. Two different. Listen, I think if you're Jaden too, look, Jeremy Reeves is a longtime veteran. I think if you're Jaden and you're, the star, you don't want to give him an explosive quote. We suck. You don't want to give him that. The more people paying attention to what Jaden's saying than what Jeremy Reeves is saying.
I just think it's his personality. He's got
personality.
kind of a laid back,
low key
personality.
Yep, I think that's right. But I don't think he's gonna get. I don't think Jaden's ever gonna give you an RG3 quote.
But we learned from Jeremy Reeves how much he cares.
Totally,
because it's a guy who told us when we interviewed him during training camp that he's waking up basically when we're waking up. He's at the park at 5:30. He's getting home at like 8.
He said, "No kids."
And he goes right to bed.
This is my life, basically. He's saying, "This is what I do."
Yeah,
and he's passionate
and
about it.
by the way,
as he should be.
the Commanders are still in Baltimore.
Yeah,
you could tell by stay in the hotel,
stay in a swanky hotel.
Yeah, they stay there the night. Do a
so
walkthrough.
Valdez, you could maybe chime in on some of this because I'm going to mention a Ravens player or two. So I was doing some research trying to find out what experienced centers could be cut or available. I'll just read you some of the results that came up. So Lloyd Cushenberry from the Bills is a very notable name. He's a former Titans starter, signed a cheap 1-year deal with Buffalo after being released. Now he's working with the first team while the starter Connor McGovern has a leg injury. Looks like the favorite to win the backup job, but if they keep a smaller offensive line group, Cushenberry could be a name that's on the bubble. Maybe could be a trade target. I'm not sure. Jake Andrews from the Texans started 16 games last season, but then Houston added first-rounder Keelan Rutledge and Evan Brown, so they're kind of crowded there. So he's on the last year of his rookie deal. He could be squeezed out. That's a name to watch out for. Jake Andrews from the Texans, okay? And that, especially as a potential trade possibility, okay? Maybe you could get him. It's been suggested you might be able to get him for a late-round pick or something sort of low cost. A guy that started 16 games last year, but obviously they didn't love it. They went out and they got a first-rounder and they got another veteran. So I'm sure he's not going to light the world on fire, but at least you got a guy who's not going to snap it over his head 3 times. Another name that's been floated potentially to keep an eye on, they say, is Ethan Pochik. Is that how you say his name? That's the guy with 97 starts. He signed the 1-year deal in Baltimore after Linderbaum left. He's competing with Jonathan Gwynn for a starting job while coming off an Achilles. So maybe.
But those were the backups. I don't know why they would let go of one of those guys.
Because the center that they had in place is out for the season.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they signed Pochich a few months ago, right, to help upgrade that spot. Like, I'd be surprised.
I wouldn't think he's available
if he were a cut.
Well, the other one might be the Gwynn guy, who's coming off an Achilles. If he loses to Pochik, one of those guys might be. Who knows? Might be available.
Who's their backup, Matt?
It's between those two.
Right, but I'm saying if they let one of those guys go, who would that backup be?
They wouldn't have a backup.
Maybe they would use their guard. I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
They say Baltimore could keep both. A cut is less likely, but, who knows? And the other veterans, Jake Brendel from the 49ers, Ted Karras from the Bengals. They're more likely to stick as backups or be released later. So, look, the pickings are slim this late.
Yeah,
but those are some names to maybe watch out for. The one that seems to be the most often connected to Washington is Jake Andrews from the Texans. Started 16 games last year. At least you got a guy who could snap it correctly.
They got to
which is where you kind of are.
Do something.
Which is where you kind of are right now.
Yeah.
Correct.
The bar is super low. At this point.
I mean, if I don't know how many snaps were bad and going over JD's head,
Multiple.
but I mean that's high school football.
Multiple were bad. Multiple false starts.
Yeah.
It was a cluster F word.
Yep.
Okay.
Lot to work on the next couple of weeks.
Gotta get that addressed. That's the best thing, though, and it's never great. It's just like it's never great that Tunsil got hurt. But there is still a little bit of time before the real games, right? So you could still try to perform a miracle and upgrade things.
I wouldn't be
There's
surprised
still
if
an
it happened
opportunity.
today.
Yeah, I would not be
know what I mean?
surprised.
We'll talk more Commanders with Nikki Jabvala coming up at 8:20. She's the Commanders reporter for The Athletic. And don't forget, Dave Richard joins us at 8. He's going to prep you for all of your upcoming fantasy football drafts. We know you got a lot of them. Dave will join us coming up at 8 o'clock.
You know, I love driving my new Traverse. I got it at Michelle Radley Chevrolet. They've got all kinds of things happening in the Michelle Radley Automotive Group. And I haven't second-guessed my decision at all to get my Traverse at Michelle Radley Chevrolet Leesburg. Well, right now, every new or pre-owned vehicle, you get Radley VIP rewards. What is that? That's their 2-year no-cost VIP package, oil changes, tire rotations, alignment checks, engine light diagnostics, and more. They take care of you. And right now, there's some serious deals across the group, including 0% financing on select new models. If you're in the market for a truck, Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg is Northern Virginia's truck headquarters, and Radley Chevrolet in Fredericksburg is Central Virginia's truck headquarters. You're talking about service with back to school here. Make sure your car or your kid's car is road ready. There are service savings right now across all 4 Michelle Radley locations. Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, Radley Chevrolet, Radley Cadillac, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, all delivering memorable driving experiences.
I'm sure all of you guys have seen the videos of the massive, I guess you would call it a flash flood near the Nepal-Tibet border yesterday. I mean, just the devastation and power that, we see in these videos. I don't know how many people are missing, how many are dead, but
thousands.
I mean, that's
it's got to be thousands.
Scary. I mean,
originally they said hundreds,
terrifying.
but anybody you saw in the video, they're gone.
Well, it's weird.
it obliterates the entire, the video that I'm watching. It obliterates everything on screen.
Yeah,
right.
Everything, buildings, vehicles, people.
Human beings had no chance.
Yeah.
There are some of those like miraculous videos where there's like smaller slides and guys are digging holes and pulling people, human beings, running out of these like air pockets, these holes.
Yeah.
It's
And when I first saw it, I was
so
like,
sobering.
is this the first question now is this AI? Is this artificial? Did somebody,
I showed
did
you
a
yesterday
computer
during
come
the
up with
show,
this?
and that's what you said. Is
This
this
is
AI?
my first
Yeah.
reaction. But then after you see it a bunch on social media and listening to the news, like, man, you just feel for the people that were there there's literally no
chance.
warning for it. It just
The headline
happened.
from the New York Post is Glacier Collapse Triggered Catastrophic Nepal Flash Floods That Unleashed Tsunami from the Sky. And you just see there's that one video that we were in particular talking about where it looked like almost like a downtown area. It was a massive building, right?
Yeah,
and you just see
hotel or
human beings. Now it's from so far away they look like ants, but they go from living to being dead instantly. They probably didn't even see it coming.
Where was the glacier?
I don't know.
it sounded like now from the report that I saw, it said the piece of the glacier that broke off was almost like a half-mile wide. Like that's how big it was. And then it just fell down into a valley and it triggered this, I guess, tsunami / avalanche, mudslide, whatever you want to call it, that just wreaked havoc on that entire region.
It's incredible. It almost looked like a film. It looked like a movie.
Yeah, it looked like something you would see in Deep Impact.
Correct.
Or any, name your disaster film that you've seen in the last 20 years.
I mean, it's the stuff that nightmares are made of. It makes you really start to think, at least me anyway, existentially, like in the meaning of life and how can God let things like this happen? You know what I mean? It's just horrible when you see these things.
It's terrible to think about.
Just horrible. Somebody made a comment yesterday. I was listening to the show, and a guy was talking about how when there are some people like that live lives like, like I always talk about, we could be living in a jungle somewhere. We could have a leaf over our Johnsons, and and that's all we ever know.
Yeah, we could be like an Amazon tribe that hasn't had contact with any other humans.
Yeah, or you could be literally born in like North Korea and basically be a slave your whole life, and then you die.
Yeah.
Like, so your whole life is miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
we hit the lotto when it comes to
so
comes
it
to that.
kind of puts things in perspective, right? As rough as things might be.
I just couldn't believe how this flood was tossing around 18-wheelers like they were toy trucks.
Right.
I mean, I just can't even fathom how strong that was.
Right.
Bridges gone, everything gone. Done. Hotels just coming down.
No, I know. It's almost too much. When I see things that are that catastrophic, I punch out. I can't absorb the world's disasters. It's too much.
Yep.
Can't handle it.
I mean,
Part of life.
Yeah.
It's kind of nonstop.
Can't handle it. Too much. I can't absorb all the pain. It's too much. Starts making me think about other things. I will say another headline I was showing Valdez from the New York Post is Kylie Jenner. And I don't know what's wrong with this girl.
This is a completely different topic.
Well, this is also, this could be...
You're transfixed by this.
Yeah.
This could be a national disaster. She wants to change her boobs, go even bigger. She looks fine. I think it looks great.
How
whatever.
big are they now? Did she say? Like,
I don't know. No, there's a picture of her. If you go to the New
Ds?
York Post, there's a picture of her, and she's in her bikini. She's already, got enhanced boobs or whatever, and she looks great. She wants bigger and more prominent. Like, what is she gonna do? Why is she gonna ruin her body? Like, what's going on here? She wants to be like Morgana, the Kissing Bandit, or something. She wants to have
An older reference.
Well, give me somebody with the triple D's or something, or
Dolly
the G.
Parton.
I didn't want to say Dolly. I was thinking of Dolly.
Did she go out and kiss like Nolan Ryan or someone?
Yeah. Well, she would go out
Cal
and kiss
Ripken.
Cal
anybody.
Ripken,
Yeah.
infamous scene with him.
She would go out onto the baseball field.
Where am I looking? I just clicked on
Just
New York
type in
Post.
New York Post.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the first stories that come up. It's her in a bikini. She's kind of coming out of a pool. Just type, it's the second one. It was 16 minutes ago. Kylie Jenner wants bigger and more out there implants after sharing exact boob job specs. So I guess if we click on the story, we can find out exactly what her specs are. I don't really, these numbers won't mean anything to me, really, other than just sort of cliche people talking.
And I thought for sure that Morgana, the kissing bandit, was no longer with us.
She still is?
Still alive.
How old is she?
88?
79.
79.
Yeah.
Kiss St. Peter.
Yeah.
Do you think the Tiggles are down to like her shoelaces
Yes.
now?
She had him at half mast for Dolly.
That bra's doing work.
They say she has an obsession with big you-know-whats. It's a 4-letter word.
Yeah.
Starts with T.
I know the word.
Tiggles.
I'm well aware.
Tiggles. She has
Well
an
aware of that
obsession
word.
with big old Tiggles.
She said, "I want."
That's the one thing me and Kylie have in common.
She said, "I want my blanks to walk in
That's
before
the
I
only
do."
thing.
Yeah.
Human and that obsession.
No, but
Maybe
don't you
two
think, listen,
things.
but don't you think, it's fine. Like, do you? But why would you want to do something like she doesn't need any bigger? Is it?
She has
She's
a
beautiful.
preference.
She's beautiful.
She's beautiful. She looks. I mean, I would argue they're already probably too big.
She's estimated between a D and a double D.
But Mar, you care to chime in here? You have a grin. You have a grin on your face.
Well, I mean, bigger is not always better.
Right.
And she has bombs. So you don't need to get any bigger.
Bombs.
I tend to agree with you. Like, she's good.
Yeah, bigger is not always better. I couldn't have said it better
she's
myself.
She's borderline body dysmorphia or addicted to surgery
That
or
could be
plastic
it.
surgery.
Well, I think that's definitely true. That family's definitely addicted to that, right? Just constantly.
I'm addicted to not having surgery. How about I want to have as few surgeries as possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to limit my surgeries.
Could it be just like a lift? Maybe she's confused about it. Like she doesn't need any more CCs in there.
Yeah, she needs no more CCs. No more CC.
No more CC
Sebastians.
time.
Yeah.
No more CC time.
Yeah, I mean, it looks fantastic. What are we doing here?
This is the genius of Open Line Thursday. We started this segment talking about a massive flood that probably killed thousands of people in Nepal/Tibet.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about Kylie Jenner's rap.
and the Tiggles.
Yeah.
It is Open Line
That's the way
Thursday.
this works.
It's a little bit more uplifting.
Definitely more uplifting.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. And if you want the behind-the-scenes radio insider, on the show sheet, there's a story about a gas station.
Radio insider.
It's not a gas station that you think of where you go and you pay money.
Oh, it's a
Way too much nowadays. I think I got 10 cents off using my discount, and it was still $4.19 a gallon this morning. This is a gas station at a new elementary school where they have a room designated for kids who need to pass gas.
It's actually,
You're kidding.
From reading the story, the teacher wanted to normalize what is a normal bodily function and not make it so funny. Good luck with that. Farts are funny.
Right.
They're still funny for a bunch of 56-year-olds that I'm looking at right here in this room. But she basically set up a spot in the room where if the kid has to go pass gas, he or she can go over and do it basically without judgment. Nobody's going to point any fingers. I mean, good luck with that. 5 and 6-year-olds, you think they don't think farts are funny? They do.
And you're actually calling attention to it. Because if kids get up and they go to the area, they know what you're doing
Her
now.
claim is she claims she has a very weak and queasy stomach. And when kids are just doing that randomly throughout the room, it she feels like she's going to throw up.
Yeah.
So by putting it in a side part of the room, away from her and where she's teaching, she feels like, it normalizes it and it keeps the smell away from her queasy stomach. I guess.
Can you imagine spending all day in that gassy room?
Yeah.
No. I think I mentioned this to you guys. We have an unspoken, it's understood in my family. When we're driving, if all of a sudden I hit the window, that means
that's the sign.
Everyone
That's
does
a
the same
signal.
thing. I don't know if that's
that's the
universal.
international signal of I farted.
It just means I'm about to rip one.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let it, and it really does work, to be honest with you. Now, you need your wife or whoever's on the other side to, otherwise it gets really loud, one window open.
Yeah.
You need to cooperate, but it's just an unspoken. If somebody rolls down their window, that means they're about to toot.
The one window down sound is one of the worst sounds on the planet. You need the other window.
Right,
Whether there's a fart or not, you need that
both.
other window
Let
down.
the air go through.
Because if you don't have it, you're just hearing.
It's a terrible feeling.
It's
like
just
an
a
earthquake.
horrible sound.
It's like an earthquake in your
You
car.
have to have 2 windows down at all times.
Mar, that's a universal thing, right? With the boys, if somebody rolls the window down, it means one's coming.
Absolutely, man. Everyone knows that.
That's universal. Yeah. It might get a comment, "Oh, Eric," but what are you gonna do? I mean, it's life. What's the average? We've looked up the average
of
Thought it
the
was
average
17,
number.
something like that.
17 and 19.
See
something
if
like that.
there's a difference between males and females. I want to put this out there. Is there a difference? Do females toot less?
No way.
Toot.
Well, oh, yes. Much less.
100%.
How many people?
No.
By the way,
Ask Rock.
how many people say toot as compared to fart?
I was just trying to change it.
1 out of 50.
Yeah.
I try to be as respectful as I can, but like when I wake up in the morning, very active. So like I feel like when I get past the first bathroom door, and then if I close the second bathroom door, then just all bets are off. Then
You have
just
2 bathroom doors?
yeah, like a set of 2 bathroom doors that go into the master
Okay.
bath, and then the
Yeah, I have that.
toilet door.
Okay.
Yeah, I get behind that second door. I feel like I'm in Fort Knox. Fart
Yeah.
Knox. I'm in Fart Knox at that point. It's all good. But I know my wife and probably people down the block
Here you go.
can hear it.
I asked Rock, and I mean, it's pretty sophisticated. It's getting better and better and better.
Yeah.
Do women fart less than men? No. Not in any meaningful way. Women and men produce similar amounts of intestinal gas overall. A large 2026 Australian study of more than 6,400 people found men recorded an average of 5.2 farts per day versus
I'm so over
5.
that's the average versus 4.8 for women.
I mean, you might
be
put
during the show.
You might put a 0 on the end of that 5 for me daily. I mean, 5 a day.
Most people
Impossible.
fall in the range of 2 to 7 per day. That's the range.
I'm a big time outlier.
Well,
Big
but don't
outlier.
you find that you're a big outlier if your brownie is fully cooked and you haven't taken it out of the oven?
What are
yet?
you, cakes? 15 a day?
No.
Minimum.
No, not every day. If you
Every-
have a
every day.
if you just had a great brownie cooked and
Yeah.
delivered,
Doesn't matter.
there's less.
Sure, there's less of that, but there's not less activity. For me, I'm speaking for me. I can't
I don't
speak
know
for
how.
you.
I don't know how.
I would if I had to
Because
put
you
a-
have to have a duty in.
if I had to put a number on over under on daily farts, for me, 24 and a half.
Oh
farts
my
don't,
God.
Farts don't mean you have to
For
duty.
me,
Not a bit-
for me, that means I got a brownie is just ready to be delivered.
I'm low to mid 20s, Valdez. That's just me personally.
I think I go some days borderline 0. Now, some days I could maybe produce 30 because
Yeah.
it's just there's a concrete brick in there and it's just fighting its way out and it just can't get there.
Drab and Valdez sometimes hit cakes is over just back here during a show.
Yeah.
It's a little trifling
Me and
sometimes.
Drab will tag team Mar with our farts.
Now,
Tough.
I've gotten pretty liberal about letting them out.
Farts, they're just manly. It's a manly thing. It's
Hey,
gross, but
People
it's-
fart.
yeah. Men,
I think Mar should love the fact that I feel so comfortable around them to
Yes.
just let it go.
Yeah, your boys, you're tight.
Yeah. That's the first sign that you're boys with
Yeah,
somebody.
exactly.
You don't mind ripping it.
Yeah.
Here's the one. Here is a difference though between men and women and their gas. Men pass larger volumes per toot, while women's gas
That makes sense.
often has a higher concentration of a hydrogen sulfide. That's that rotten egg smell that you get, and so their farts can actually smell stronger.
Okay.
So if your wife does rip one in front of you, watch out.
Yeah, be careful.
Danger, Will Rogers. Danger.
Really?
It's a good old science fiction reference.
Thank
Dave.
you.
Look
Thank
at you.
My wife doesn't tooty toot around me.
Yeah, I know a lot of women. Well, they try to.
I mean,
be
I
very,
don't.
very conscious
I
of it.
can't remember the last time I heard it.
I'm with
or
you.
smelled it.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know how women hold it. It's uncomfortable.
I don't know.
It is uncomfortable.
My daughter makes a particular. She's like, yeah, Cooper doesn't think he thinks I don't.
John Paul
He
Flame.
gets very uncomfortable.
I'm with
on
you.
the air.
I wanted
I
to
think
get
I
it out
caught
there.
my wife one time and she denied it.
Yeah.
She did.
Yeah.
No, my wife and I have been together so long that
Yeah, you just don't care.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
By the way, what do you believe my wife got me for our wedding anniversary, our 14th anniversary?
Whoopee cushion.
Hair dye. A knee transplant.
Chocolate chip cookies.
There you go. That's a good
She
gift.
knows you. She
That was
knows
a
you well.
You know what? Thoughtful gift.
That's right.
Thoughtful gift. Give her credit.
All right, when we come back, we will do the Junkies Blitz, take you around the NFL. And at 8 o'clock, Dave Richards is going to join us. He'll give you indispensable fantasy football advice for all of your drafts that are coming up in the next few days or weeks. That's coming up at 8 o'clock here on the Junks. This was announced yesterday. 106.7 The Fan presents an evening with Adam Peters. Join the Commanders' general manager along with Grant and Danny for an exclusive season preview live at the Arlington Draft House. Get exclusive access and insights from the man making the moves for the Burgundy and Gold. An evening with Adam Peters Thursday, September 3rd at 7. Tickets are on sale right now at arlingtondrafthouse.com. So go get your tickets for that event. Coming up at 9:45, 2 hours from now, we will give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to that event. Also up for grabs, 2 tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown. We will play a game show that I've had in the lab for all of the last 20 minutes. It's called Third Stringer or Country Singer.
Oh. Nice.
There you have it. So in 2 hours, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of those tickets so you don't have to buy them. But we do encourage you to buy them as well.
What would you rather be?
Third Stringer or Country Singer?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question.
I'd rather be a really good country singer.
Probably rather be a really good country singer. I'm not subjecting this temple to abuse and punishment on an NFL level. Country singer.
Well, a third stringer really isn't.
For the most part, no. But you might get some nicks.
But their
and
career
bruises
could
along
last
the
2
way.
years as opposed to a country singer
Yeah,
could
country
last
singer
40.
would be, country
Yeah, but
singer.
you just assumed a great country singer. Let's make it a third string country singer. Let's make
So
Well, that's not the name
I'm
of the
playing
game.
county fairs instead of playing like arenas and stadiums.
Moderate success.
I mean, it's a
Then
tough
I'm going to take
life.
the third stringer in the NFL.
I think so too.
But hold on, he didn't say NFL. He just said third stringer. Could be third stringer for
Well,
anybody.
I mean NFL. I mean, what other third stringers would you even fathom to care about?
I think I'd rather be a third string quarterback than a country singer with moderate success. They're on the road all the time.
Well, what would you
I
consider?
like being part of a team more than just being a solo act.
Yeah, but your band is part of
your
the team.
traveling party.
You
That's
have a
part of
team.
your
It's
crew.
different, but you have a team. You have a crew. You got you got all your roadies. You got your bandmates.
Might not have that much if you're just a middling country singer. That's
Well, then I don't think it's a fair comparison.
And by the way, you're in your mid-50s now. Being part of a team, aside from this team, those days are pretty much over.
probably.
I mean, you're on a
For the
tennis
most
team.
part.
You're on a tennis team. You're on a pickleball team or whatever, right? There's team. You can still be a part of the team.
I guess.
Might play over 50 leagues. Look, we just
more
saw
about the solo-
Tommy's dad was playing softball like last year. He's 80.
More about the solo
He's still
sports.
playing.
I
Wow,
think he just hung up at the cleats.
that's impressive.
Yeah, we ran into him at the Bay Sox game.
That's true.
And
We did.
The Horsies.
I think he said he's still nursing a new injury or something. But dude, I saw him I can remember seeing him maybe 7, 8, 9 years ago, and when he was like 70, he was sprinting.
He looks good.
He looked like Tommy.
I'm surprised I'm not nursing an injury from when JP and I were pulling each other with harnesses on and a big bungee cord.
I'm so
Yeah.
thankful.
I mean, so many wacky bits we did that day.
I'm so thankful I learned the art of
Thank
saying
God you
no.
guys exist.
Yeah, right. All right, what do you got? Junkies Blitz here?
Yeah, the Junkies Blitz is brought to you by Offenbachers. Upgrade your backyard for game day with outdoor furniture, hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and more. Shop Offenbachers.com or visit one of their 4 locations.
The NFL's eliminating the Pro Bowl games.
Good.
They're going to shift the focus
Overdue.
to celebrating the
Very
honor
good.
of being a Pro Bowl selection, beginning with the 2026 season. 88 players will be named to the Pro Bowl class in late December with no replacement selections.
Good.
So there's no AFC or NFC game.
There's no flag football
There's no
game.
more wacky game. There's nothing. You just get named a Pro Bowl.
The NFL has waved the white flag on the Pro Bowl.
Never
About
forget.
a decade too late.
Shador Sanders, Pro Bowler last year.
Yes, Tyler Huntley, Pro Bowler. Never forget Valdez. That's your guy.
One of the big stories this week was the Cleveland Browns made their quarterback decision. Deshaun Watson is going to be the starter in week 1. RG3 says sources tell him that Deshaun Watson may not have been Todd Monken's choice. Here's RG3.
Whose decision do you think it was to name Deshaun Watson the starter of the Browns?
I can tell you whose decision it wasn't. It wasn't Todd Monken's. There's no way in heck that it was Todd Monken's decision, the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, to make Deshaun Watson the starting quarterback. I've already said that I believe they could have saved us all a lot of time if it was going to be Deshaun Watson or nothing. The man literally took a bazooka to the fan's face and basically said F you to all of them, and they still named him the starter the next day. So when you actually go back and watch Todd Monken speak about Shador Sanders and about Deshaun Watson, his answers, right? My job as a quarterback is to analyze people.
Right.
his answers about Deshaun Watson are always very short, matter of fact. Hey, what do you think about Deshaun Watson getting booed? Hey, it's part of the job. Hey.
Now, in that clip, he didn't say sources, and it just sounds speculative. But there are people that talk about the dead cat money and all this stuff, and then Cakes has been part of that. That ownership played a part of it.
Well, Jimmy Haslam is widely regarded as like a bottom 3 or 4 owner in the league, along with like Woody Johnson. I think he makes that list. Up until a few years ago, David Tepper of the Panthers meddlesome. I think he's taken a few steps back, letting some of the football guys run the operation.
It's going to be interesting to see how Deshaun plays in those 2 games on the road in the first couple weeks.
You have a fantasy draft tomorrow?
At 5 p.m.
Take the Jacksonville defense because they face the Browns in week 1.
Okay.
You're going to stream the defenses?
Oh, such a defensive streamer, JP. I'm not going to waste a high pick on a defense.
Even if they're
That's for rubes.
transaction fees?
Even if there are transaction fees? I don't think I play in any leagues with transaction fees that I can think of.
It's good. Because that could be a deterrent if it's like $10 every time you make a move.
Yeah, that makes the pots juicier.
Yeah,
so that makes it fun.
swole.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago, we talked about the quarterback tiers. Mike Sando came out with Jaden Daniels was 13th.
All right.
One guy who slipped from tier 1 to tier 2 was Lamar Jackson. A lot of people are forgetting how much of a dominant player he was, 2-time MVP. Maybe disrespecting him. Jackson explained maybe his slip and play last year, particularly running. He goes, I believe you know, a lot of people know, I was hurt last year, so I really could not do anything like I wanted to do. And that's why he says he ran less than usual. So this could be a big bounce back year for Lamar Jackson.
But Valdez, remind me what injury he was dealing with. What did he have that was kind of nagging him?
Was it his back? Might have been his back.
Okay.
Yeah, because he ran.
I'm sure. I don't doubt for a second when he says it. I don't doubt it for a second.
I'm still going to want to use his legs as a weapon.
He had the fewest amount of rushing yards in his career.
I still want to utilize that, but I also want to give Derrick Henry 20-plus carries a game.
Yeah.
I mean, you have King Henry in your backfield. You should feed that dude.
So his injury started in week 4 last year when he injured his right hamstring. Missed 3 games. Then in November and December, he missed 1 practice for 4 straight weeks due to knee, ankle, and toe injuries. Then he finished the year with a back contusion. So he had a bunch of injuries. But this year, he's 29, about to turn 30. Kyle Hamilton said he feels like he got faster.
Ooh.
Really?
I remember the back. That's what the back contusion is, when the controversy started about is he really hurt.
By the way, the Ravens' first 4, they open at Indianapolis week 1. Then they have 3 straight home games. They host the Saints, the Cowboys, and the Titans.
Where would you put the total, the Vegas total of rushing yards from Lamar this year?
650.
650 and a half?
Look at me.
Over.
I go over that number.
I mean, he's been way over that every year besides last year. So
I mean, but you got to factor in injury possibility.
Is that what it is, or did JP just make that up?
I just made it up.
Oh, yeah.
He said, what would you put it at? That's what I would put it at.
That's probably
I don't know. Look it up.
Fair number.
To be fair, he scrambles to not run forward. He scrambles to let the play break down and find someone deep.
Yep.
It's kind of evolved from scrambling to running for a first down to scrambling, avoiding the line to find a broken play to find someone downfield.
A guy who played with the Ravens for a bit is Odell Beckham Jr. He's making some noise with the New York Giants as he's returned to his original home. And there have been kind of conflicting reports. Some said that he was maybe battling for a spot. But yesterday, John Harbaugh talked about how good Beckham has looked. And I don't know if you saw a viral clip. He did one of his patented one-handed catches. Absurd.
Was it?
Well, the ball was over here, and he went with his right hand and just snatched it.
Wow.
I mean, it almost looked fake. But Harbaugh said he's had a good camp, best week of camp he's had this week. So
is the thought that he's going to be one of the top 6 receivers?
Again, I saw reports that he was going to be battling for a roster spot, but it sounds like good news. Plus, they lost their wide receiver Calvin Austin to a season-ending ACL tear. So that probably helps him.
It definitely helps his cause.
They've got Malik Neighbors. They have third-round pick Malachi Fields, Darnell Mooney, Darius Slayton.
Yeah, and Braxton Berrios.
It's not what you would call a loaded wide receiver room. I kind of like his chances.
If Neighbors is healthy, he's big.
Yeah.
But
and last thing, if you're looking at fantasy, we're going to talk fantasy football at 8 o'clock. Coming up shortly with Dave Richard, it's trending towards Mike Evans playing in week 1. Shocker, Mike Evans not practicing now with a groin injury, hasn't practiced much in training camp.
He's the king of the soft tissue injury.
Tissue king.
Mike Evans. Now, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
And he's going to miss time this year because of that.
But, I mean, is he 33 now? He's either 33 or 34. Like, he's getting up there in years. Like, he could still be productive.
But he needs...
You're going to hold your nose and draft Mike Evans because you're going to be worried about hamstring injuries all the time.
He needs to get the drug test and then take the BPC 157. That's the peptide. It just heals soft tissue injuries. And for whatever reason, they're banning it from the NFL and like the Olympics.
All right, coming up next, JP mentioned it, Dave Richard, fantasy football expert for CBS Sports. He'll join us to talk about your upcoming fantasy drafts. That's coming up next, right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, thinking about selling your home? Then you're probably wondering, well, how do I get the most money possible when I sell? Well, let me tell you about Gary. Gary was relocating out of the country, and while timing mattered, he didn't want a quick sale at the expense of his equity. Nobody wants that. He wanted top dollar for his home. So Gary called Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Team with Keller Williams. They put a strategic pricing and marketing plan behind Gary's home, designed to create strong buyer interest and put him in the best position for a great sale. The result? Gary's home sold for $23,000 over the asking price and went under contract in just 6 days. Now, your situation may be completely different, but if you're going to sell one of your biggest financial assets, shouldn't you have a strategy designed to get you the most money possible? So sell with certainty, people. Your home sold guaranteed. Use the winning strategy to get your home sold. Call Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Team right now. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
The Nationals dropped last night's matchup with the Rockies 13-1, ending the night with Jorbit Vivas on the mound. Andres Chaparro provided the only bit of offense, and it was a solo homer in the second inning. No other way around it, the Nationals have now fallen to an MLB worst 7-17 in the month of August. Blake Gutierrez said after the game that the team just felt flat, and he didn't think that they played as hard as they normally do. Moving over to the NFL, it is the end of an era. The NFL played its All-Star game in the form of the Pro Bowl from 1951 to 2022 before they introduced the Pro Bowl games, which was a flag football contest. Now the NFL is getting rid of Pro Bowl activities altogether. The NFL announced that they will eliminate the Pro Bowl, but Pro Bowl honors will still go to 88 players, no alternates. In place of a Pro Bowl or Pro Bowl games, players selected to the Pro Bowl will be invited to LA for a celebration in February. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCannell, The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. When you hear the Hoff banging out this tune on these airwaves, you know that Dave Richard is on the other end of the line, fantasy football expert from CBSSports.com. Dave, it's been too long. How are you, buddy?
Oh, I love hearing that music. I've gone 7 months without hearing Hasselhoff, and now here I am hearing it again. It must be football season. It must be fantasy season. And it must be the Junkies. It is awesome to talk to you guys.
You should throw it out there, Dave, though. You can call into the show. You know, we do an open line Thursday. Every Thursday during the summer, you can call us if you want.
All right. I'll keep that in mind for next summer.
Have a surprise call from Dave would be awesome.
He could do that, but he's a busy man. But I know that
what am I going to talk about with you guys? I mean,
that's why it's open lines. You can talk about anything.
Talk about life.
Yeah. All right. Maybe I'll have some problems by then.
But I love hearing your voice because obviously it means something.
I need help paying tuition. Both of my kids are going to Miami.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah.
I'm going to need to win a lot of leagues.
Miami's a private school, correct?
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
So they still have in-state versus out-of-state, no?
I don't know. Do they?
No, it doesn't. You could literally live across the street from campus. It's a private
tuition.
One tuition price. There's no difference. Interesting.
No, not even for alumni that have a handful of Twitter followers. They don't care one bit.
That is a
I think
nightmare.
one of them got like a $1,000 grant. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it's not going to help very much.
My brother went to the U. He loved it. It's a great school.
I think he did too.
Yeah,
So it sounds like
it's a fantastic place.
Yeah. How far away do you live from the U?
I mean, should we just give everybody my address? I'm about an hour.
Oh, okay.
About an hour away.
Sure, give us the address.
You'll make them live at home.
Yeah, you can't do that. That real college experience, living at home.
Well, Dave, I obviously texted you a few days ago. I have a draft tomorrow at 5. It's a 10-team league, Superflex, PPR, all that jazz.
Love it.
And I have the number 1 pick, and I was thinking that Dave was going to tell me to go, to Gibbs or Robinson or one of the RBs, but he said, no. He goes, I like Josh Allen there. And Cakes and I were talking about it in a Superflex. Obviously, quarterbacks are very valuable, but and he was also talking to me about possibly taking Gibbs. But you say I should take Josh Allen, number 1 overall.
I think that there's a slam dunk at quarterback that you can't really say with all the other quarterbacks that are out there. And the stats back me up. He's had north of 25 fantasy points per game each of the last 5 years, something like that. And this is an offense that is evolving in Buffalo. Joe Brady was the play caller. Now he's the head coach and play caller. He's been with Josh Allen for much of the last 3 seasons. And I just can't help but buy into Josh Allen and all the great things he does. And there's talk that he's going to throw more. They just got him DJ Moore.
Yep.
And DJ Moore is going to be good enough to be a number 1 wide receiver for that team. It looks like he was miscast in Chicago, and he could have a bounce-back season. Khalil Shakir is going to be the number 2 wide receiver, and I think that's a role that's great for him. Like that's a receiver I want to have on my fantasy bench because his targets are going to be easier to come by now. He's probably going to have the same amount of targets that he had last year, might be more efficient on them. And then Dalton Kincaid, James Cook, those guys are going to help out in the passing game. And then, of course, Josh Allen, when you get in the red zone, it's inevitable. He's going to go into the end zone and score double-digit touchdowns like he does pretty much every year. And so the question is, how comfortable are you with other quarterbacks? And if you look at the list of quarterbacks this year, I think there are 15 quarterbacks. If week 1 were tonight, or starting tonight, there are 15 quarterbacks that I could look at and say, all right, I'm cool starting them in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Some people might have a higher number. Some people might have a lower number. But in the Superflex League, when that number's 15 and not 20, you need to start taking quarterbacks a little bit early. I like taking at least 1 with my first 3 picks. And because you're picking first overall, you have a chance to get the diamond of them all, and that's Josh Allen.
Dave, since we're talking quarterbacks, done deal. What is your assessment and your expectation for Jaden Daniels this season?
Well, before training camp started, it was very positive. I liked the idea of changing offenses and David Blau running, more of a West Coast style offense and keeping Jaden under center. And we're going to see a lot of that across the NFL as teams are adjusting to what defenses are doing and how they can capitalize on play action, making it look like they're running the ball and then throwing a pass downfield. They're trying to create explosive plays. And I think that would have been good. But, boy, if that offensive line is a problem for Washington, and I know that's in the news now, it's kind of been on my mind ever since Tunsil got hurt. Mm-hmm. It's going to be problematic, and we've seen it before. Like, if Jaden's going to take a lot of hits, I don't know if he can play 17 games. So I'm nervous now, even though they've got Stephon Diggs, even though Terry McLaurin is back and there's no issues, there's no holdout, there's no injuries, he should be good. I'm a little bit nervous about the upside hitting for the Commanders' offense this year because of the offensive line. We've seen it so many times in the NFL. When that offensive line starts to break down, the entire team follows. It's like water going down a drain. It just circles, and then goes right down, and it's just a mess.
Dave, I have the number 4 and number 6 pick in my 2 most important drafts, full point PPR. Good. I feel like I have to take Christian McCaffrey if he's there in both leagues, but I'm a little bit worried about the fact that he had 413 touches in 2025, and when he gets that number of touches the next year, he tends to get banged up. Like, can I risk it by picking McCaffrey at that point that early in drafts?
I wouldn't. And your number's wrong. It's 450. You're not thinking about the playoff games that he had.
Yeah.
So not only did he not play 17 games, he played 19 games. And not only did he have 413 touches, he had 450 touches. Mm-hmm. And the track record of running backs over the last decade and a half, when they've had 400-plus touches, the following year, at least half of them drop off by at least 20% due to injuries or other factors. And then of the remaining 50%, half of those guys are about as good, and the other half are maybe a little bit better. I think the odds are stacked against him. Don't forget that he's 30. He's already dealt with an injury this training camp. And the 49ers have added a lot to their passing game. I think they want to take work off of Christian McCaffrey's shoulders. They got Mike Evans. They drafted Deshaun's dribbling. How about in the draft? They drafted Indiana's running back, Kalen Black. They're going to try and take work off of McCaffrey. Last year, he had a career high with the Niners in targets. It's like 7 targets per game. That was his career high by almost 2 targets per game. That number is going to come down. The touchdowns could come down. And it just makes me nervous to take him that early in a draft. If you want to say you want to take him in round 1, I'm not going to fight you on it, even though I'm worried about it. Mm-hmm. Back half of the draft, back half of round 1, I should say, that's okay for McCaffrey. But those first 6 picks, dude, you're guaranteed one of the top 2 running backs or one of the top 4 wide receivers, and you said it was full PPR.
Yep.
That's a slam dunk for me. I'm staying away from Christian McCaffrey. One last thing. The last 2 times that McCaffrey's had at least 380 or more touches in the season, he's gotten hurt quick the following year. And in one of those years, it took him 2 seasons to come back from injuries.
What other RBs are you kind of worried about going into this year?
I'm worried about Breece Hall. And I know that everybody's a little more optimistic because Honestly, I don't even really know why. It's the Jets. They've been a bottom 5 scoring offense 6 of the last 7 seasons. Breece Hall is a great player, but Frank Reich has this long track record of using multiple running backs, one on running downs, one on passing downs. We've already heard from Aaron Glenn multiple times this offseason that he wants to use 3 running backs. He said that last year, and he meant it last year. One of the guys got hurt. Breece Hall had 17 touches per game last year. Okay, that's pretty close to a workhorse role. He averaged 13 PPR points per game. He had a bunch of games under 10 PPR points. So he certainly makes me worried as somebody who won't be able to return value. I don't know why people are drafting TreVeyon Henderson as early as they are. I think they're expecting him to have a second-year breakout. Last year at this time, I was hyped about TreVeyon. I remember watching him go up against the Commanders, enjoy practice, and he looked good.
Mm-hmm.
This training camp, he's not doing anything. In fact, the reports out of New England, rather, are saying that he's not getting better at pass protection. His vision isn't that good. Meanwhile, Ramondre Stevenson has a role in the red zone offense. It's turning into a nightmare for TreVeyon Henderson. I don't know why people are drafting him as early as they are. I think you should wait to take him probably like round 7, not round 5. And Jalen Warren's going to be in a timeshare with Rico Dowdle. I know we're used to seeing Jalen Warren as the primary back in Pittsburgh, but what I've heard out of training camp and what the reports have been out of training camp is that Rico Dowdle has been a little bit better. It's going to be an ambiguous backfield. Dowdle can catch the ball too. And so when Aaron Rodgers is throwing to his running backs, it's not going to be Jalen Warren all the time. I think Dowdle should be drafted ahead of Warren in fantasy drafts.
Hey, Dave, I know you were at this team's camp recently, the Jacksonville Jaguars. How do you handicap Bashal Tutin? Where do you pick him? Is his job completely safe from Chris Rodriguez, who we know from his time here in Washington? How do you approach Tutin in drafts?
I really want to say that Tutin's going to be awesome because when I see a running back like Chris Rodriguez who can stay with a team for low cost, low salary, and the team lets him go, like that's a sign to me. And then the fact that he went to Jacksonville and he's rotating in practice with Bashal Tutin makes me nervous about Bashal Tutin's upside. So I'm really trying to get him in round 6. If I have to reach into round 5 to get a running back with some upside, he would be one of the guys that I would go for. I would take him ahead of Jonathan Brooks, for example. I know everybody's all excited about Jonathan Brooks coming back. I'd rather have the young running back with 2 healthy knees than the one with 1 healthy knee, and in a better offense in Jacksonville, too. Watching him at training camp, speed is there. When he runs, he's definitely willing to get physical. He can burst through one hit and stay on his feet and needs multiple defenders to take him down. I just worry about, will he get goal line touchdowns? Will he play on passing downs? Those are 2 things you need to have if you want to have a great running back in fantasy. If you're not scoring a lot of touchdowns and if you're not catching a lot of passes, then you're going to get a lot of yards, but yards isn't the end-all, be-all, obviously, for fantasy football. We've seen it time and time again. Running backs get 1,000 yards, and then they only have like 3 touchdowns on top of it. They end up being low-end number 2 running backs. I'm drafting Tutin like he's going to be a number 2 low-end running back.
Dave, real quick, we've got about a minute left. Which round should I be eyeing Brock Bowers and Trey McBride?
Rounds 2 and 3, and it depends on the format for me. I'm still a believer in Trey McBride. It's been very trendy in fantasy circles to take Bowers over McBride because of the new offense in Arizona. Bowers doesn't have any competition for targets, but I think Trey McBride is awesome. And I think Mike LaFleur knows what he's got in Trey McBride, and he will find ways to use him. Will he get as many targets as last year? No. But he could still score double-digit touchdowns and still catch a ton of passes. Early round 3, I would put the green light up for those guys.
Okay.
Dave, thanks as always. We have to run because we have to talk to Nikki Javala from The Athletic about how poor the Commanders' offensive line looked against the Ravens yesterday in Owings Mills. So
I'll be listening. That's important information.
Yes, it is. Dave, thanks as always.
Buddy.
We'll have you
talk
on
to you
weekly
soon, Dave.
during the season. Good to talk to you, man.
Great talking to you guys. Good luck in your drafts this coming weekend.
Thanks,
Yes,
man.
sir.
That
Thanks,
is
buddy.
Dave Richard at Dave Richard on Twitter. As I mentioned, Nikki Javala from The Athletic. She was at the Ravens Commanders joint practice yesterday. She joins us next.
It's your boy Bish. It's back to school time. It means kids have homework finally. Bringing it home. Finally have football back. It's actually starting tonight. FCS starts tonight. Can you believe it? It's here. And my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Bayer Subaru, they've definitely done their summer homework as well. Right now you can score a new 2026 Crosstrek or a Forester both with just 1.9% APR for 36 months. That's a great deal. Or go deep in a new 2026 Outback, 1.9% APR for 72 months. And here's something else these guys are really getting back to school season correct. Through the Subaru Loves Learning Initiative, Bayer Subaru is adopting Ferdinand T. Day Elementary School right there in Alexandria. They're providing teachers with flexible funding to help them get the school supplies and classroom resources they need, giving local kids a better shot to start the school year off strong. So do what I did. Head on over to Bayer Subaru. It's right off Richmond Highway in downtown Alexandria. Make sure you tell them Bish sent you in, or check them out online, BayerSubaru.com.
Let's head back out to the Rude Guest Hotline, where we're joined by Nikki Jobvala, Commanders reporter for The Athletic. She had, to steal a Mike Marr phrase, boots on the ground at Owings Mills yesterday for the Ravens-Commanders joint practice.
She had the phrase of the day, too.
Well, she had the tweet heard around the world.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
She
Nikki,
did.
good morning.
Nikki, I tried to
how are you guys?
Hey, Nikki.
We're doing well. So this was the tweet that rankled the fan base.
Yeah.
This is the worst I've ever seen the Commanders' offense in years.
Ever.
Inoperable offensive line. It's got 930 retweets, 4.5K likes, and 317 comments. Have you had to hire round-the-clock security to keep the HTTC weirdos at bay at this point?
I've kind of just not looked at Twitter on purpose. Just the less I know, the better. But yeah, that's not the one I expected to really take off. But okay, whatever floats your boat.
That's what you saw. I mean, that was your opinion.
Hey, not just her. I mean, everybody
other
was kind
people
of
said that
chiming
too.
in.
Yeah.
So let's talk.
It was bad.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how we got there. So the Tunsil thing, it is what it is. It's I don't even consider
Can't
him
talk
the
about him
starting
anymore.
left tackle anymore. Consider it Brandon Coleman. It's over.
Right.
And I think Coleman will be okay. He's not Tunsil, but I think he'll be okay. They won 14 games with him largely in there, so I'm okay with that. Yesterday, now I'm a diehard fan. Just so you know, Nikki, I can't be objective like you. I'm just a fan. So I'm looking at it, and on the bright side, and by the way, as a diehard fan, I do think they're going to miss the playoffs before they had Laramie, because when the schedule came out, it traumatized me. I still haven't gotten over it. I don't know how we overcome this schedule, and I like our pieces. But yesterday, if I'm trying to look at the bright side, I go, okay, 40% of our projected starting offensive line at this point, take Tunsil out, wasn't there. These guys they haven't practiced together. Offensive line, everybody knows, beyond just sort of the strength and technique is communication. That obviously is a disaster. Couldn't even execute snaps. Got a rookie in there, just probably scared poopless. So that would be my optimistic take. The negative take would be, man, this is what we got. Like, if you've got, is Allegretti really going to hold up 17 games? I mean, these offensive linemen, they're in car crashes every play, right? This might actually be what we got.
Yep. What do you think?
I mean, having earned the reputation of negative Nikki over the last 3 months or so, somehow, I think you have to look at it like this. Like, Sam Cosmi wasn't in there. He's a huge piece of it, and that's a temporary loss. It was an illness.
Right. Yeah.
But you have to count out Laramie Tunsil at this point. Yep. Maybe later in the season, if there's a playoff push and he's healthy and cleared, maybe there's a chance. But you have to rule that out. So you got Brandon Coleman. You got Chris Paul at left guard. You have somebody at center. It could be either of those two guys, unless they bring in somebody else. And if Allegretti is not healthy in time, you have to look at it that way, because that's the reality. I mean, he's been out for almost the entirety of camp, Allegretti, and there's still no clear timetable of his return, and the season is 2.5 weeks away. And that's a calf injury. That is not something you mess with. I mean, I hate to even put this in the universe, but we've seen what calf injuries can lead to.
Yeah.
And you never want to take that risk. So you got the center position in question. Right guard Cosmi will be back, and then right tackle is Connerly. So there's a very decent chance that 4 of those 5 guys that were playing yesterday will be in there in week 1. So, yes, there are backups, but that's what you got right now. And my thinking was Cosmi, undoubtedly a big piece, but if the drop-off in play is that steep without him, that says everything about your depth. Yeah. And it's very, very thin right there. And I don't think that there's any denying that on the interior line. Like, they don't have the depth they need at guard, and they still don't have an answer at center. You hope Allegretti can get healthy and that he's, a good center and maybe even an upgrade over Biotish, but we don't know yet.
All right, that's what I wanted to hone in and drill in on how we got here, because we can kind of debating this a little bit too. Yeah. It kind of surprised those of us that, I'm a diehard fan, but I can't evaluate offensive line play unless you pancake somebody. Like, I don't know. So I thought Biotish was fine. I didn't know they didn't particularly care for him. They got rid of him with a quickness, right? They were, boom, we're done. See ya. And then my assumption was they were going to go with Allegretti, who's filled in at times, and I thought been okay. And the narrative that I get from you people that cover the team is he's a better communicator. The guys love him. He recognizes things at the line of scrimmage. And then I'm just assuming technique-wise and strength-wise he can handle it. That's kind of what was going into my brain. JP, my colleague here, is kind of taking the tack, well, they did it because they thought they were going to upgrade with Linderbaum. And then they went out and whiffed on Linderbaum. And so they're settling with Allegretti. Where's the truth in all of that?
I think both things can be true. I think they do like Allegretti, making the calls at the line. That was, if you listen to Dan Quinn and what he said about Julian Good-Jones and Matt Golban, those were the first things he mentioned is they know the system, they make the right calls at the line. I think, read into it what you will, that was important. But they also wanted to upgrade that position, and with the center market the way it was this offseason and free agency, that they thought they could. Now, they weren't willing to pay $27 million for a center, and I agree with that decision. That's a lot of money to allot to that one position, especially when, most of your roster is turning over annually. And, oh, by the way, you do have that big quarterback contract looming, so you want to maximize the roster while you can. So I agree with that decision, but there are also two parts to this. If you want to get rid of Biotish, okay. I can get behind that, but there should be a plan in place. And if you're not, there should also be a backup to that plan in place. If you're not going to get Linderbaum, if for some reason that market gets out of whack, which, to me, $27 million for a center is sort of out of whack, then what? And I never got word that they pursued anybody else aside from Linderbaum to that extent, really. So they really did feel like Allegretti was ready, and I don't disagree with that decision either. But then you look at your depth there, and they didn't have it. They don't have it. We don't know what Matt Golban can be. He's a 6th-round rookie at this point, just kind of thrown into the fire. But outside of Allegretti, they don't have anybody with experience, period, on the line. Julian Good-Jones has played 2 offensive snaps in his career.
Right. So don't you think it's pretty much 100% lock because of all of those facts that you just threw out there? They've got to go out and find somebody, either a free agent or make a trade.
They have to.
They've got to.
I think
They've got to do it,
Either
right?
sign somebody who's a free agent or claim off waivers. The one benefit they have is they're number 7 in the waiver priority list.
That helps.
So they're.
Is it a five-alarm fire over there right now? Are there pants
panicking?
on fire, hairs on fire, all the cliches? Nobody went home last night, and they're meeting, trying to figure out how do we salvage this before it gets crazy. Are they losing their minds, or are they taking the tack? No, 40% of our offensive line wasn't there. We're going to be okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't get the sense that they're losing their minds because they've known what their offensive line is for quite some time. This is not new. The way they played yesterday was, exceptionally bad, but they've seen what they have at center with Nick Allegretti being out for most of camp. They know what they have on the interior line, and they haven't rushed into anything. I think they're, from just reading between the tea leaves, I think they're of the mind that, okay, let's see what, comes out of waiver cuts and, consider all our options then. Because there are a number of competitions across the league at center. Buffalo is one that I'm kind of watching closely because they have, a young guy that could be pushed out just out of numbers.
Right.
In the Texans, Tennessee Titans, they have another competition. So there will be centers available, and they'll just have to kind of figure out what makes the most sense.
Nikki, the Twitter keyboard warriors have already deemed Sonny Styles a bust. Even though he hasn't played one regular season snap. What have your takeaways been from Sonny Styles through the preseason games, through training camp so far?
Yeah, I feel like, that's sort of ridiculous. It is a lot ridiculous, actually. Yeah, I love the dissections of all 14 of his snaps in the preseason opener. That was fantastic. But I think, for one, they're not really doing a whole lot on defense at this point in the preseason. They're not game planning or anything. But then you also step back, he's a rookie just kind of thrown in. Yes, he's a first-round rookie with exceptional talent. He has the perfect frame and build for what you want at that position. And And there's a reason he was drafted as high as he was. But that doesn't mean he steps in day one and it, lights the world on fire, And you have to think about kind of what they're looking for in preseason. Some of it is designed to be the way that it is. So I don't read into any of that. I think he'll be just fine. I think there is some getting used to, for any rookie just stepping in the pro speed, you're playing with grown men at this point. It's different. And then especially at that position, when you take on the added responsibility of relaying the calls, because, Frankie Luva has been wearing the green dot primarily, but Sonny Styles will also wear it. So whenever Luva is off the field, it's probably going to go to Sonny. That requires more thinking. And a lot of times guys end up thinking more and not playing fast and freely. And I think that's what they're waiting to see happen with him. And I think it will happen. It just, takes more than 14 snaps.
A quick question. I just, again, in a mild panic over the offensive line, just mild. When you're watching that joint scrimmage, because I'm assuming, look, there's some time, and these guys are all geniuses. Not every team is perfect, right? In fact, no team is perfect. They all have holes. They scheme around things. So, obviously, if the offensive line is an issue, they're going to be chipping more. They're going to have 2 tight ends, all that crap. Are they doing that in the joint practice, or is it just mano-a-mano? You take your guy, we got to see what we got.
No, they've been playing with multiple tight ends in there. They've been chipping.
All of that.
It's not as physical, obviously, as live games. But they've put complete fronts out there. Like it's
just not good.
And it's really it's really just a center position. And I don't mean to pick on Matt and Julian. They've been thrown into a tough situation, but that is the glaring weakness. Chris Paul had sort of an up and down camp, but I think over the last week and a half, he's been pretty solid. He was good in one-on-ones. Brandon Coleman has been solid at left tackle. Connerly, whenever I watch him, he's always better in like team drills or games than he is one-on-ones. But he's been okay, and Cosme's had an exceptional training camp. And he's huge, and he's one of the strongest guys I've seen, and he is a really, really good player. And it shows that he's back to full strength.
Good.
It's just that center position, and they got to find a way to fill it in and get some depth, because you just don't know what Allegretti is going to be like with this injury going into the season.
Joined by Nikki Javala, Commanders reporter for The Athletic. Is it fair to say that the offensive line is going to make or break this season?
I feel like that every season. I feel like your offense can only go so far as this front five. If you don't have the protection, if you can't get the run game going, it inherently starts with that group. But with it being the way that it is now, yeah, definitely. I think Washington right now has the luxury of Jaden Daniels. We saw that on the last play, from practice on Wednesday. He just lobbed this absolute beauty, like from his back foot. He's got 2 edge rushers, barreling towards him. Probably would have been clobbered if they were allowed to hit. And just throws an absolute dime to Antonio Williams. And that just shows like he is that type of quarterback that can mask a lot of these deficiencies. He can overcome a lot.
Right.
But that, again, speaks to kind of where they're at as a line, because even he kind of struggled to get past what was happening yesterday. Their second series, I think it was, batted pass, drop pass. It was just, you can't run much there.
I noticed. I've loved. I didn't know Antonio Williams before we drafted him. Then I looked at all the highlights and I went, "Oh my god, I love the way this guy moves, the way he gets off the line of scrimmage." And I understood it at first. I want big receiver. I want bigger. And then I looked at it and I went, "Oh, I get it. Look at this guy's wiggle. This guy's a freak." Somebody said, I think it was my buddy George Carmi, like online guy, but really covers the team really well, and he said he's getting the vibe they're kind of hiding him like they did McLaurin in his rookie year, and that he's going to have a really big impact. Is that he might be onto something, huh?
I think he could be a really good player, and I'm with you. Like I totally underestimated him, and I feel stupid for that.
Yeah.
But it's true. I also looked at the size. I still think they could use some height there, especially
Right.
since they don't have it, a ton at tight end with Ertz gone. But he's just a smooth player. He glides. I mean, to me, Diggs is very similar. Just he can run as fast as he can vertical as he can, side to side, which is just, I look at them like, how is that physically possible?
Right.
But he's just so smooth. And some guys can just grab anything that's close to them. I mean, he makes catches look easy that I'm looking at and like, did that just happen?
Right.
But he's a very good receiver, very polished receiver. So yeah, if he can hold up, I'm still a little iffy on the size, but if he can hold up, I think he could be really good.
Nikki, thanks as always for the time. We definitely appreciate it. Keep your head on a swivel out there in those Commanders reporting streets, okay?
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks,
All right,
guys.
that's
Nick.
Nikki Javala,
He's really good.
Commanders reporter for The Athletic. She was there in Owings Mills for the joint practice between the Ravens and the Commanders. Coming up at 9:20, we will talk Virginia Tech football with Brent Pry, their former head coach. He's now the defensive coordinator. He'll join us coming up at 9:20.
All right, guys. It's all about Daisy dips, Daisy French onion dip, Daisy ranch dip. It's delicious, great tasting. Made with ingredients you can find in your very own kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. I love them. Typically, I would have them with chips, but now trying to eat a little healthier, having them with veggies, wings. You're going to love it too. Go down that grocery aisle where you get your other dips and your sour creams and make sure you pick up some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip. You're going to love it.
When Jed York was pulled over by the cops in East Palestine, Ohio, the other day, I think that's the correct town.
I think it's called East Palestine.
Palestine, okay.
I know very little about Ohio.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Can you imagine what was going through his freaking head when he was pulled over?
He looked completely frazzled.
The last thing he looked like was an NFL owner.
Yeah, because
the last thing he looked like.
He was dressed like legitimately he was going to play like just go to like a casino and sit down at the 1-3 table. Like he just was wearing like athletic shorts, an ill-fitting Yankees t-shirt.
Right.
And man, the Freedom of Information Act, that really if you get busted trying to solicit a hooker and the body cam footage comes out, it's never going to be good. And it certainly wasn't good for Jed York. And there's also the report from Forbes and I believe the San Francisco Chronicle that he was trying to negotiate with, the prostitute
who was a cop
to pay an extra $20 to do it unprotected.
Right.
I mean, look, guys, of course, they want to be unprotected because it feels better. But with a prostitute.
Right. That's the last thing you want to do.
That's where you should be.
Could that be risky?
It's
like playing Russian roulette.
I mean, that is very risky behavior from one Jed York.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't care, and he's probably done it before.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't
clearly
care.
doesn't care.
And he's probably paid hookers an extra $40 to do it.
He did care when the cop opened his door and undid his seatbelt for him and then handcuffed him up against his vehicle and then sat him in the back of the cop
I can't
car.
even imagine what was going through his head. OS. What the F is happening?
Then there's a video of the cop accounting through his money.
Yeah.
Just a bad look overall.
I mean, he looks terrible.
I mean, you wouldn't think that he would dress so slovenly.
I know.
You know what I mean? But you're going to get a hooker. You don't want to look like the owner of the Niners.
You're going to wear a tux.
Cakes was like, how come he's wearing a Yankee shirt? Well, you want him to wear a Niners hat?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean?
But it almost sounds like he's like distancing himself literally from the Niners because it sounds like he's moved back to Ohio. He's not living in California right now.
It's just an asset. It might just be an asset for him.
Maybe. Could be.
Well, he's got those 20s. They found all those 20s. Who's going to give the hooker?
Well, now he has to suffer a lifetime of embarrassment.
Correct.
Because he got busted for it, and it's all over the internet. That video will live on forever.
Would you suffer that lifetime of embarrassment for $1 billion?
Yes,
you would.
100%. I would tell my family.
Because
I'd gather us, at a nice place for dinner and say, "Look, there's gonna be a damning, embarrassing video coming out, but the upside is we're all set for life, baby. We got $1 billion, so we'll suffer some embarrassment. There'll be a rough patch, but then after that, smooth sailing.
They'll never look at you the same.
It's okay.
That's true.
It's fine.
You're okay with your kids disrespecting you.
It would
because their portfolios
thoroughly
are going to
embarrassing.
be swollen. They're going to have
You're
long,
so money driven.
Their money's going to be long like train smoke, like Jason Williams said back in the day. Yes, for $1 billion, I would suffer that indignity. 100%. Sign me up.
Amy would look at you so differently.
That's okay. It's fine. You know what? She'll get over it at some point.
So York
She might never sleep with you again.
Hold on. Are you talking about like actually doing the deed or just having a video of me approaching a prostitute?
Everything that happened right there.
What you're asking me, would I do that for $1 billion wheeled in here on a pallet? The answer is unequivocally yes.
Might ruin your marriage.
Not going to ruin
your
my
marriage. Might be over. She would say, whoa.
You wouldn't do it for $1 billion?
Your wife would
You're lying if you're saying you wouldn't do it for $1 billion.
Your wife would forgive you for trying to get a prostitute?
I would
probably have gotten.
So you can't preface it by saying it was a deal. It happens.
Oh,
in
it
life.
happens, and now I have to explain
Yes.
it. No. My explanation would be, here's what it would be. Here's my explanation.
Right. One.
No
bill.
explanation.
What do you mean no explanation?
You get the $1 billion after. You just have to deal with that.
This is my explanation. Afterwards, after the fact, I'm gonna take the slings and arrows at first, but then eventually I'm gonna say that was very embarrassing. It's a horrible video. It's not a good look for the fam. But we now have a net worth of $1 billion. To me, worth it. I can't speak for the rest of you.
Might not be worth it for your wife, though.
It would be worth it to my wife. Trust me.
Well, I don't think he has to worry because he's either divorced or he filed for divorce.
He's going through a divorce.
Yeah. So he's got some stuff going on.
He's doing a divorced person bit where now he's kind of like he's spiraling. Not saying every person that gets divorced spirals, but his course of action a little bit extreme.
So he was texting back and forth with what he thought was the prostitute, and it was an actual cop.
That's just brutal. That's just.
And the cop probably said, "Here, meet me here or wherever," and that's where he was driving, and then that's where
it has to be some sort of compulsion, maybe, because I saw, I think it was yesterday, 9 or 10 guys busted in Fairfax for soliciting. Now this is different, soliciting underage kids online.
Right.
I mean that's
well, they just have issues.
That's next level depravity.
Correct.
So some guys just that's the way they're wired. I guess
so.
He's wired.
So JP, you're the lawyer.
Try to get with a hooker.
Where is the crime if he actually hasn't given the prostitute money yet, and he hasn't had sex with her yet?
I guess they have evidence of solicitation, though, right?
Yeah.
Well,
he's trying to set up
and intent.
He offered.
Yeah, he's arranging it. It's clear he's arranging.
That's why it's a misdemeanor. Because
which means, I guess, why they bumped it down or why he pled down, and they wanted him to plead down.
And it would be like this: you're planning a murder. You've bought the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You've bought the bullets. You go to the spot. You're casing the joint.
Mm-hmm.
You have a letter which says, "I hate this guy. I'm going to kill this guy," and they stop you right before. They're going to be able to get you.
I saw it's the same as the dude. This is a horned up, had to be a 50-year-old guy who shows up with a woman that he's seen dancing on TikTok, who allegedly is 16 years old. She's posing as 16-year-old, but she's clearly like an undercover cop. She lets the horny guy in who's got his T-shirt tucked into his cargo shorts. I mean, he looks like he's 60 years old. And he claims that he's just there to have her do a dance for him. Right. All he wants to do is get with the 16-year-old.
Correct.
You know, like the guy walks in and confronts me. He's like, I just want her to do a dance for me. Sure you did.
You watched the trailer of the Robert Pattinson movie where he plays Chris Hansen?
I've only heard what Valdez has played, the clips here.
He sounds just like him.
He does sound
I saw the
like
trailer.
him.
I don't know if I'm going to be into that movie. I wasn't a huge To Catch a Predator guy. Some people loved watching that show.
A lot of perverts in here.
I mean, I didn't watch it religiously, but it would be interesting.
Pretty redundant.
Yeah, it's a fun watch. Just seeing the guy squirm as soon as Chris Hansen comes into the frame. It's quality cinema.
Yeah, it's shocking how many like freaky people there are.
I know,
and especially like people that should be above it. Married people with certain jobs. I don't know, slander.
But you shouldn't be approaching 15-year-olds when you're 30.
They're also a bunch of losers.
Oh yeah,
a lot of losers
you expect.
Yes,
it's the one where you see the happily married dad with 3 kids,
the 45-year-old businessman.
Yeah, or
a lot of ne'er-do-wells in those videos,
or religious figures
down on their lucks.
It's just awful.
What'd you make of the conversation with Nikki Javala? I put up the Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail. It's made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. And there are 3 choices: extremely concerning, somewhat concerning, or no big deal. That she's described the offense as inoperable.
Can't imagine anybody's going to say no big deal.
Right now, there's 3% no big dealers.
Yeah. I just voted on somewhat concerning. That has 37% of the vote.
I think she kind of agreed with most of us because you can't really grade it from what they did yesterday because you assume Allegretti and Cosme are going to be there for week 1.
Now, Cosme played in the preseason game, right? Allegretti didn't.
Cosme played, and Cosme was only in there for the first 3 plays, and he said he wanted to be out there longer. But yes, he was.
And one of the plays, I mean, really, it was 2 passing plays. Mm-hmm. Both times, Jaden was pressured, took 1 sack. The other one was the incompletion. One of them was the tight end missing a block.
Yes, it was. I believe it was Bates.
But the operation didn't look good.
Bates and Chig missed blocks.
Yeah, right. But the outcome wasn't good. But it was only 3 plays.
Now, Chig, I can give a slight pass for missing a block.
He shouldn't be blocking, according to you.
He should have his hands out here waiting for a football to be delivered to him.
Right.
John Bates should have his here. Okay,
Right.
It's way different. John Bates should get a demerit for missing the block. Chig, he gets a pass because he's my guy.
Well, I mean, he's still it's fine. That the good part about that play is John Bates is good. And he's a proven blocker. So, they're not perfect. He botched that one. That's one that I don't worry about.
I chalk it up to rust because Bates missed some time with an injury.
Could be. I mean,
Well,
guys
he's
get
rusty.
beat. The other guys are good, too. They get beat sometimes.
Yeah, it happens.
Even the best ones get beat.
But Cosme did say, I wish we were out there longer.
Right.
He did say that.
Here is one thing I got to give the guy, I think his name, oh, darn it. It's the guy that does the Locked On Commanders pod. It's Harrison? Is it George Harrison? Whatever the guy's name is, I want to give him his props. He gave this stat.
Oh, David Harrison.
David Harrison, thank you. That Justin Herbert, I think last year was sacked something like 80 times. Everybody knows their offensive line struggled, right?
Slater missed, I think, the whole season, if not most of the season.
Both of their tackles were out.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we have a similar type of year, in his entire career, Jaden has been hit behind the line of scrimmage 39 times. That would double this year if we have a year similar to what the Chargers had last year with Herbert, under duress the entire season. So, and Herbert's built a little bit better than Jaden.
Yeah, the concern there is the frame. I mean, you said you were terrified when he took the 1 sack.
Yes.
Herbert was
deep
sacked.
down, I'm not sure I'm convinced he can play a full season. In fact, I would probably bet he can't.
Yeah. Sacked 54 times, but hit.
Though he did as a rookie.
By a miracle, yeah. I'm
got lucky
more
with the
afraid
rib.
it was more of an outlier. I love him. I think he's a superstar. I just don't know if he can hold up.
All right, we'll do EB's entertainment page when we come back. Brent Pry, Virginia Tech's defensive coordinator. He'll join the show coming up at 9:20.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals dropped last night's matchup with the Rockies 13-1. Manager Blade Buteras said the Nats just looked flat, which is more than a fair assessment because they put up one run, just a solo homer for Andres Chaparro, on the worst team in the National League. We got the series finale today, first pitch 1:05. Of course, listen live right here on The Fan. Moving over to the NFL, Washington's struggling offensive line was without 3 of its 5 initial projected starters during Wednesday's spring practice, and it showed. The interior of the Commanders' offensive line had all sorts of problems against the Ravens. Jane Daniels himself didn't look bad. He was just often under so much pressure that it was difficult to judge anything that he did. After practice, several Washington players, including Jane Daniels, said that they were not pleased. But Daniels said that they have time to grow from this, and they will use this bad day as a learning opportunity before they start the regular season on the 13th of September. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
.1067 The Fan presents An Evening with Adam Peters. Join the Commanders general manager along with Grant and Danny for an exclusive season preview live at the Arlington Draft House. Get exclusive access and insights from the man making all the moves for the Burgundy and Gold. An Evening with Adam Peters, Thursday, September 3rd at 7 p.m. Tickets are on sale now at arlingtondrafthouse.com. You can also win a pair of tickets coming up at 9:45 when we play third stringer or country singer. Very difficult game.
Yeah.
It's a 50-50.
Mhm.
It's actually very easy, hopefully, to win. That's coming up at 9:45.
All righty.
But right now, it's time for EB's entertainment page.
What's your Ricky?
Oh, no. First, I got to do the read, Ricky.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The entertainment page is driven by BMW Fairfax. You know this. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you could check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. You might say, well, EB, how come you don't have the read? You know you're going to do it. Why don't you have the read? Well, because we're up to the last second prioritizing and collating the stories. This is a very up-to-date thing. I'm literally typing in, give me the latest, up to the, Valdez is giving me stories.
It's a well-oiled machine over here.
Yeah, I mean.
People don't know this.
And I got to prioritize. All right, so Tom Brady's in the news here, guys, and a couple things here. First of all, the New York Post is reporting, and this is the headline, page 6. Tom Brady is officially a leather pants guy.
So I was getting a lot of criticism about the leather pants.
All it took was one turn on the runway to make Tom Brady a leather pants guy. This dude, man, he likes his ADs, doesn't he? For as rich as he is.
I feel like leather pants, that's strictly the domain of like rock stars.
Yeah.
No, women.
Models.
Women. I know, it's not a guy thing.
Definitely for women. But
women look silly in leather pants.
Leather pants on women are silly.
Yes.
I'm with you, JP. They're silly.
How much would you have to wear?
Yeah, it accentuates.
How much would
the
you
positives.
have to charge someone to wear leather pants to the Nats game today?
Well, it's too hot.
How much would
but
somebody
like
have to
a
pay
football
me?
game?
Yeah, $100 if they had.
Do you do it for $100?
If they had leather pants right here, and all I had to do was walk down the street.
I feel like if
you'd have to go to the game,
wear
wearing
the
the
game
leather
for
pants.
2 hours. Sure,
I feel like if
$100.
a guy's wearing leather pants, the
He'll do
ass
anything.
cheeks
That
are
pays
cut
my
out.
parking for a month.
JP's bar is very low for getting joned on.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of joned
He doesn't
on leather
mind.
pants.
He doesn't mind being joned on. Listen, I think in fairness to Tom, he's doing a runway show for Gucci. I would say I don't watch these things. I've never watched one runway show in my life. But whenever I've seen clips, I don't think I would wear any of whatever person's wearing.
Yeah, I give him a pass for the runway show.
They're wearing wild stuff on runway.
My impression was he was wearing it outside of the runway show.
The only runway I care about is the one at the airport and making sure it's clear of another aircraft.
Correct.
It's the only runway I care about. Just have it nice and clear for takeoffs and landings. Let's not get the planes crisscrossed.
I would agree.
Okay. It's a big fear of mine.
Anyway, if anybody
so
wants to bring
often.
over some 34-32s,
leather pants, he'll do it for $100.
I don't know why I was thinking about this, but I was taking a shower after my sauna. And for whatever reason,
That would be hilarious if someone did pay him $100 to wear leather pants for 3 hours.
they got to bring the pants too.
I'm telling you,
I would actually pay you.
anytime I've ever seen a guy with leather pants, it's like somebody in the Village People, right? When they get the cheeks cut out or something. That's what you envision with guys in leather pants.
Yes.
I was in the shower and I don't know why I was thinking about this. For some reason, I was thinking about Tom Brady for a second.
You think about Tom Brady in the shower?
I'll tell you why.
Just lathering up?
Because I was thinking about Super Bowls and I was like, did he really win 7 Super Bowls? Like it wasn't general.
I've never thought about a Super Bowl when I'm naked in the shower.
I don't know why I was thinking about it, but for some reason I was obviously something I read or something, and I was like, that can't be right. You know what I mean? I was just like,
That's a crazy number.
It's a crazy number.
Yes.
It's
7 for 10.
It's an absolutely crazy number, and I think because maybe I was thinking about Kobe.
That's crazy.
This is bizarre. I was thinking about Kobe and how many championships he had won. I'd seen some piece
5.
where
Kobe
they were
had 5.
showing all
Kobe had
his
5.
championships and where that is relative to LeBron and Jordan and whatever. And then Brady gave it a mind. Like, he actually, like, you know what it is? Also, I saw there's a special I think the guy's name was Dwight Smith, and it was on ESPN, I think, or not. You know what? I don't know where it was. I think it was ESPN. And you don't realize it because he never won MVP, but he's the only guy to ever return 2 interceptions for a touchdown in a Super Bowl for Tampa Bay. Okay, back in the day when Gruden was there. Okay, 2, and he didn't get MVP. They gave it to to Dexter Jackson instead. He returned very late, the second one, and you could tell there's bitterness there. He assumed he was going to win MVP of the Super Bowl, and I was just thinking, that was just 1 Super Bowl, great performance. Tom Brady won 7. It's just putting it in context. If you actually think about it.
Yeah. Bill Belichick, 6.
It's an incredible career.
As head coach.
Yeah, that's why he goes out and wears leather pants.
He can wear leather
He
pants.
can wear whatever he wants.
Gets away with anything.
I mean, it's actually preposterous what he was able to accomplish in his career. Anyway, I know that
breaking news.
It's not
Tom Brady
breaking
was
news.
good.
Tom Brady silly.
It's not that it's breaking news. I just don't know that. Maybe people do really understand and really ponder it. Like 7 Super Bowls is just nutty. People will die for 1. Brady opened a new card store. I'm telling you, these card things, this is the real deal. It's like very rich people are using sports memorabilia, and I don't even know what you would call like Pikachu memorabilia or whatever. I don't know, just memorabilia. They're spending money on on these things. And he opened up a new Bay Area card store that has a lot of his investments and stuff that he's selling was broken into a week later.
Oh, really?
Now they're saying, I guess they stole 60 trading cards. Relatively speaking, got off easy. They only got about $12K worth of cards.
Have you sold some of your investments and bought AJ DeBonsa rookie pieces yet?
No,
he
because
hasn't.
they keep changing some of these rules of Bitcoin. Bitcoin might be going on a heater. It might be going on a heater.
It was down to 61. Now it's at 78, right?
78, 79.
Something like that.
So I think I'm going to have to hold on to Bitcoin. But I do think the Bonsa is just, I think he's almost a can't misser.
The Bonsa.
I think he's a can't misser at this point. There was a clip of him. I think he was playing out in Southern California.
Camp will be here
just
before you
doing
know it.
whatever he wanted.
Ooh, speaking of that,
camp starts September, right?
The Wizards teased, I think,
September 15th, I believe.
Like a new uniform possibility yesterday. I got my pants started stirring a little bit. There was a slight movement.
So we talked about the good controversy and just that self-inflicted wound there, where they just really just a bad decision between them and Callaway putting out that ad. Now I'm just totally against people canceling them over it. I think it's outrageous. I'm now calling on people to cancel Dick's, Golf Galaxy, and PGA Tour Superstore and Target maybe, because they're all removing temporarily at least good products because they're big wusses.
You're really in the tank for the good guys.
I'm in the tank for I'm just saying that I'm anti just canceling people for making a bad decision, and they apologize for it. Whatever, they botched it.
One of the guys just posted an 8-minute apology
Garrett,
video.
right?
Garrett just did
Yeah,
an
because he sees his net worth just plummeting. Plummeting right now.
There is an undercurrent of golf snobs out there that aren't necessarily for cancellation, and they know like good didn't really mean anything by it.
Yeah.
But they want to see good get canceled because they don't like it. They want to shrink that type of golf for the game.
Right.
Where you have golf bros that are out there playing loud music on your speaker.
Yeah, Valdez, loud music on your speaker.
Hooting and hollering on the course.
There's definitely jealousy over what these YouTube stars are making.
Yeah.
But also just that genre of golf is unappealing to a lot of golf traditionalists.
Like the golf geeks.
I could see that.
So they're not necessarily for cancellation, but they
don't mind them being knocked down a peg.
Yeah, they don't mind good disappearing.
Yeah, well,
it's a weird thing going on in the golf.
I mean, I don't mind
golf burnerverse.
I don't mind the good guys and those type of guys, the YouTubers. I just don't watch them. I just don't get into it.
That's fair.
But I don't want them canceled.
I don't seek them out.
I don't want them canceled.
But I'm very aware of who they are.
Yeah.
I don't seek them out. I'm very aware of who they are. And if they do something isolated that I might want to see, I might watch it.
I don't find it. I like YouTube golf, but I just don't find some of it entertaining. Like I don't.
Well, they keep doing the same stuff over and over. The break 50. I mean, we're getting very geeky.
I know
they're doing a lot of the same stuff over and over.
Now I do like when like Riggs goes against a hater who chirps him online, and wants to play him straight up because he thinks he has a poo swing.
Yeah,
and they're talking trash to each other for 18 holes.
It's compelling.
That's compelling.
Yeah. No, I like it. I generally, on the whole, like YouTube golf. I watch more YouTube than I do regular TV. The only thing I turn TV on for now these days is games.
Right.
Literally.
I watch games and news. That's all I watch.
Yeah.
Missing out on Furious. Well, you watch more than that because you watch shows.
Okay, but I watch on my computer. I'm just talking about sitting in my living room watching TV.
But they're network shows, though.
Yeah. I don't watch.
You're not watching Lioness on your TV. You're watching it on your computer.
I watch it on this computer right here.
You're the one with all the cracks.
Yeah.
Probably because
why don't you put it to the TV?
Because I sit there at the bar and I just sit right there. It's easy. No, I watch it in my kitchen.
In your kitchen?
Yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah. Wait, Cakes watches something.
And I have to
something weird.
And I got to put on. By the way, I have to put on my readers because I can't really see.
I watch YouTube on a big ass TV in my room.
Right.
Yeah. No, but you watch TV though, like it's a weird chair in your bedroom or something, right?
I watch it
that's
from
on a TV.
I watch it from my Archie Bunker chair directly next to my bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, he used to watch from his kitchen sometimes because he used to be close to his computer. This is way back.
Yeah.
So he could check his fantasy stats.
Well, always.
In his office.
I'm always second screening, JP. You know that.
Jason's watching action-packed shows like he's sitting at an airport waiting for his flight.
Yeah.
J-Max. It's the opposite of IMAX.
This guy totally doesn't need IMAX. I mean, it's just completely lost on him.
That's just wow to me. And Jason,
what I do.
how big's your TV in your living room?
Well, hold on, don't you have one in your kitchen? I think you do.
The kitchen overlooks the living room.
Let's be real. He probably doesn't know how to stream it to his TV.
No, I've done that before. I just when I log on, I just watch it right there. It's just easier
for him. He's used to it.
Yeah. I put my my earphones in there.
So it doesn't bother T?
Doesn't bother T.
Yeah, but don't you want to sit on the sofa and relax instead of
I'm relaxed. That's what I do.
Island table?
I know, but is it
Hey, you know what? If it makes you happy,
that's what
watch
it does.
Watch it on your beater computer.
This is going to sound like Archie Bunker because it kind of is like Archie Bunker.
Yeah.
But where I consume all of my media, and I have a media room, I don't even use it that much, is the couch, which literally has the outline of my ass. Like it's like you can see it looks like a dead body there.
That's
Like
what
you
you
could
do,
do like a police tape around.
That cushion's seen so many farts.
Yeah, it's like so brown.
20 a day.
And it's just it's a big hole
Worn.
in it.
All the threads are worn.
And I flip the cushions every once in a while, but there's only so much you could do. That's where Dad sits, and it's a big giant imprint.
And you got a new
me.
couch already. You probably need an upgrade.
Yeah.
It just
a newbie.
I've ruined the cushions. I've ruined the pillows because I'm always there. And I don't know how you're hunched over on a bar. I don't know how that's comfy.
I just do this.
I just don't know how that's comfy.
Well,
With my readers.
Doesn't your back and shoulders hurt from sitting there like that for an hour?
He's always Soldana. He doesn't worry about it.
It's always just so hot.
But you have some big TVs.
I only use 2.
And you probably have a big sound system.
You know what?
Or at least a sound bar.
He's got
I
an
also have
80
a-
downstairs too.
I know.
Literally never.
You know what
used.
those TVs are? Coming soon to a Facebook marketplace near you.
But
he doesn't use
I
them.
also, when I watch it during the day, and my wife is usually watching something, and I just Look, I'm in my own world when it
works
comes to
for
that.
you.
Oh, by the way, speaking of marketplace, we sold the window unit, AC unit. We sold it for $50.
$50.
Bought it for $300, sold it for $50.
Hey, you got some of it back. Got a little bit of it back.
This is such a joke.
The guy who's joining us next is not selling any of his air conditioning units. It's
Yep.
Brent Pry. He's now the defensive coordinator at Virginia Tech. He's going to join us next here on The Fan.
College football is back, and so are the predictions. Who's going to make the playoffs? Who wins their conference? Who takes home the national title? Well, on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Let's take a look at the action this weekend. Will North Carolina beat TCU this weekend? Right now, UNC currently trading at 26%. That means a $100 trade would pay out $365.65 if North Carolina is victorious. On Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use the code JP to get $20 when you trade $20. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over. Only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Let's head back out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to Brent Pry, Virginia Tech's defensive coordinator. Coach Pry, thanks for coming back on the show, man. We appreciate the time.
Absolutely. Always enjoy visiting with you guys.
You're the man, and we do appreciate it.
What's it been like going from head coach and now back to defensive coordinator?
I think I'm smiling a lot more.
I bet, right?
Right.
How unique is this situation? Like, I can't even think of a time. That just shows you how beloved you are on campus and respected by everybody around you.
Well, I appreciate that. And, honestly, just appreciate the opportunity and feel fortunate to be here. Love what I'm doing as a defensive coordinator, working with these players and this defensive staff. Working with James is, he's an outstanding head coach, outstanding leader. He and I have a great relationship. When you talk about, who you work for and who you work with, that head coach, it's so important that your values and your vision for how things should be aligned. And that's always been the case with James and I.
Right.
So that made the transition, much more attractive and much easier to do.
How involved is Coach Franklin with the defense? Does he give you just all the autonomy and just check in? How does that relationship work?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm the head coach of the defense, and I think there's a lot of trust there with Coach. Now, that doesn't mean if he has some perspective or an observation, he's not going to offer it. I want him to. But that's part of it, knowing what that's going to look like, day in and day out, head coach DC. That was important to me. We'd done it for quite a while, so I knew what to expect.
Yeah. Coach, just kind of talk about how different the resources have been down there in Blacksburg as compared to when you were there. And I know things didn't work out for you as a head coach there, but there are a lot of reasons. I know you're not going to get into it, but there are a lot of reasons, not just because of what was on the field. But can you talk about the resources and how much different it is there as compared to last year?
Yeah, I barely recognize
the
facility, right? They started knocking out walls and adding staff and adding, to our budget. And we were able, honestly, I think one of the biggest things was to hire just more experience, to get, and I love the staff that we had. But, to hire folks that are a little further down the road in their career in director positions, in coordinator positions, to hire position coaches that, have been in big games and big moments and have a ton of experience. I think there's tremendous value in that. And we're feeling that all over the program right now.
Right.
James was in a great position. He had a ton of leverage and had, advantage of knowing a lot about this place, the good and the bad. And so that was another, contributing factor into my wife and I saying we need to do this, is the investment that Tech was prepared to make. And, knowing that James would make sure that happened.
Yeah. How many years did you guys work together?
We were together 11 or 12 between Vanderbilt and Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously my first coaching job at East Stroudsburg University, James was our quarterback. And so we've been friends a long time.
Very cool.
So Coach, last year the defense really struggled. They gave up. Didn't help that the offense wasn't on the field very very long, but giving up a lot of points, especially late in the season. Can you kind of just talk about camp and just talk about how much different the defense looks and who you brought in, how healthy you guys are? Because I can't wait till the Maryland game in week 3. That's going to be really.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
I did a disservice. One of the hindsight's 2020, but we changed structures last year. Coach Siefkas is a great coach, really good coaches on that side of the ball, and we were asking some players like a Kamari Copeland to do some things that really didn't lend to their strengths.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we felt that on the field, and the transition was pretty tough on the coaches that were in place when we hired Sam, and on these players that were in place. And you need a little bit of time to to let that those new structures kind of work for you. Same thing offensively, to be honest. But a lot of these guys were brought in here, Kamari and Caleb Spencer and these guys, Quentin Reddish, to play in the system that was much more similar to what we're doing now. What Chris was doing, a lot of that was grounded in what I was doing at Penn State. And so these guys, single gap, aggressive, high blitz content, these guys were kind of brought here to do that. And, it's what's right for Virginia Tech. And that's, what I know and what we've been or had success with. And so it's good to get back to that. I think for the players, it was a big piece in Kamari and retaining him, Caleb Spencer, Noah Chambers, these guys, the style of defense that they wanted to play in. It's been a good spring. It's been a good summer. It's been a good camp, putting it all together, getting the right pieces to stay at Tech, to getting the right pieces from the portal, adding some high school guys. It's been really good. An important thing to me was that we were able to hire Sean Spencer. Sean and I were together at Vanderbilt and Penn State. And as far as the front play and what's necessary in this package, he understands that and can deliver that. So I love what he's brought to our program.
So I know you've been focused on the defense, but can you kind of talk about how different the offense might look? Because, you bring in Grunkmeyer from Penn State. He hadn't played a ton of games. He was a backup to Drew Aller, and then when Aller got hurt, he filled in. Played pretty well from what I saw. Bring in Luke Reynolds, the tight end. Bring in Keyshawn Brown from Duke, I believe, the receiver. Brought in some guys with some talent. Can you kind of give us an idea of how the offense has looked in camp?
Yeah, I've been impressed with all three of the guys that you mentioned. I think Grunk, he's got a really strong arm. He's got a ton of composure and poise. He's a tremendous leader. I think Q Brown is a problem. He's quick. He's fast. He's a competitor. He's got great ball skills. Make you miss. He's when you got a guy like that, you can line him up at slot, or it's you got to cover him. You got to feel like your nickel can match up and cover this guy. And then the same thing with Luke Reynolds. You talk about a matchup problem at tight end. This guy can run. He's got good size. He's got really good ball skills. He's smart as heck. Those three guys are great additions to our offense, for sure.
Coach, we got to beat Old Dominion. All right, I'm sorry.
Hey, he's worried about VMI first. He's not worried about Old Dominion.
I understand that, but last year that was a disaster. And Ricky Ronnie's a very good coach. I've met him before, good dude. But we have to beat Old Dominion at Lane.
No question.
Right?
Yeah, no question. We, let me say this: this VMI bunch running this option. Anytime the first game, you always wonder what changes. You're going to see what's new. Where have they made adjustments? But particularly when it's a brand new staff, right? You got a head coach coming from Carson Newman, so you're watching Carson Newman film. The OC was the head coach at the Citadel when they beat Georgia Tech, when they beat South Carolina, when they tied Alabama 10-10 at halftime. So these guys are nothing to look past, and they're good coaches. They'll have a good plan in place. We have the good fortune they play week 0, so they play a game Saturdays. We'll have a little better idea come Saturday night what we're really going to see formationally and play selection. But, we got to make sure we go out there and get the season started right, not just in how we defend VMI, but in what our expectations and standards are for our unit.
Right.
That we play the way we need to play. Take the next step to be a better team when we go into week 2.
So, Coach Pride, we know you're busy, obviously, game planning for VMI, but how much attention do you give to some of your former players there in Blacksburg who are making their way in the pros, like Bashal Tootin in year 2 at Jacksonville and other guys who've made it to the NFL that used to play for you?
Yeah, I love those guys, pulling for them all the time. Bashal's come back a couple times. He's just so appreciative of the opportunity he had here. He's an outstanding young man. I'm excited for him. All those guys that you are chasing your dream at the next level, pulling for those guys and wishing them all the best.
Coach, we had Coach Napier on yesterday, and we asked him this question. I don't know how much you want to get into it, but just how crazy college sports is, specifically college football, and how the conferences actually have to come out and make a statement. and say we will not take kids who played in the NFL cannot come back and play in college, and we're seeing what's going on down there at LSU. Can you give us your thoughts on just the state of college football now that they have to deflect players who were in training camp on NFL teams that want to come back and play college football?
Well, let me say this first. Nothing surprises me anymore.
Right.
I've been doing it 34 years, and my dad did it for 45. Nothing surprises me at this point. So the latest developments, it's almost, you just kind of raise an eyebrow and say, okay, you just keep forging ahead and navigating the new culture, the new environment, the new climate that you have to operate in. It's hopefully there's enough attention on this stuff now that we can get some true guardrails and some true, some legislative things in place that really help college football get grounded again and focus on, what's right and what everybody loved about the game while we continue to treat these student athletes the right way. So, nothing surprises me. Now that I don't sit in that head coach's chair, I don't have to think about it as much.
Right. That's good.
But I understand the question and why you're asking it.
Yep. All right, Coach, look, VMI on September 5th. Awesome.
Smoke them.
ODU, I already talked about that at home, September 12th. Then you come up here to College Park. And I've already told the boys, we got 2 Maryland grads right here next to me that do the show. I've told the boys, I think there's going to be more Hokie fans than Terp fans there. But so the first 3 games are going to be interesting, but we'll see you certainly at College Park. And then I'm coming down for Georgia Tech October 17th.
Come on, man. Yeah.
Yep, coming down.
Awesome.
I told Travis Wells I'll be down there. So hopefully we can at least say hello.
He just told me, he looked at me and said, I got him sideline passes and sweet tickets.
Look at that.
There you go.
Of course.
Working the angles. Guy works his angles,
rolled out
Coach.
everywhere.
That's all I need to hear, Coach.
Coach Pride, thanks as always for the time, man. Best of luck this season. Good to talk to you. Good to catch up.
Hey, appreciate y'all always. Go Hokies.
All right.
Thanks,
All right,
Brent Pry, Virginia
Good dude.
Tech's defensive coordinator. He's always great when he's joined us
awesome.
in the past. All right, you can call us at 800-636-1067. You can get lined up to play third stringer or country singer. What's at stake? Well, how about 2 tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown? Also, we have a pair of tickets to 106.7 The Fan presents An Evening with Adam Peters. Those are up for grabs. 800-636-1067. Your chance to win those prizes next on The Fan. So inspired by Tom Brady wearing leather pants to the runway, JP said he would wear leather pants to Nats Park today because we are going to be the guests of Jason Sinaraja, the president of business ops for your Washington Nationals.
It's very nice that they've invited us. It's just I wasn't here when Jason was in studio with you guys. I was on vacation.
Dude.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's just a schmooze, just doing it as sort of a courtesy to the Junks. Just come hang out and just get to know
you better.
Get to know you better.
That's how much he liked us.
Because it's a new group.
Yeah, because we're likable people. We're likable fellas.
Yeah, okay. This is great. I'm excited. What people don't know is behind the scenes, it's kind of a battle for who's going to take a nap on the couch. And I could tell.
Yeah.
I know Cakes, and he's a big napper. I actually haven't been napping, but if I'm just not doing anything, I will get sleepy.
Sure.
But and Cakes he always defers. He goes, no, you can do it. So I want Cakes to take the nap. I'm going to find another spot.
I can take first shift. I can take the 10:10 to about 10:45-ish nap, and then you can I can tag you in.
Yeah.
If you want.
I know
we can figure this out.
There's a couple hiding places around here where certain people go and hide.
Oh, okay.
That might be nap oriented, like some studios that never get used.
I mean, you could probably take a nap in one of the lactation rooms.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there are a few of those down the hallway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm guessing those aren't used a lot.
Right. I mean, it's not comfortable because you're on the floor, but I think some of these might even have like a comforter. Like, you know what I mean?
My kingdom for a comforter.
Oh, there's only one couch? I thought there was two.
I think there's just one.
There's only one in what is so-called our office.
In that small office? There's not one in the green room?
No, there's just
now they have
awkward
these
shaped
little
chairs in there.
it looks
but you
weird.
can definitely fall asleep in those. 100%.
Well,
easier to fall asleep on the couch, though.
You're going to have to fight over
Fall
it.
asleep in those chairs? I don't know that I
It might
could.
be tough, but I think you could do it in a pinch.
I need to lay down.
There is a
and fall
couch
asleep.
out in the big waiting room next to PGC.
Yeah, by PGC. That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing enough to sleep.
Yeah, that's like out. Everybody sees you. You're like a zoo animal.
That's like a homeless person. I
Can't
might as
have
well be
that.
sleeping on a manhole cover.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's another spot you can go to.
I mean, you do laps around here all the time, so you would know all the spots.
You could go back into the sales office to the back room.
Could do that.
No, but again, it's
no one's going to see you.
I think there's a studio where there might be a couple blankets.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's play the game to give away the awesome prizes that we have. We have a pair of tickets to 106.7 The Fan presents An Evening with Adam Peters. That is coming up Thursday, September 3rd at Arlington Draft House. Our first winner will win that prize. Who is first to play, third stringer or country singer?
All right, let's go to...
Took a long time to come up with that title.
Let's go to
time.
Sean in Temple Hills. Sean, what's up?
How's it going?
Hey.
What's up?
Hello, Sean. Third stringer or country singer? Shane Buechele.
Shane Buechele.
Yes.
I'm going to say third stringer.
You
There
are
you go.
correct. You win. He is a third stringer for your Buffalo Bills. You've won a pair of tickets to 106.7 The Fan presents An Evening with Adam Peters. Join the Commanders' general manager alongside Grant and Danny for an exclusive season preview live Thursday, September 3rd at Arlington Draft House. Tickets are available now at arlingtondrafthouse.com. You win, sir. Congrats.
Nice
Enjoy
job.
that.
Nice
All right,
job.
who's next to play? They're playing now for 2 tickets to the R&B tour. That's starring Usher and Chris Brown at M&T Bank Stadium.
All right, let's go to Jason in Seat Pleasant. Hey, Jason.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hello,
great.
Jason. Good luck to you. Third stringer or country singer, Kyle McCord.
I'd say third stringer.
Yep.
Third stringer.
Yeah.
He is a third stringer for the Green Bay Packers.
Wow, nice work, buddy.
You win, sir. You get 2 tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown Saturday, October 17th at M&T Bank Stadium. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. Look at that,
right.
2 for 2.
Nice
And
job.
Good job,
while you were doing
listeners.
that, I successfully have my ticket in my Apple Wallet.
Very good.
Took me a
Excellent.
little while. I was in a death
was just
spiral
sent
of
to us?
verifying codes, changing my address, verifying codes.
I am not a technophobe, but I will always prefer paper tickets. Just because I grew up with paper tickets,
I know,
tangible
of
tickets
course,
in my
but
hand.
they don't exist anymore.
I know they don't exist anymore.
I kind of
But
like
I
the new
yearn for the
system.
days of paper tickets.
I like the new systems. Boom.
Oh yeah, you like verifying a million things. You like
I mean, it
punching
took me a couple
you like
minutes.
punching in 100 codes.
No, I like just showing up and just the phone.
Okay, I like pulling the paper tickets out of my
How
pocket.
is that better than just handing the ticket over?
It's not. Here's your answer.
Sometimes you have to go to will call and get your tickets. I don't have to do that anymore.
There you go. Ticket.
I know, but you're sleeping on the will call line.
Oh, the will call line. Will call. There's going to be like 100 people there.
You know how easy it is to go to will call?
this game.
You know how many times I've gone to will call at Capital One Arena? It said Allville, comma, John, and they hand me an envelope.
Sometimes it takes like 5 or 6 minutes.
God forbid, 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay. It doesn't take that long.
Paper tickets
doesn't
forever.
take that long to upload the ticket.
My only thing about it is like when we were at the Freedom 250.
Yeah.
My phone was dying. I was down to like 4%.
Down to the felt.
I forgot to charge it. And then you got your tickets in.
That's trouble.
You know what?
And then you got your Uber. Like, what are you going to do? Your phone's dying.
You know what doesn't die? Paper.
Right.
Unless you burn it up in your pocket somehow.
Right.
All right, Grandpa.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
He's almost
It's
a
fine.
grandpa.
Call me Grandpa. Paper tickets, greater than sign, digital.
I'm with
I
you.
like the way of
AI
the future.
slop tickets.
And when I went to the Intuit Dome, completely cashless for UFC a couple years ago, it was awesome. You just walked in there, just got your chicken tenders, walked right out.
Oh yeah,
scans it all.
Oh yeah, it's great. Facial recognition, just pinpointing you as you walk through the arena. You love all that.
Yes, convenience.
You love being spied on by the by Big Brother.
Cakes. It was my most convenient sporting experience ever.
Yeah, God forbid I have to reach into my wallet and hand them a credit card to pay for my nachos. Oh,
Well,
don't make me do that.
I don't think you'll have nachos in whatever suite you're going to be
might.
in. Oh, really? Okay. I think they're going to step it up a little bit
Oh,
today.
I'm sure the food offerings will be great, but if I'm in any sort of sporting event venue, I'm automatically drawn to nachos.
I mean, I love nachos. I'm just saying today we probably won't
I probably
have
will
nachos.
step it up.
Yeah.
And they don't even need to be fancy nachos. It can just be almost borderline stale chips and drippy cheese, and I'm in.
Hey, I should shout out Pupatella. I made my first trip to the Columbia Pupatella.
Excellent.
Nice.
It was a bit of a long drive for me because I figured let me go to Pupatella and then I'll go to College Park
What's it
and bring
near?
the pizzas.
Give me a landmark for the Columbia area. Are you familiar?
Maybe a mile or two from the mall.
It's near a Wendy's. I can tell you that.
Okay.
A mall still exists?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still
People
there.
go.
It's a mile
I mean,
or
it's a
two
big
away.
mall. You know what? In fact, I went to Merriweather. I always,
I
even though
can
you're not supposed to, I
guarantee
parked
you,
at the mall.
This is how the exchange went. When JP handed them his Pupatella card, whoever he handed it to, they did this.
They didn't know what that was.
You know what?
They looked at it like,
So what is
You're
this? Is
dead
this a credit
wrong,
card?
Cakes.
Really?
They knew?
It was the simplest transit because I called on the way.
Okay, yeah.
Called about 15 minutes before.
That's the move.
And then on
That's
my
a pro
phone,
move.
it said
Call.
that the pizzas were ready.
silly.
I showed up to the hostess.
Yeah.
And I said, JP, and I was about to take my card out. She didn't even
Yeah.
need the card,
Well,
and then I just handed her a 20.
Whenever I've
She was
gone,
butt size.
they do this.
Yeah, sometimes they've never seen it
They give it
before.
the hairiest eyeball.
They got to
No,
talk to their
because
manager.
on the phone, she said, what's your credit card info?
Yeah, I said, don't
And I said,
one.
I have a
gotta-
VIP card.
You know what?
She said, what's your name? I said, JP.
They
And
have
she
it
said,
right there.
okay.
They got it right there in the computer.
Look, they got like 7
JP.
locations,
They got
whatever they have.
Hey, JP.
If they put one here near we put them out of business.
Oh, yeah.
They actually couldn't do it. It's
Yeah.
in we'd put them out of business.
Yeah.
I'd go every day.
They'd have to have a junkie's wing just for us to go in
The
and
pizzas
do
were.
we literally felt them.
Here was the monkey wrench. In my head, Columbia to College Park.
Yeah.
A much faster trip than it is. It took, because Route 1 traffic at 7 o'clock
Right.
was a lot.
And you have to drive
Good
on
luck
one,
leaving at 3 and getting
you
there
have to
at
drive
4
on
or
one of the
whatever
worst
today.
roads on the planet. 29. 29 in Maryland is a big POS.
Yeah, but in the evening,
That
I had no
road
problem.
stinks.
I had no
It
backups
can be-
until I
it can be
got
a problem.
to.
It's a combo of super fast highway and
Light.
it's going to throw a traffic light in here.
No, it's a nightmare.
It is.
I will go
So
to
it took me like
Maple
35
Lawn.
minutes.
Squirrely lives in Maple Lawn. Just give out his address.
That's right off
He lives in
29.
and I'm going to go
Yep.
over to Looney's or something, meet friend for beer, meet a couple guys from that part of town. It takes forever
That road
to get there.
stinks.
It should be 20 minutes. It takes
So what? The pizzas
hour.
were cold when you got back?
Lukewarm.
Yeah, but you're supposed to heat them back up. It says it right on the box.
Yeah, the college kids weren't sized
They don't
to
care
heat
about
back
that.
up.
They might not have enough.
And
so I
actually,
can
it tasted
understand
great.
that. Actually, they should have enough. They're living in a swanky townhouse.
So how much? So do,
Of course,
you,
they
I
have
don't
an
know
oven.
that any
So
of
how-
those
how
guys
much-
know how to work
how
an
much do you
oven.
think
Not
you
a working
spent?
oven.
Did he already ask
They're
you? How
20
much-
years old.
How much do you think you spent?
It was 80.
Oh, you left so
You
much
left
on the
70
table.
bucks on the
You left so
table.
much on the table.
I mean,
Should have got some dessert.
Sorry.
Now, Dylan could have had dinner for a week.
Do you know how good I feel when I go through the order and it says like 149.16? I just feel like
Isn't that the best?
I've arrived.
Isn't
I
that
made
the
the
best?
perfect order.
Cakes is the king of Pupatella maxing.
Well, yeah, but
Telemax.
this is
You're right.
in the history of the show. We've told
Yeah.
the story many times. But when Britches used to give us kind of free reign to go get clothes, Cakes walked out the first time. The first time.
This is true.
With 2 garbage
This
bags.
is all true.
Me
but
too.
Let me also
we
say,
all did the same thing.
let me defend
No, I
myself.
got like
Maybe not you.
I got like
you
one
didn't- you
shirt
got
and a pair
belt
of
and
jeans.
pants. I literally injured my wrists
I
carrying the bags.
I don't always Pupatella
Carpal
max
tunnel.
when I go to Pupatella. Sometimes I'll go then I'll
I had to take
order
breaks.
60 or 80 bucks worth.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's 50 bucks worth. But a few other times it's $149 worth.
Yeah. That's about 8 pizzas.
I've done that too.
Well, it's
and you
pizza,
get the same
pizza
tip no matter what?
Yeah,
salad,
meatballs.
Paninis.
Yeah, it adds up.
You know what? Case could play like Price is Right type games at
yeah.
Pupatella.
When
I
it's
could definitely do
150, do you give the 20% tip?
150. That would be $30. I don't think I've ever done quite 30. I think I've
Because it's like takeout.
I think I made like
It's takeout.
like 20 or 25 bucks.
That girl got the
Usually what I get.
easiest $20 ever.
Of course.
I think I
Sometimes you give it to the
tip.
bartender or something. I gave it to the hostess.
Because you don't want them to hate
No, I
you.
give it to the girl
Yeah.
or guy who makes the
You know what?
pizzas.
I'll give
you
you this
do?
tip.
Oh, no,
You go back there to the chef.
Well, hold on.
to the cook?
The one that's in Leesburg, there's
Yeah.
not a back kitchen. It's right there next to the hostess.
Yeah,
center.
right.
So I see her doing it. I hand her $10.
Here's my tip to them: don't give this unlimited card to a bunch of white trash guys from PG County.
All right.
Because we're gonna come in and we're gonna take advantage of it.
Yeah.
That's my tip. To
Next
you.
time I will Pupatella Max
Yes.
Cakes
Yeah.
Literally.
for the
do
boys
that.
from
We
We
College
took
Park.
down Britches and Golf USA.
Yeah.
and then
We
put
took
Patella's
this
next.
down. This
We took them down.
is the way this works.
We knocked them out of the business.
All right. Maybe we'll see you at Nat's
I
Park
wouldn't brag
today.
about that.
We got to get out of here. BMitch and Finlay, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
Terrible fl-
This Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals lost to the Rockies yesterday, 13-1. But today is a new day. That game is behind us, and the series finale is on deck. 1:05 p.m. is first pitch with Jake Irvin on the mound. Washington has a chance to split the series with the Wind, and as always, you can tune in right here to 106.7 The Fan to listen to that game live. Over in the NFL's Pro Bowl has gone extinct. The league is leaving the All-Star competition in the past and prioritizing the Pro Bowl honor as an individual performance award without alternates. 88 players will receive Pro Bowl status every season, and there will be a gala or an event of some sort that they can all attend in February. The NFL has played a traditional Pro Bowl game in some fashion since 1938, but beginning this year, no more. From the Crop Medcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Like I'm a man.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We are Central Navy Yard. 106.7 The Fan Studios. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am fantabulous, Jay. Got up, got me a climb ride. I'm good.
There you go. I got a little schwitz this morning. It wasn't bad.
What?
I don't know what it means. I'm going to left hand up. I don't know what it means, but Kornheiser always said it. I think it means sweat in Yiddish.
Okay.
I'm going to count on White Brian to be my best hope. Look up schwitzing. I think it means I went to the sauna this morning.
Well, I sweat.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Yeah, I sweat.
But you exercise to sweat. I just sat.
Oh, you just went sat in the sauna. That's good. That's a good deal for you though. It get the impurities out, open up your pores and stuff.
I got a couple impurities floating around. B.
Means sweating or perspiring. Oh, didn't get that word right.
Great
sweating
job.
heavily.
Perspiring, huh? that's a good. That's when you're really sweating.
You're not even perspiring. You're perspirizing. Interesting day, man. It obviously yesterday joint practices didn't go well. We're going to talk about it. Nikki Jabal is going to join us at 11. Nikki's currently in the same Twitter churn I was in over the weekend, where fans are all mad at her. She's doing her job. Mike Jones from The Athletic will join us at noon. Kind of go around the league at that point. So I did all ears last night, right? Mm-hmm. And I got asked, JP, what can they possibly do to fix this offensive line? Mm-hmm. And I think there needs to be some realistic conversation about they still believe the fix just needs to rest his calf up. If you ask them, they still think Allegretti's the guy. Now, granted, he's missed a ton of time, but if he's back next week and trending the right way towards week one, they're going to tell you this was our plan. Sucks that he missed so much time in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
I recognize there are people that are like, oh, you got to trade for somebody. Who are you trading for? You trading a conditional 6th-round pick for somebody's backup? Okay,
yeah,
I can wrap my brain around
that.
The thing
about it, who's going to really give you a top-notch player right now if you don't give them your top-notch players? So you have one issue that you feel you can fix with health, and you're going to trade away somebody at another position to weaken that, and then that person could come in here and not be good too?
Right. I don't know that there's going to be this light switch fix for the offensive line situation. I do think it's important to point out Cosme wasn't going yesterday. I mean, literally, I think the dude that got the reps technically with the first team, you've been calling these games. I'm curious if you are even familiar with this, with the young man's work. Tagai? That's who was
Togiai?
Yeah. Tanoa Togiai.
Yeah.
Undrafted rookie out of Utah. I think there needs to be some honesty in the fall off that presents. And then you go Togiai, whether it's Goldman or Good Jones, and Chris Paul, who is not performing like he did last training camp. There's some problems there. I don't know that Nick Allegretti is the panacea that Dan Quinn and Adam Peters are trying to make him out to be. But
I think if Cosme's back out there and then it's Allegretti, I think it does all look different. That said, I think as time goes on, like good golfers, like really good players, want a golf tournament to be 4 days. They want it to be 4 rounds of golf. They probably take 6 rounds of golf because over time, the elite start to show themselves.
More consistent.
Right. Like somebody can have a good day, right? I can have a good day. The odds of me having 4 good days are slim.
Yeah.
So like
I agree.
I think there's some reality that's going to set in as a result of this Tunsil injury.
I think the Tunsil
He's an
injury,
elite, consistent player.
Yeah.
Over time, that's going to be more and more of a problem.
They're going to have to game plan with that one. But the mere fact that, let's be real, no one other than them had faith in Allegretti. Based off what I've heard, everybody immediately started questioning the fact of letting Biadic go. But let's be real about Biadic too. He's gone for the year now. Don't know if that could have happened here or not, but he's gone for the year. Allegretti, he could be what they think he is. And if he comes back and just plays, I guess, average, I think that's more than what I think most people expected from him. Tunsil is not going to be here for the foreseeable future. Let's say 12, 13 games at least.
Yeah.
So you got to really worry about that. Allegretti could come out and play every damn game. We don't know if he's out yet. Cosme wasn't there yesterday. So I have a friend, not a friend, a cousin of mine who referees and all, and he does the Ravens camps a lot. And he is a fan of the Commanders. He was like, man, it wasn't as one-sided as a lot of people telling you. He said, based off what I was looking at. And I said, okay, well, people have the right to say what they want to say. And when you really get down to it, their starters are going to whip every one of our backups' ass every time.
They should.
And I think the ultimate thing is when we can't necessarily judge it based off of what we see right now on September 13th. What they put out there is going to have to be better than what they have right now. And I think football, and I know this coaching staff as well, they're extra cautious in this day and age about every little injury, every little nick. They want guys to be healthy for day one. I think differently. I think I want to guys fight through some stuff. But I also can understand the fact money has gotten so big, people are like, well, you can't pay that much money to be on the bench. But I've always felt that backups, this is when you can show that you shouldn't be a backup.
Yeah,
it's not working for most of them right now, though.
I think a lot of fans are mad at this point, and I think they're mad because it's a problem that you can argue Washington created itself. You release Biadic, say there's going to be competition at the position, and then you largely, I think there was an expectation that somewhere along the way you do add a veteran to compete with Allegretti. That never happens. The Julian Good-Jones thing, I'm not mad at Julian Good-Jones. Like, all he did was be Julian Good-Jones. I'm mad at the evaluation that determined he was a capable backup, right? Like, he has shown you over, I think he's now a a professional football player, practice squad player for, when did he come out of school? I think he's been in the league 4 or 5 years. Good-Jones. Mm-hmm. Like, your evaluation on that was incorrect. And so far, Goldman probably deserves some time. That we live in a microwave society. I don't know that he's going to get that time. As it stands, if Allegretti can't go, they'll be starting somebody that they pick up on September 1st. Both of the Good-Jones and Goldman, the G&G boys, the GJ and G boys are not capable of starting week 1 in Philadelphia. So, like, if Allegretti can't go, it's going to be someone else. I say that with certainty. But the assumption that Allegretti can't go is probably a bridge too far. Because, as Jaden Daniels pointed out yesterday, I loved his line, and this is so indicative of how they feel, how you and I feel. When you live on that training camp field for a month, you have no idea what day it is. Mm-hmm. And we always joked about it. Like, Jaden's like, man, it's August. I don't know what day it is. It's August, whatever. But the season doesn't start till September 13th. Yeah. And we are late in the very early portion of this thing. Even when we get to week 1, that is the starting line of a 4-month slog.
Oh, a damn marathon.
So it's like, I understand the reaction and the anger and the concern. But like at the same time, it's not. People are like, "What is the fix?" I don't know that there is one.
There is no overnight fix, and I'd say that fans, media alike, there is no overnight fix. Okay. On top of it, players don't think in, got to do it right now. Players understand this thing takes a long time. Players are thinking about getting everything coming together around September 13th. Fans and media, they want it fixed yesterday. And when players don't give you that mindset, people get mad at that and they're frustrated with it. And the team damn sure not giving you that mindset. And I think the ultimate thing is like you're saying is what I've been leaning on the whole time. I'm not getting pre-mad for nothing. When that game come around, it may be some of these guys we're looking at right now who we think stink, may play their damn ass off and may be outstanding. Let's see. Now, if it gets into the regular season game and it's not going that way, then I think you start questioning some stuff. But I'm done with the questioning BMitch thing. He's out for the year. So if he was here, he could be out for the year. So that thing is gone for me. At this point now, it's getting getting Allegretti ready to play or have somebody else behind them. And just like you think, I think when this cut goes through on Sunday, they may get somebody in here. But I also caution people, that person may not be that good too. Right. They may not live up. They may not live up to our expectations. Okay? They may live up to their expectations, but our expectations, this is what I wonder. Based off of how BMitch played last year, what is your expectation for a center? Because he didn't play damn good last year. He played damn good 2 years ago. Last year, he did not. So what's the expectation?
I don't know. I don't know those answers. I don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who's going to emerge via roster cuts. Maybe they will. Like, if Adam Peters has made a training camp trade each of the last 2 seasons. Now, it's generally been trading guys away. But if you told me they'd trade a conditional 5th for a young center that is stuck behind a veteran on a depth chart somewhere, no surprise there. Mm-hmm. I think it'd be an entirely reasonable move. I don't know that it's going to happen, but like this is the time of year where those kind of things happen. I think the concern yesterday was fair based on what we saw on the field, but like the notion that it has not been a good week. They were in Detroit less than a week ago. Mm-hmm. Starting offense was on the field for 3 plays in which they went throwaway, sack, draw, came off the field. The head coach, who doesn't say much, said it felt like we were in disarray. Mm-hmm. Then they go to Baltimore, and at least the Commanders' starting offense got thumped. Like, there's no way around that. I think the Commanders' defense was okay. Like, I think there are things you can point to that it's not the entire disaster of a day, folks are going to say. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot Friday night. It has been a rough week for the Burgundy and Gold, undoubtedly. But it's better to have a rough week in late August and try to figure something out before week 1 than a rough week 10 and 11. Like, I agree with that. This is still the precipice of things starting. Yeah, it's not the end.
Listen, being frustrated, I understand. Losing our damn minds like it's the end of the world, I don't understand that at all. A part of that to me is playing up stuff, and a part of that is just some people must not know. Because in my mindset, there have been days where I see bad practices, I see bad games. And you know what you think about? Let's get it right the next week. I'm not losing my mind over this stuff at this point. I can't. That's just not my way of thinking. But the people that want to live it every day, every play, every move, I want to see you at the end of the year. You're going to look about 10 more years older. Most people. Because, like, I don't understand that. And I'm not saying it to act like y'all so wrong. That's how you think. That's not how I think. I never thought like that. That's why I love this how we do this. You come from a media and a player and a fan mindset. I'm coming from a player's mindset. And I try to be a fan a lot of times. I'm more exhausted when I'm trying to be a fan than I am when I'm damn doing this thinking like the player would think. So I go on this side more time where I can back off of it a little bit.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. no one's trying to sugarcoat anything. It's been a rough week, period. The coach has said as much. And I think privately, they're probably quite concerned. But DQ, after the disarray comments, comes out and says, we think from a system standpoint, the guys we have are really sharp. And it's great. They know the offense can make the calls. You got to be able to make the plays on the field. And right now they're unable to. I think if you're convinced that it's going to be either Goldman or Good Jones starting Sunday 4:25 in the Philadelphia at the Link against Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, you're freaked out. I just don't think that's going to be the case. One way or another, I don't think that's going to be
If you think it was going to be Biotis or Allegretti, you're going to be worried about that matchup.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're the thought is if Allegretti or Biotis is there, all lost. Everything is just no worries are there anymore. Hell, if they were there, we're going to be worried about that dude playing against them. Like most teams that are going to play against the Eagles are going to worry about Jordan Davis being over their damn center. I don't know many centers out there that's going to play against him, and you're going to give that center an advantage.
It's going to be interesting to watch unfold. We're going to talk to Nikki about it and kind of see how it all shakes out going forward. What was your afternoon like yesterday? We had no practice, but,
slow.
Did you have to go to the dentist?
Yeah.
Everything good?
I'm cool.
This was your cleaning?
No, I did my cleaning the other time. I had, remember I told you I cracked my crown.
Yeah.
So trying to get it all fixed up.
Okay, there you go. I got to go to the dentist. I got some doctor's appointments I got to schedule. I got one next week. I'm going to get my ticker checked out. I feel like it's time for that. I turned 45 in a couple weeks.
You just waiting to do it?
I don't know. Better late than never.
Well, one thing they're going to tell you is calm down just a little bit. You stress too much, bro. You need that stress will kill you.
I also 45 is when you got to go prostate, right?
Yeah, they could do. You got multiple ways to do it. They don't have to do the little finger demo.
Oh, really?
They could do a PSA test.
What's that mean? Like a blood test or something?
Yeah.
So I don't have to drink the stuff?
No, you could drink the stuff. That's colon.
I got to do that one, I think.
Yeah, that's a colon.
Isn't that at 45?
Well, they tell you 45. You probably if you had a family history, you go before 45.
I'm waiting for 45. 45 is a big number for me. It's like 25 to rent a car. I don't know.
That's the problem with a lot of this stuff. Wait till you 45. You go at 45, you find out you got full-fledged something.
I think I'm good, dude. Why are you trying to freak me out?
No, I'm just saying.
I'm doing what the medical people say. You went early for your colonoscopy?
I did 35. I did 45.
Did you
I
have
did
family
55.
history of it?
No.
You just wanted to.
If somebody's paying for everything to make sure I'm healthy, I'm gonna utilize everything I got free.
I don't. I should. I do not.
Here you go. You won't use stuff to benefit yourself, but you try to save every penny for the damn company. You about crazy as hell.
I'm going to go.
I will be staying at the Ritz flying first class. You up here worrying about saving a penny and not worrying about JP. You better worry about your daughter and your damn wife, boy.
I'm going to have to. So I think for the colonoscopy, you got to take a day off, right?
No.
I think, don't you get knocked out and stuff?
Take it after you got work. Oh, you can't eat. That's right.
Yeah.
But I did.
You're the one telling me to take advantage of it. I'm gonna take a day. I'm gonna take a day off in football season for my colonoscopy.
Yeah, it's not bad as they tell you it is.
B, you know what I did have yesterday?
You don't know. You shouldn't drive home, but like I went that morning. Boom, boom, done. Hour or so. You finish.
You know what I did do yesterday?
What?
Have you ever been to Tate?
No.
It's like a bougie restaurant place. It's wildly overpriced, but it's good.
I don't like bougie places.
So I'm
not bougie.
You had lunch yesterday. I didn't have anything. I was starving. I had to pick the girls up at 3:00. There's a Tate right by the school. They have this chicken salad sandwich, B, that is so outrageous. And it's served hot, which I know you like hot food.
Uh-huh.
And it's got like pesto and cucumber. Dude,
you should have bought. Hold on. You
went there.
You didn't bring the rest of the damn crew some damn sandwiches.
Yeah, we've been fiending for some chicken salad.
What the hell?
I picked it up at like 2:42. Have to pick the girls up by 3. You know I don't eat fast. I finished it in the car before I was in the parking lot.
Okay, we're gonna
just slam.
When we gonna order some of that?
I don't know if maybe. Is there one downtown?
There sure is.
There's probably one in Arlington.
Yeah, there is one in Arlington. I know that.
It is phenomenal. All right, nobody go anywhere. They canceled the Pro Bowl. Does anyone care? It's BMitch Finlay.
It's been canceled.
What are you doing at home to relax? Imagine starting the day with a swim in your own swim spa, unwinding in a sauna like I did this morning, just not at my house, or having friends over to watch the game in a backyard made for entertaining. JP Finlay here for Offenbachers. Listen, I've worked with Offenbachers for a few years now. They hooked all the patio furniture up at my house, all the furniture out on my porch. You get white glove service. I remember I had a chair that kind of was wobbly, and they sent their guy out, and he fixed it in like 4 minutes. It's phenomenal service. And right now, Offenbacher's Home Escapes is offering special savings on select floor model saunas and swim spas. These showroom models are available at special prices while supplies last, making now the perfect time to turn your backyard into a place to relax, entertain, and enjoy more of the moments that matter. Visit one of Offenbacher's 4 showrooms in Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis, or visit Offenbachers.com. Special savings on select saunas and swim spas while supplies last. Shop the Offenbachers floor model sale today.
In a matter of days, NFL teams need to finalize their 53-man rosters. Last year, there were 21 trades made in August, and an additional 31 players were claimed during the first week of the waiver system. So with that in mind, CBS Sports highlighted one position group every NFL team should attack via trades or waiver claims at roster deadline. As a surprise to absolutely nobody, the Commanders was the offensive line. That was made even more clear after a very tough joint practice yesterday. Sure, Washington was without 3 starting offensive linemen in Laramie Tunsil, who's going to miss extended time with torn triceps, if not the whole season. Nick Allegretti is dealing with a calf injury and is missing much of training camp. And then Sam Cosmi was sick yesterday, so he was out. Plus, the Commanders were without 2 top running backs in Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt and Rashad White. But at a time when teams are supposed to be building and evaluating depth, Washington looked not great. Jaden Daniels told the media this is an opportunity for them to learn and grow before the first game of the season. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCannell, The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. I travel a fair amount. I mean, perhaps nobody travels more than White Brian, the king of vacation, but I travel a fair amount. A lot of it's for work. And packing, like I keep my DOP kit ready. Like I have a travel toothbrush, deodorant, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't have to gather that stuff every time.
Yeah.
Stallion goes on vacation on Saturday and just told us after work today he's got to sit down and pack to go to the beach.
I got up this morning.
Like, what are you talking about?
At 6:15, went downstairs, got on the Peloton, came back up, got in the tub, got through. So I'm going to Baltimore tonight. I'll be there till Saturday because I have to go straight to an appearance at FedEx Field, Northwest. I'm not gonna go all the way back home and then have to drive back over here. And I packed. And I guarantee I packed enough stuff for 5 days.
Well, I know how you pack. You have like matching outfits per day and stuff.
I packed about 4 or 5 different outfits. And I did all that before I came here. No plan, just, I'm going to wear this, wear this, wear this. And I always get extra stuff just in case something happens to something. And I've just brought it all. You got to go home to plan the pack for something Saturday. You're going to a beach.
Or,
I mean, all you need is some gym shorts and some t-shirts.
Or Clary thought Jeff was going to try to hang out, and he used packing as an excuse to not hang out with Jeff.
Jeff, I'm happy because I wouldn't want to hang out with Clary. Clary's kind of corny, man.
I didn't want to hang out with y'all anyway. I was just asking because we was all in the studio together.
I'd have a sympathy beer with Jeff. Like, I think I'd do that. But also,
BMitch and I got sympathy beers and sympathy banchan legs last week.
There we go. Like, I would do that with Jeff. But, like, also, again, it's not going to take up a whole day.
Every time you say legs, I got to tell you that thing my brother, how you saw the chicken when he go to Popeye.
You told I think you said it on air.
I never said that one on air. I kept that off air.
Good luck with the packing.
Thank you.
I'm hoping the best for you.
He got to go pack all of his little thong bikini.
now I'm not hoping the best for you. The NFL's getting rid of the Pro Bowl.
The Pro Bowl has been gotten rid of.
When was the last time they actually played a game? Not flag, but like an actual game. Because that's been years.
Yeah, so my thing is when they stopped playing the game in Hawaii, the Pro Bowl ended. Because players did not... Listen, I love Orlando. You can't compare Orlando to Honolulu. By no stretch.
Sure.
So when the players get through and you tell them, oh, you going to Orlando and play the Pro Bowl, they were like, oh, nah, that's all right. I'm not going to play. I got something going on. And that's why you started having all the alternates having to play. If you left that thing in Hawaii, they would have kept going.
I agree. People love the trip to Hawaii because you get to bring your family and stuff.
Yeah.
When you moved
my teacher went.
Was the last year COVID? I don't know. It's hard to identify.
It's been about 5-6 years, something like that.
It was 2019, last year in Hawaii.
Yeah.
When was the last year they played it with pads as a fake real game, though? Because I think they tried it once they moved to Orlando, too.
When guys started going down the field and just touching people, that's when you know it was done. Like, you have to have some semblance of it. And listen, the play I'm going to always think about is when Sean Taylor hit that damn punter.
Sure.
And my mindset was exactly that of Sean. Yes, it's the Pro Bowl, but I'm going full speed because at any time something can happen, and I'm not letting you catch me. So the year I went there, I was going full damn speed. And they're like, man, what's wrong with you? It's a game, dude. My mindset is not, oh, we out here to just play around. No. I'm trying to put them things on you.
It's also, I mean, if you want to get into Sean Taylor blowing up, was it Ryan Mormon? I know his name was Mormon. Don't run a fake punt.
If you're running a fake punt and you don't expect to get hit, oh, you want to do something extra, so I'm going to do something extra. And I loved it. It was the best play ever in the Pro Bowl.
It was, I mean, I guarantee the punter remembers it. Getting rid of the Pro Bowl, honestly, to me, for things that matter in pro football, Pro Bowls matter. Right? Like it matters for contract negotiations.
Yeah.
It eventually matters for Hall of Fame considerations.
Getting chosen to go.
Right.
What matters?
And one thing that just became a total joke, I believe Shador Sanders made the Pro Bowl last year because everybody opted out.
Yeah.
And you just keep going down the list of names to eventually get
it wasn't
to
his fault.
Tyler Huntley's a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Right. Like,
that wasn't that. And that's not why either one of those guys' fault. It's the dumb rules.
But it waters down the honor. And so then, like, when guys are trying to use Pro Bowls as their reason for contract extensions or whatever, it's like, yeah, well, the Pro Bowl isn't what it used to be. So now they're still going to honor, I believe it's 88 players. So you'll have, I mean, that's what? 4 22s? You'd have a Pro Bowl, second team Pro Bowl, right? Roughly. I don't know. I think it's the right move at this point. And I think
listen, man, when they started doing all the different little charades and the games and all that stuff, that's no respect for that. If
it was kind of fun to watch.
What you should have done is just have an autograph signing. That's basically what the hell it's become. Like, people act like, oh yeah, I'm not going there to watch guys play video games. I can care less about them going out there. They play flag in a softer way than the people that play it all the time, and all the little different games. That's unnecessary for me. We have guys that have more serious injuries doing stuff outside of the actual game. Remember the dude tore his knee up on the damn playing beach volleyball and all that.
Yeah.
Just if you wanted to do it, just keep playing football. Be done with it.
It's I'm not sad the Pro Bowl's leaving. It also. White Bryan came up with this concept, which is pretty interesting. He thinks it clears that weekend, the weekend before the Super Bowl, to now be where they play the college football national championship.
If the college football national championship was on and they were playing all the games, I was watching the college football national championship anyway.
No, but he thinks because they've been playing the college football natty on a Monday night, I believe. I think and I'll let him make his assertion, but I think his thought is you now put the college football natty probably Sunday, 5:30, 6 o'clock, similar Super Bowl window. And then you get back-to-back windows, back-to-back weeks in February where everybody's stuck at home of championship football.
I like the college natty on Monday night.
I do too, but I'm guessing the numbers aren't as good as they wanted them to be. You got more people home Sunday, first weekend of February, Sunday afternoon than, I guess, Monday night. Because that Monday night kick is, I don't know, 8:15 or whatever. There's a reason they play the Super Bowl on a Sunday. So I would guess there's a reason college football wants to get that game on a Sunday.
Did they come out and say that? Or that's just what Brian thinking?
W?
Just my theory.
See, my whole thing is, if college football wanted to play it on a Sunday, they've had years upon years to play it on a Sunday. And they keep playing it on Monday night.
I don't know. What Sunday could they have played it on? You got NFL playoffs. You're not going heads up against that.
Yeah, you're not going against.
That's why they play it on Monday night.
Yeah. That game is so damn late. You got some of them damn games. You got
NFL football on Sunday evenings.
When was the Pro Bowl anyway?
On the weekend.
They were playing on a Sunday or they were playing on a Saturday?
It was a Sunday.
once they start playing the game, college football should have took over that Sunday anyway.
It seems like
would you have watched those games over the college football championship?
No, but now it eliminates the whole weekend. Like it's just like college football can have the weekend.
If you say so.
Maybe it won't happen, but I do think it makes sense. There's a reason the Super Bowl's played on a Sunday. There's got to be some merit to it. Like Sunday night football does better than Monday night football. There's a reason they play the games on a Sunday.
Monday night football used to do better for some reason, and then it changed. Could it be what station you're playing it on? How they promoted it? Because Monday night football used to be the end all be all. Then Sunday night when it went to NBC started taking over.
Yeah, I don't know. The NFL had a Pro Bowl in some form every year since 1951. Dude, Shedeur Sanders last year as the Pro Bowl on the Pro Bowl roster as the 6th alternate. Like nobody wants to play in this thing.
Because it's not football. And it's in Orlando compared to Hawaii. Listen, man, let's call a spade a spade. If I tell you you're going on vacation to Paris every year, okay? And then I change it to you going to the Hotel Paris in Vegas. You're going to keep going?
I hear you.
You like Vegas, don't you? But you got if the caveat was going to Paris, France. Now I'm going to the Hotel Paris, whatever it is in Vegas. I ain't going.
I think there's a Paris, Kentucky. I understand your premise for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like people just it lost its luster when you moved it from Hawaii.
Also, this is a statement from NFL Executive Vice President Peter O'Reilly. All-Star games, I think, for all leagues have been fraught for a long time, and they haven't necessarily represented the very best premium of that sport for those players. I think all leagues have struggled with that. We made the switch 4 years ago from the tackle Pro Bowl to the flag game, and that was more strategic for us. In many ways, we saw a decrease in the replacement players. But ultimately, the Pro Bowl at its core is about honoring the best of the best in that season on the field in real games. And the shift here is about shifting the focus from the game, which is ultimately where people's attention goes, especially the replacement players tied to it, to the honor. I think that's a wise move. He's right, though, because the NBA All-Star Game became an absolute joke. I feel like last year's was sneaky good, though.
It was.
But did they do something different?
They played like different.
Because for a while they were like keeping score by quarter or whatever.
They had the young guys playing against the first year players playing against the other rising stars or whatever.
The best All-Star game is baseball. Because you get to see the absolute stud pitchers going against the absolute stud hitters.
Yeah, but once they took away that if you win, you go
the World Series
that
stuff.
type of thing, that was crap right
That's
there.
because it got so bad they tried to do something to make it cool. I think baseball's like I don't know.
NBA All-Star game is more about a big party.
Yes. I remember when the All-Star game was here. That was a long time ago, but that was crazy.
Yeah, I remember I was here.
Nobody go anywhere.
I was in the Johnson Fashion Show.
Nikki Javala will join us at 11. BMitch and Finlay,
Don't let me
1067
down
The Fan.
easy if you're gonna leave me. Go and
All right,
leave me.
I got a question
all
for
the
you.
way.
And all the boys can answer this. We all watch NFL games.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
What industry do you think has the most commercials during NFL games?
What?
Like, what industry do you think it is? Like cars or beer?
Beer.
Or sports betting or...
Beer and sports betting has always been there. It's like the best.
Yeah, but there's more people now.
More people coming in.
Insurance companies.
Insurance companies. The insurance business must be awfully profitable.
AI.
They advertise like a mug.
Snack companies.
Snack companies.
Yeah, beer and snack.
Doritos,
Beer and
pretzels.
snack go together.
It's the sports books.
I would have said sportsbook. Like, I feel like between FanDuel, DraftKings, Bet365, like it feels like it's constant.
But I mean,
So what is your
I'm going like, I'm just gonna say alcohol and snacks. It's like it
You don't
comes
get both. You got to pick one.
Alcohol comes with each other. It's snack. When you drink, you eat.
Yeah, but Doritos doesn't advertise with Bud Light. Like they're separate.
Alcohol industry.
So I don't know the answer. Left hand up. But here's what I found that really interesting. I just read this article in the break. The NFL limits the number of sportsbook ads shown during games to approximately 1 per quarter. I feel like it's way more than that. During the 2025 regular season, national TV games featured 2 sportsbook ads on average, with more on primetime contests, according to iSpot TV, a firm that measures marketing impact. There were slightly fewer minutes of betting-related commercials during games last season than beer and hard seltzer ads, according to iSpot.
It's more what?
There are slightly fewer minutes of sports books than beer and hard seltzer.
Okay.
So it is beer and hard seltzers by a hair. But what else I find interesting, would you agree with me, B, that the National Football League, Park Avenue, they don't leave many stones unturned when it comes to marketing opportunities.
Hell no.
Like that, they
went from banning something to being in bed with them.
Dude, we were in Detroit. I don't know if you saw this. Detroit, the Lions, I tweeted it out because it made me laugh. There was an ad in Ford Field for some balsam firs. I don't know what the heck it was. And it was like, get ready for Christmas with balsam firs, the official Christmas tree of the Detroit Lions. I was like, that marketing salesperson, they earned that paycheck, man. Yeah, you got an official Christmas tree.
But up that way, don't they have a lot of trees right there across the border in Canada?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying. I do know, I believe it's Andrew Wiley for the Commanders. I'm pretty sure it's him. Grew up on a Christmas tree farm somewhere in the Midwest. Google that. I'm almost positive it's Wiley his family's a Christmas tree farmer. And I asked him once what the life cycle is of like a sellable Christmas tree. I think it's like 6 years. So imagine the acreage you must require to be able to constantly sell trees every Christmas. But that's completely irrelevant to what I wanted to bring up. I'm quoting now from this ESPN article. So basically what happened is the NFL has a deal with a sports data company that they make their legal betting companies purchase data from to have in-game betting, right?
Okay.
And they sell 3 of these licenses, and the betting companies have to pay significant money to access the data so they can have live betting, right? And Fanatics jumped at it. DraftKings and FanDuel seemed to kind of slow play this. I don't know that they were thrilled about the fee that was charged to access live betting. But this is what I think is more interesting. While the league continues its relationship with the legal betting industry, somewhere Joe Maloney smiles at the terminology here. While the league continues its relationships with the legal betting industry, the NFL is maintaining its distance from the emerging prediction market industry. DraftKings, FanDuel, and Fanatics offer prediction markets in states without legal sports betting. But the data and intellectual property rights from the NFL partnership do not transfer to their prediction market offerings. That's not a space that we're considering right now commercially. spokesperson for the NFL, said of the prediction markets. These prediction markets,
They can
Poly
go-
Market and Kalshi are the big ones,
Yeah,
right?
they can go on anything.
Right.
Every play, as soon as a flag is thrown, it's all kind of stuff going. In the league, probably like, nah.
The league, for a long time, was like, nah to all sports betting.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a space?
If they find out they can control it, yes.
There's a space for everything.
It's like just like, let's be real. The IRS and the United States. Everything is bad until they can make money off of it. And once they can make cash off of it, they make it legal.
When I was a kid, when I went to high school,
Gambling, marijuana.
Gambling was completely illegal.
Yeah.
It was just total black market. Pot was such a big deal. If you had a pager in high school, you got arrested. You didn't get suspended. You didn't get detention. You got arrested for simply having a beeper.
And then
now there's literally weed stores across the street from high school.
Because they found out how they can make money off
And
of it.
all these kids are putting parlays in on their dad's account. Like, if we want to sit up here and clutch pearls about the prediction markets, and I understand there are some real potential pitfalls with this stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
until you
didn't
find
somebody from the military bet that they were going to go get the Venezuelan, dictator?
Yep.
Like, there is some real trouble spots in these prediction markets. But if you think they're going away,
but the thing of it is,
ask the kid that got arrested for weed in
when
1998.
it first came out,
It wasn't me, by the way.
you probably did. When it first came out, they all looked for how can we benefit from it. And then once they figure that out, then it can become illegal. Become legal.
It's just remarkable because have you done any prediction market stuff?
No.
Have any of you boys?
Yeah, I have.
What'd you bet? Or what'd you predict?
I predicted a Nationals win. This is like a few months ago. I lost.
That's how you do on your regular bets.
What is so different about it? You're betting somebody else heads up that has bet a loss?
Yeah, there's no house. So
are you paying less juice? What's the advantage?
Yeah, I think so. Like, you can kind of buy in and buy out of your position. So basically, it's like there's going to be a payout either way, I believe is how it works. But it's a cloudy market, man. Like,
he don't even know, and he just bet.
Which app did you use?
I used Kalshi.
Good luck, Stallion. We
Thank
got to
you.
get Stallion to start betting like politics.
Stallion just bets. He don't know no rules. He just, I'm a bet.
Nikki Javala joins the program next, I predict.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Washington Commanders' final preseason game is tomorrow night in Baltimore, and while that will be meaningful for down-the-roster players trying to show that they deserve an NFL job, the reality is that a bulk of Washington's training camp concluded with yesterday's joint practice against the Ravens. And it was a tough day, especially for the Commanders' O-line. But Jane Daniels and other players spoke to the media, they addressed it head-on, and they said they know that practice is not where they need to be, but the good news is that they still have time to grow before week 1. But for the guys that need to prove themselves still, sure, they have tomorrow's game against the Ravens, but roster cutdown day is 6 p.m. on Sunday, so time will tell, will they earn a roster spot? For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. When you hear Petey Pa, means it's time to welcome in Nikki Javala from The Athletic. Hello, Nikki. Quiet couple days for you. How do you do?
Yeah, great. How are you guys?
All you have to do is call JP. He knows how to handle that stuff, Nikki. he dealt with it last week.
Yeah.
Or come to my school not paying attention to them idiots.
I did a fairly good job of not paying attention to all the hoopla yesterday, and then I slipped up this morning. My bad.
It gets hard. But
if you had used your first comment, your greatest comment first, you'd have shut it all down.
The one finger salute.
The greatest comment was, "I never heard of you before." I love that one.
Let's talk football, right? What you saw in Baltimore yesterday, how much here's my question. I asked Tischler this too. They looked bad yesterday in Baltimore. You had on the interior 2 guys that I don't think have any chance of playing week 1. How much of what we saw yesterday was a problem for week 1? Because obviously yesterday was a problem, undoubtedly. How much of that do you think is real by the time they're in Philadelphia?
Well, that's sort of the issue is when Cosme was temporary, and he's a huge part of this line, and that affected things, no doubt. But at this point, they have not signed another center. We don't know if Allegretti is going to be ready for week 1. And Allegretti looked pretty good at center in the last couple games that he played it for the Commanders last year. But beyond that, we don't have a ton of data to know okay, is this going to really work out? We don't know. So just based on what we have, I don't see how you can say, okay, 4 of these 5 guys at least have a decent shot of being their week 1 starters. Until they sign somebody else, until we see Allegretti back out there, we don't know what it's going to be. Mm-hmm. And those are the only 2 options on the roster currently.
So I tend to agree with some of that, right? Like Connerly and Coleman were out there, and maybe not their best work.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Paul, I think, is going to be the starting left guard.
I actually thought they were okay, but yeah.
Chris Paul, probably going to be the starting left guard. I don't think, and you're correct in that until Allegretti's healthy, the available centers are subpar or worse. I just can't. Yes. I cannot comprehend a path to those dudes, either one of Good Jones or Goldman, actually starting in Philadelphia. I think they will sign somebody next week. If
I would like to think so. I would like to think so. But even if that's the case, we're talking about 3 of their 5 linemen are starters. The drop-off should not be that steep. And it was one really bad day. It's been fairly up and down while Allegretti has been out. The drop off from, 1s to, your 2s and 1s should not be that steep.
Yeah.
To me, that's an indictment on their depth. And that's another roster problem, right? So it's I'm not trying to be like negative or nitpicky, but this is just sort of the reality of where they're at with that group. And it sucks that they're dealing with these injuries at this point in the season. I mean, granted, it could be, I guess, worse in the middle of the season, but this is kind of what they have to work with now. And that's exactly what Jaden said, is like, this is the group he's got to work with now.
Yeah.
You got to try to make it work, but it's not easy, right? So
Yeah.
I was just calling it like I saw it. But
Ask you this question though, like I've heard they look bad. Is it a difference with offense and defense, or is it everybody look bad?
no, I think that, I mean, the defense, I mean, they don't have a lot of guys either. I mean, like some of their biggest investments on the D line are out too. I watched the offense the entirety of practice, so I can't speak on sort of, a lot of what the defense did. I think from what I've seen in camp up until Wednesday, they've been okay. They haven't been like exceptional. I think when they had all their guys, I thought their D line was like eating. Like they looked really good. And I want to believe that that's what they would be like when they're back to full strength.
Now, I just asked that
really
question.
Just the interior line.
I asked that question because when I looked at social media yesterday, everything was about the offense, but the whole narrative was they look bad. Basically, like the whole team looked bad, and I think we have to be careful with that. If the offensive line look bad, I think you got to focus and say that. But I don't want people taking it that people are saying that the whole team look bad. You see what I'm saying?
I never said that. Like I was focused on the offense, and like they couldn't get anything going, and like it was mostly because of the interior line, sort of what was going on at center and how they were rotating guys and whatever. But there were also a few drop passes. But that has been the focus for like everything I tweeted reported yesterday.
For sure. And it is interesting because they've put themselves in this position where, one, they need Allegretti healthy. Two, they need Allegretti to stay healthy. And then three, he's got to perform at a sufficient to good level to validate the decision-making process. And that's a tricky spot, man. That is a really tricky spot.
Yeah. I'm not going to dispute the reasoning for wanting to move on from Tyler Biadasz. I mean, they get paid a good amount to know more about this than I will ever know, right? I mean, I know what they tell me and what I can observe and report. But there were clearly some issues that they wanted to change, and they believed moving on would change those. But I think there's two parts to this, and I know you've gotten into this too, JP, is, it's one thing to move on from the guy, but what is your plan thereafter? It's like any trade discussion. Like when anybody just says trade him, okay, then what? What's the then what? And if it's not Linderbaum, there has to be a backup plan. And if it is, let's just go with Allegretti, there has to be a backup plan. And right now they don't have that backup plan because there's not a guy on this roster that is, a viable alternative to Allegretti, and Allegretti hasn't been in. That's the reality.
Yeah, it's funny. Like in college sports, especially being a Maryland fan, a lot of times people scream, fire the coach, and it's like, okay, what's your plan after that? Like, who are you going to get that's better? And it seems like they cut Biadasz, went after Linderbaum, didn't get him. How seriously they went after him, who really knows? Because it was my understanding leaving the combine that the Raiders just weren't going to lose that, period.
Right.
And the Raiders had the money and wanted to invest with a young quarterback coming in, whatever. So, like, to not sign a veteran backup in March is where I think the big flaw is. I do think they're going to add a veteran backup next week. And so I don't want to dismiss it as much ado about nothing, but it is, I think what I keep saying is fans shouldn't be mad at Julian Good-Jones. All Julian Good-Jones is doing is being Julian Good-Jones. The process that you land with being dependent on Julian Good-Jones at a position he doesn't even play is the flaw.
Correct. Yes, he's played 2 offensive snaps in his career. This is not what he was on the team to do. That doesn't mean he has not been aspiring to earn a starting role. I mean, I think everybody, like in the NFL, you come into this league wanting to play, but it's a product of the roster building and what they have, and that's not the role that suits him.
Looking ahead, they've got a game tomorrow night. We probably won't see many of the starters. Who do you think needs a good game to impress and maybe force their way onto the roster?
I think any of those receivers that are sort of in that second group, right? So you got like the top three of Terry, Steph, Antonio Williams. Those guys are locked. Those guys are locked, obviously. But then you got guys like, and I would probably maybe put Jalen Lane in there just because of his returnability. But you got a group of guys there that are fighting for maybe 1, 2, 3 roster spots, however many they decide to keep. So I think creating any sort of separation there, no pun intended, is like that's paramount. I mean, that's been sort of the tightest race, in my opinion, of the offseason, especially now that the safety battle, which I think ultimately came down to like Quan Martin and Will Harris. That seemed pretty decided after Quan's, preseason opener and, then having another pick in the second preseason game. So to me, those are the guys that really need to stand out. And that may also come down to special teams too, who's being asked to be used in the return game and, coverage teams on special teams. So
at the quarterback position, I think it's pretty interesting. We're talking with our friend Nikki Jabvala from The Athletic. Read her work in The Athletic or give her a follow at Nikki Jabvala, NICKIJHABVALA. To me, there's zero question that Kaliak Manis has outplayed Hartman. Kaliak Manis has showed you something that's at least intriguing and makes you want to watch going forward. Do you think they carry 3 quarterbacks?
I think it's a very real possibility. I mean, in my 53-man projection, I will be carrying 3 quarterbacks. It'll come out after the game, and he's the third. So, yeah, I mean, I think because when you look, especially here, I feel like, or maybe it's just because I've been covering this team and it's more magnified for me, but, I mean, they've only had a couple seasons where they've had, like, one starter for the full season, and now you got Marcus Mariota, who has been dealing with an injury and has been out, will be out up until the opener, and you hope he's ready by the opener. But I think that's one position where if you have a good quarterback, you don't let him go. And they may ultimately need that backup. So I would say carry 3, especially if you think he's done well enough to make himself not be able to clear waivers.
Yeah. Will the keeping the third quarterback weigh on how serious the injury to Marcus is?
Not necessarily, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know exactly how they're approaching it, but I would say no, because they've sort of framed Marcus's injury as fairly minor. I mean, the day after it happened, I think Quinn said he was optimistic that he'd be able to return for week 1, which would be generally pretty quick for an MCL sprain. But nonetheless, I mean, they've had to use both guys in the last 2 years at key parts of the game. I mean, they've called up Sam Hartman, I think, both seasons at different points. But I still think if you have a good quarterback and you feel strongly about him, you keep him.
I agree, and I think he's shown a little something. I don't know if you noticed this the other day. I saw Marcus for the first time, I guess Monday, for the first time in a while. That brace on his knee was not like a compression sleeve. That was like a brace.
It was rather large.
And it made me wonder, what is the availability for week 1? And then that made me wonder if Marcus still is banged up for week 1, as much as you like Kaliak Manis, like, can you go into week 1 with Kaliak Manis as your backup? And these are all hypotheticals, obviously.
All fair points, too.
But it's a real question.
Right. In which case, they may open the season with 3 quarterbacks, but initially keep 2 and then claim somebody else for that very reason. But, yeah, I mean, it's sort of a puzzle they're putting together there. But I also wonder, too, and I'm no doctor, so I honestly have no idea, is that brace that Marcus was wearing fairly recently after the injury, a bigger brace for that time that he'll eventually graduate to something smaller or nothing at all? I don't know.
So, like, the thing I asked both of you this question: if Kaliak Manis has earned a spot, why you have to worry about another quarterback? If he's earned a spot, he should be able to play, right? If you think he needs to have a roster spot, then you shouldn't be concerned about it. He should be able to go in the game and help you out.
It's a great question.
It's fair. I think there's also another part to it too. Is you're building for now, but also for the future, and you have to consider waivers. And if you think he'll get picked up and you really like him, I think you have to consider that in the first day. That could change thereafter, but I think that's something you definitely have to factor in. So,
agreed.
But otherwise, yes, it should be as simple as that.
Talking with our friend Nikki Javala here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Kind of going forward, Nikki, with Jaden Daniels in this offense and a new defense and a bad week in Washington. You had the coach called preseason week 2 a bit of disarray. You got a bad performance against the Ravens. How much of all this a month from now will we remember? How much of all this is going to be super relevant? I think if the center question doesn't get some form of answer, all of this conversation remains super valid. But a lot of it, you wonder if, 2 weeks into the season, say they're 1-1 and the focus just isn't where we've been focused. You know what I mean? How much of it do you think carries over?
I think a large part of it depends on Jaden. And that's not to put more pressure on him, but that's sort of inherent with the quarterback position, especially one of his caliber. I think back to 2024, he was able to mask a lot of their deficiencies up front and elsewhere. I mean, he was their run game in addition to leaking their pass game. So I think a lot of it will depend on his availability and his play. I think they can overcome a lot more, certainly. I mean, you just look at that last play from the Ravens scrimmage where he threw that beauty to Antonio Williams. He was about to get absolutely clobbered by their 2 edge rushers. He threw it off his back foot, and it was an absolute dime. That's why he's special, and that's why you want a quarterback like that, because he can do things in that moment that others probably can't. So I think a lot of it depends on him, but it also, of course, depends on what the issue is. I mean, I think an offensive line issue to this degree is pretty significant, and that could change the course of a season, no doubt.
For sure.
If we're talking about the receiver depth and who will be that 5th, 6th guy on the roster, a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's an interesting dilemma they've found themselves in, and you're going to have a bunch of injured guys that they probably carry through to the 53. And then I think the roster we see Sunday night, the initial 53 versus what we see by the following week when it's actually week 1 and they're getting ready for Philly are going to be dramatically different.
Yes, largely because of those injuries, because you get 2 that you can designate the day of cuts and have them return early. I'm guessing it's Laramie and Johnny Newton probably for those 2, but how many others do you have to carry that may not be available for week 1 that you ultimately put on either short-term IR there later or thereafter, or that you just carry and use a roster spot for until they're ready in those first couple weeks.
What are the chances you'd say of a trade for a center? And I think people are probably diluted in what they think is realistic, but I'm talking about a Saturday draft pick, a conditional 5th, a conditional 6th, for some guy that's kind of buried on a roster elsewhere. What are the chances you think that happens before roster cuts Sunday?
I mean, I wouldn't rule out anything at this point. Zero. And one of the teams I'm looking at for that is Buffalo. I mean, they got that young kid who is, from what it sounds like, has performed pretty well. And I think he's a 3rd-year guy. The problem, and not problem, but there's obviously less certainty with that because he has less experience. So you're not only taking him on, but you're giving up another asset. And they've traded away so many picks over the last couple of years that have come back to haunt them. And granted, if it's another 6 to give up for this guy, maybe it's not that big of a deal, and it's certainly worth it if you can, fill this center void, right? But to give up another asset for a young guy, somebody where there's no guarantee of, more experience or any sort of upgrade over what they have now, it could be difficult, but again, desperate times call for desperate measures, so you never know.
I also keep circling back to this. I'm curious. I don't know if you've done any reporting on it. I just can't get past the obviousness of it. Joshua Josephs, I think, has had a good camp in Washington. I think there's a lot to be excited about. The 5th-round rookie from Tennessee, the edge rusher, the athleticism, the motor, all of it. But I can't get past the fact that They took Joseph's 147 in the 5th round. At 146, Parker Brailsford, the center from Alabama, went to Cleveland. And I just wonder if that was their plan, was they thought they were going to get this kid Brailsford, and that would have, I feel like you feel a lot different about the center from Bama than you do a round later, 35 picks later, the center from Michigan State. I just keep kind of circling back to that.
Yeah, and maybe. I mean, I hadn't heard that, so it's very possible, but I also remember the general projection for this center class, coming out this year was not all that great. I mean, they've certainly done more work than I have on it. So maybe there was a guy they were eyeing and they just passed on for whatever reason. But I never got the sense that there was maybe one guy that was viewed as, maybe a day one starter and the others were more developmental guys. And Golden was one of those in that second group. But you never know. I mean, I just still think there's got to be a more concrete plan when you pass on the center who was still under contract for it wasn't a major deal. I think especially not, considering what centers are getting nowadays. I mean, Linderbaum, of course, got that $27 million a year, but Biadasz went off and got $10 million, which is, I think he was going to get they saved $8 million in cash by letting him go, which,
yeah,
it's a lot of money for us, but like relative to, what they're spending is not that much.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to pursue a guy like Linderbaum, you're going to spend more than that, certainly.
Right.
So I never got the sense it was a financial thing, even though it was, occasionally framed as that. No, they wanted an upgrade there. But yeah, I mean, going back, you just have to have a concrete plan if you're going to willingly create a hole that wasn't otherwise there, especially when you have so many other holes across the roster.
Nikki, we appreciate the time. We'll see you tomorrow in Baltimore. Thank you.
All right, Nikki.
Of course. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Okay.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Commanders have offensive line problems, undoubtedly. It's also August 27th. You think they can get this ship righted? The big fellas up front smell like bacon by September 13th. Taking your calls next.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get instant alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. It's comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Say goodbye to the Pro Bowl. Yesterday, The Athletic reported that the NFL has pulled the plug on the event, which has morphed in recent years from a game of two-hand touch and full pads to a variety of non-football events capped by a game of flag football. Instead, the league will name a Pro Bowl team consisting of 88 players and have no Pro Bowl game or other competitive events. 105, we've got first pitch in a series finale with the Rockies right here on the Fan. Last night, Colorado took the win 13-1, and Washington just looked flat. That's not me saying that, though. Manager Blake Gutierrez said it post-game and said that he didn't see his team giving the normal effort they do. But today is another day and a chance to split the series. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, opening these phone lines up. A little earlier in the program, I did see Mark in Largo had called. We weren't able to take calls then, but we're able to now, Mark. Sending out the Mark in Largo bat
Mark.
signal. Instead, we'll start with Mark in Landover Hills. Mark,
What up,
do you
Mark? How
think
you
they
doing,
can
brother?
get this ship figured out by week 1 in Philadelphia?
I tell you guys, I listen to you guys all the time and enjoy you. You know I enjoy you immensely, especially you, JP, and Brian on the show, and Jeff and Ryan. But I've got to say it, man, that they have totally paid no attention, like Nikki just got done saying, and you've been saying, and Brian's been telling them, and I'm not freaked out about it, but I'm pretty sure, man, that if they don't change things in the way they're thinking, that those first 4 games of the season, guys, Brian and Doc have been trying to tell them they don't listen. You guys played, but man, I think a few of the Lee sisters are going to show up, as we used to say when I was growing up, and one of them is going to be ugly. And if they don't change their ways, it's going to be ghastly, and they're not going to like it, and the fans aren't going to like it because of their hard-headed, won't-listen attitude of not playing people and getting them in football shape, like Brian and Doc have been telling these people from day one. And I'm not real excited about what I'm seeing, and I don't think it's going to bode well for the season. And I'm not saying they can't turn it around before the end of the season, but we have to remember, man, that they have a new offensive coordinator and a new defensive coordinator. And the guys are not going to be in football shape in that first game. They better hope that Philadelphia's got a few guys that aren't in football shape. And, man, Brian is right once again. And, hey, man, that's why I listen, because I know he knows what he's talking about. And
Appreciate you, Mark.
Listen to you guys, man, because you're right.
Take care, dude. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, what's up, bud?
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I am less than optimistic about that interior. I think that if we come out 1-2, I'd actually be pretty excited about that with just the way that things went yesterday in Baltimore. I don't think that the center position is going to be something we stop talking about. I think this is a conversation that will be continued throughout the beginning of the season, especially if Allegretti is not healthy. I do think that another center is going to be signed. I think Humphreys actually, depending on how well he picks up everything, I think bumping him outside and then moving Coleman inside to take over for Paul in that guard position might be something that they're looking at, depending on how well Humphreys, again, picks things up.
Well, dude, it's an interesting call, Sean. The other thing to consider that I know nobody wants to hear, it's entirely possible there's more injuries and that eventually they have to move Coleman around because he's versatile and Humphreys has to play or Wiley has to play. Like, they're banged up now. 2 months from now, they could be more banged up.
Yeah,
so
but, I mean, the thing we're focusing on now is the center. And I know everybody keeps saying, sign somebody, sign somebody, sign somebody. Does that solve the problem? Like, you can go, Nikki has said, you want a veteran guy. If they got a third-year guy who can actually play, who cares about if he's played 9-10 years? Because if somebody letting a guy go that played 9-10 years, they don't think he's very good. That's why they're not keeping them around. So my whole thing is the signing someone does not solve the problem if the guy comes in and he may not be able to play. He may not come in here looking like what we expect him to look. So the whole thing is getting this group, whoever they are, the 5 are, to work with great cohesiveness. If you get that done, you can change up this whole thing. I don't think just the one person is going to make a break.
So one thing I do find interesting that I pulled this up. Nikki mentioned the 2 players in Buffalo, where the projections are Connor McGovern, who's a 7th-year pro out of Penn State, was a 3rd-round pick in the 2019 draft. 2 seasons ago, McGovern started 16 games at center for the Bills and made a Pro Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, they moved him to guard, started 16 games at guard. The projections are that McGovern is going to go back to center this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That also leaves Lloyd Cushenberry, who I think signed as a free agent with the Bills this offseason, another former 3rd-rounder. He's from LSU, was drafted in 2020. Cushenberry has played center all of his career. Last year, played 15 games at center for the Tennessee Titans. These are both veteran players with younger players behind them. Like, if you're just trying to do the math of who could possibly get released that has real experience, if a player like Cushenberry hits free agency, that is a veteran center that knows the position. Like, that's what he's done his whole career.
Mm-hmm.
And both of these guys, if you just look at the math, Cushenberry's playing for the true vet minimum. He'll clear 1.2. He's got about $1 million guaranteed. And then if you look at McGovern, he's got about $2 million guaranteed. Like, maybe because the Bills consider themselves like a real Super Bowl contender, maybe you roll with 2 veterans like that. Maybe you're not going to release either of those players because McGovern has versatility, has started in lots of places for you if somebody else gets banged up. But, like, that's kind of what you're looking at looking ahead to next week.
I understand. And that's the thing about it. I suspect that they will sign somebody. But if the person walks in and we don't see the instant jump, are we back at the same situation about what they're not doing?
It has to look better than Detroit. It has to look better than Baltimore.
Yeah.
But, like, I think to assume that there's, like, this fix, that there's, like...
That's the question I keep asking, because I hear, just like the thing about trade, and he's like, okay, well, who you going to get? A fire, who you going to bring? Go get someone. If someone is being released, somebody don't think something about them. And if you go get that guy, unfortunately, you may find out why somebody released him.
Dylan is in Fairfax. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, what's up, guys? Man, we just have the most pessimistic fan base. Like, we haven't played a game yet. Like, I understand the concern. There are things to be concerned about, but they haven't even played a game. And people are calling for Quinn to be fired and that, Adam Peters just draft bust and everything like that. But, I mean, we the way these guys are taught, we may as well just put Jaden in a cast, cut Sonny Styles. I just, look, maybe we'll be terrible, but, like, let them play a game, Like, they have not even played yet. And we've got people that are just ready to burn it all down. I just don't get it.
Appreciate the call, man. It's a fair point. They haven't played a game. Jaden Daniels said that. He's like, it's August 20-something, and we don't play till September 13th. Dez is in Waldorf. Dez, what do you think about this O-line? You freaked out come week 1?
Hey, JP, I'm kind of like with the last call and some with BMitch, what he was just saying, like all of this talk about all this negativity, bro. I ain't even seen a game yet. Got him play. Nick Allegretti, a good player. If I hear Tyler Biada's name one more time, I'm going to go crazy. Everybody acted like he wasn't undersized last year. He was some godsend to the center position. Like, he not even about to play for the Chargers. We don't even be paying attention. Like, all this negativity about the offensive line, bro, let them play. We wasn't the great offensive line. There wasn't nobody playing too much then. This game ain't even started yet. Like, it was practice, bro. Practice can go all this. Ain't nobody post Antonio Williams cooking they defense, but everybody all on our offensive line and what we ain't doing. It's crazy.
Appreciate the call, man. go to Juan in Fairfax. Juan, what's up, dude?
What's going on, guys?
Tell them, man, what's happening?
Ain't nothing too much. But look, I think they'll get everything situated. I think everybody's just, just going head over heels on how the offensive line is. I think they're going to get it situated and they're going to get it straight. Because if they don't, and they come out week 3 when they play Seattle at home, and the offense is looking like they did when they went for the scrimmage against Baltimore, the stadium is going to boo them. So they're going to get it situated. They're going to get it right. And I'm going to the Seattle game. So I know, what I'm saying, if they're trying to sell all these season tickets and everything and stuff, and they want all this stuff to be all good and glorious, they have to get this offensive line right. Because if not, the fans are going to let them hear it. You know what I'm saying? You got to. There's no choice but to. So that's my point. Y'all have a great one.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Juan. One thing that's interesting is 3 months ago, when people felt reasonable about Allegretti at center, people were still freaked out about the opening schedule. And now it's like, oh my God, the schedule with the center situation.
I don't remember the time when anybody was reasonable about Allegretti. I've been hearing nothing but negativity since they let Biadasz go.
Taking your calls next. If you're on hold, stay there. Mike Jones joins us at noon. In the crazy world we live in the year 2026, you need to relax. So what are you doing at home to relax? Imagine starting the day with a swim in your own swim spa, unwinding in the sauna, or having friends over to watch the game in a backyard made for entertaining. JP Finlay here for Offenbachers. Offenbachers has helped me redo my backyard to the fullest. We have maximized what is a limited amount of space with a big old hill. And you know what? It's comfortable. It's relaxing. Same thing can happen for you. Right now, Offenbacher's Home Escapes is offering special savings on select floor model saunas and swim spas. These showroom models are available at special prices while supplies last, making now the perfect time to turn your backyard into a place to relax, entertain, and enjoy more of the moments that matter. Visit one of Offenbacher's 4 showrooms in Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis, or visit Offenbachers.com. Special savings on select saunas and swim spas while supplies last. Shop the Offenbacher's floor model sale today. A lot of people calling on the phones to talk about how concerned they are about this Commanders' offensive line. Let's go to our boy Eli. What's up, Elijah? How you doing, bud?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks
Chilling,
for
man.
taking my call.
What's happening?
I think ultimately it's going to be cool. My concern a bit is if we are putting a lot of the weight on Nick Allegretti, like if that's the threshold of you being okay and not being okay is Nick Allegretti, then if he comes back, then you're going to be okay. So I would say the team is missing teeth right now. Guys are coming back. So the question is, how well is Allegretti going to perform when he's back? He hasn't been there all training camp, essentially. Talk about Bilal's got a new scheme. So a lot of this, I don't always think it's physical for the reason guys can't step in to the center position. I think of it like Jaden is like a pilot and a co-pilot. In certain situations, he could probably fly the protections in certain situations himself, but consistently game in, game out, you're asking for trouble to have him set everything and then try to fire a ball. So I think long term, they're going to have to get something worked out because it might be a blessing in disguise, too, that it's happening now and not in week 7. We're in shape and we're in a good position. And then now we have to think about something that we wasn't even considering. So let them work with what they got. Maybe Golden, maybe those guys do have an opportunity to grow during the year. But we're going to have to do something now. So this is what the coaches get paid for. You never, like I always say, you never get. And I'm curious with you, BMitch, how many of the projected starters when you went to the Super Bowl actually from camp made it to the actual game versus guys who had to step up for y'all? Because usually it's somebody's going to have to step up at a certain point.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
that team was healthy that year, though. But, like, I understand what you're saying, though. I just, at this point right now, it doesn't look good. But in 2 to 3 weeks, 4 weeks, some of these guys could look totally different. And the whole thing, if Allegretti comes back, then based off of how people are acting, I guess that would make more people not worry anymore.
I'm going to this because I want to ask this gentleman how his name is spelled. Hello, sir. Is this Ian?
It is.
How do you spell that?
Ayan.
Okay. All right. Stallion got it right. What's up, dude?
All right, let me jump in on this. So I've been very vocal with Kevin and Chris Russell that I think it's gross roster management by Adam Peters. The entire offseason, when you have ample cap room to let you get outbid on Tyler Linderbaum, the way they manage the wide receivers, letting it go so long with potentially Ayuk, the way they approach the draft and free agency. I think the roster is subpar at so many levels, and you see that reflected by rankings all across the board, whether it's local or national, and then the Vegas total win over-unders, et cetera. But then when we're talking about the actual coaching, I think it's egregious for Dan Quinn, who's potentially on the hot seat, to put 2 first-time coordinators as your kind of main lieutenants in charge when you have year 3 of Jane Daniels, and then to couple it with, we are only going to play him 3 snaps. He doesn't even throw the ball once. This is the second year in a row where the preseason approach has been questioned, and it's not hindsight's 50-50 like Spurrier said. Everybody's questioning, how are you preparing this team for a very difficult 3-game opening slate by having your quarterback who barely played last year to throw 0 passes in the offseason? We can talk about injuries. Every team has injuries. This approaches that. The roster management approaches poor. And I just don't see this team going anywhere this season because of that. I think everybody will be gone and we'll reset all around Jaden Daniels for year 4. And that's got to be the approach because
all right, Ian.
Anywhere.
All right, man.
Thanks for calling.
Have fun not watching the games this year, then, if that's what you think.
Listen, there is clearly a glass half empty take here. I think Ian spelled it out. If you think the sky is falling, there is evidence to support those claims. He laid it all out right there. I'm not sure I agree with you. I think it's just too early for straight doom and gloom. But I also acknowledge it's been a really bad week for the organization. You come off Detroit, the coach says it's disarray, makes them have an extra practice, go to Baltimore, get thumped, and now you don't know what your answers are, and it is that much closer to week one. The season's going to last 4 more months one way or another, though. My guy's in Boone, North Carolina calling in. Boone will always get answered from me. What's up, Joe?
What up, JP? BMitch?
What's up, brother?
I am freaked out about the Philly D-line feasting on JD5, man. I don't want them to eat my franchise quarterback for lunch. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis going to be back there all day.
All right. I don't know what you want me to say to that. I think it's possible it doesn't happen, but I understand the concern, dude. Like, there's no one that's going to call in and tell me they're concerned, and I can just dismiss it. I think I can be dismissive of, like, the season's over conversation.
Yeah, that right there, that other dude, I don't know where he's coming from with all that.
They're going to play some games. And
you're nice, JP. I can't be nice to everybody. Some of these people they losing their damn minds for no reason.
I think the offensive line, as it was constituted on the field against the Ravens, will not allow Jaden to play a full season. I do not think that's what the offensive line will be constituted.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I separate things. I think they're going to add a veteran next week. Is he going to be, the next Tyler Linderbaum? Probably not. But it's about 5 pieces blocking with game plan designs against defenses they have to face. Like, there's so much different that will happen in the regular season than happened against the Ravens. I think that's worth pointing out. I'm going to sneak one more in here. Donald is in Baltimore. What's up, Donnie?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Man?
Well, I'm a Redskins fan from way back, and I observed during the Lions game, they couldn't even let Jalen Daniels stay in the game for so many snaps. They'd take him out because the offensive line could not protect him. You know what I know is the offensive line goes, quarterback goes. I hate to say it, but they're going to end up 0-3 in about 6 games. Our quarterback is going to be injured. He's not the biggest guy. And they're going to be licking their chops for him. And it's going to be a sad year for the Skins because they have not developed the offensive line.
We'll see. Appreciate the call, Donnie. Thank you, buddy. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll try to get to everybody, but Mike Jones from The Athletic is going to join us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Seahawks are signing Leonard Williams to a 3-year, $90 million contract extension that makes him one of the NFL's highest-paid defensive tackles, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. Williams will make $56 million guaranteed as part of the deal, which ties in with Tampa Bay's Vita Vea for the 5th highest average annual income for a defensive tackle in the NFL. The Colts had activated wide receiver Alec Pierce off the PUP list, clearing the way for him to practice. Pierce underwent ankle surgery in March, and now he'll start ramping up with hopes of returning for the Colts' regular season opener against the Baltimore Ravens. And coming up next here on the Fan, 1:05 p.m., we've got first pitch in a series finale between the Colorado Rockies and your Washington Nationals. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. I'm going to go extremely inside baseball here. Is that Jonesy on line 9? Okay, great. I'm going to bring Mike up from The Athletic. Mike, what's up, brother? I think you'll appreciate this. NFL Jesus, NFL GSIS is something every reporter uses in every press box around the country. And yes, I think I finally have been able to access it since they changed. They changed a lot this offseason, and I think I'm finally breaking through. I thought you.
No, it really was. It was weird because it's been the same login and same password for 100 years,
yeah,
and then
we all know it.
It got really complicated and everything. And I don't know. I think I probably spent 15, 20 minutes trying to figure out how to get into it a couple of weeks ago, and I know nobody knows what this means, but it's where we get all of the stats and the box scores and the play-by-play. And if you want to look back at a previous game, you can do that. And you years prior, finding out when something happened in a certain game, it really helps us do our job. So
and it's
if
the only place you can get
thing,
preseason stats.
Right. And so if you were locked out of that thing, it really made it difficult for you to be able to know stats and scores and averages and all that stuff. So I'm
so
sure
you figured it out, Jay?
Feelings of panic there.
I thought I figured it out, and now I need Google Authenticator, which I don't have, and I'm not going to be able to do that.
Oh, good Lord, yes.
So,
you need that app on your phone. It's a pain.
Yeah,
We're
working towards it.
Well, I'll get you to tell me how to do it. I got Google Authenticator.
Okay. Well, Jonesy, let's start. You want to start local or you want to start broad? I'm cool with whatever you prefer, because you know what my question is locally.
Your radio show. I'm, happy to be with you guys. Whatever you want.
It is, as Jaden Daniels said yesterday after the Baltimore practice, it's August 20-something. We don't play till September 13th. Commanders obviously have offensive line questions, significant questions. How concerning do you think it should be here for the Burgundy and Gold?
Well, it's not what you want. You wanted all the pieces to be in place right now so they could just be working towards cohesion and, getting this thing to be a well-oiled machine. That has not been the case. Flies have started dropping already, and, struggles here and there across the board. And so the only consolation, like Jaden said, it's September something, so 20 something. So you do have time to keep on working. Now, is it going to be as good as they hoped? No. Do they have time to continue to work to improve things? Do they have time to add more players if they see somebody who gets let go that they think could help them, or if they could work out a trade for somebody? Yes. So the good thing is there is more time. Now that clock is ticking, and if you're feeling anxious about it as a fan, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are feeling 1,000 times more anxious about it, because the seat is hot, and they got to get things going this year. So, that's your only consolation, is that they know it's bad. If you know it's bad, they know it's bad, and they're gonna do what they can to get it done.
See, that's the thing where I hear people talking, and I think they act as if they're not trying to do anything, and they won't be trying to do anything.
Right.
They're in this position because Allegretti got hurt. Nobody expected that.
Right.
They had some young guys behind them that they thought could possibly play. And I like JP, I think I agree with you where they have this thing where they don't like the young dudes, the rookies to go out and play just yet. But you're at a point now where you need to find out who's the guy you can count on if Allegretti may not be there for the whole year. And that to me, you know, I know, well, I understand how people feel, but they're trying to address it. And if we talk about it today, tomorrow, and the next day, it's not going to be solved in those 3 days. So it's something that I look at, but they're trying to get it done. It's not like they're not doing anything.
No, you're exactly right. And look, would you like a veteran there, ready to go? Yes, of course. But you do draft and develop for a reason, and right now I think they know what they have, and they're trying to find insurance policies and figure out, okay, if this doesn't work, who do we put here? How do we work this and things like that? But every single day when they're watching practice, they are looking at combinations and pairings, and then they go back and they watch film and they're talking about it and they're turning this thing over. And so they're scraping and clawing and scratching and try to pull their way to the best possible product. Even if it doesn't feel like it because we're on the outside, but trust me, they see it and they know.
Mike, I wanted to go back a couple, maybe to last week. You wrote a story. I know you were in Ashburn for a few days and you got some time with Terry McLaurin. I was curious kind of what your McLaurin story told you and, where do you think he is going into the season?
I think he's in a much better place than what he was last year. I thought that he was very real during our talk. He talked about how the whole business side of football was something that last year was the first time he really encountered that. And, you think you mean something to a franchise, and then your agent goes and asks for this payday, and they tell you, no, you're not worth that. And they're not budging. And then so he said that it gave him anxiety and insecurity, and he started, feeling like wondering, am I not as good as I think I am? And then, it was tough for him because he's a team guy, and he's being told, don't go to practice, don't step on the field till we get this done. And so then they get it done, and then he gets hurt, and he's not able to be as effective as he wanted to be. And, it was just a very tough year for him. But now he said he feels like he's back to normalcy. There's no contract stuff. He's healthy. He's been able to work throughout the offseason with his quarterback and other guys. He's been through every practice, and he's excited for the bounce back this year. And I think he also was excited to have Stephon Diggs, another talented guy, to help draw some attention away from the defense. But it was a learning experience. Said he leaned really heavily on his wife. He leaned heavily on his faith. Talked to Bobby Ingram, his wide receivers coach. He, behind the scenes, was really trying to prop him up because he played in the league a long time, and he understood the business side of things, and let him understand, that, hey, they were still there for him, even though the money thing wasn't coming together. Didn't mean that he didn't matter to the guys in the room and his coaching staff. And he got through it, and they're hoping that he's going to have a really productive year this year.
Mike, you travel around a lot. You see a lot of different teams play. You watch guys. What are you expecting from Stephon and Terry?
I think that we're going to see two guys who are very similar in the competitive nature and attention to detail. Stephon has had injuries. He's not as explosive as he once was, but he still is very detail-oriented. He's a precise route runner. He had an unflashy but very productive year last year for New England. Now that he's here and he's got another talented wide receiver opposite him, I think that they're both going to help each other, because there were times, and look, it's practice, but you saw Stephon finding a nice opening in the defense because the coverage was really, devoted to stopping Terry. And then there were other times when Terry was wide open and the coverage is, devoted to Stephon. It's going to be hard for defenses to take both of them away at the same time. And so, look, we'll see how much time Jaden has back there with this offensive line. But if he has time, and look, there's going to be growing pains with David Blau, but it looks like he has the concepts and the understanding of how to exit O and draw it up and get these guys open, and just their natural ability and their instincts are going to help make things much better for this offense.
Talking with our friend Mike Jones here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Jonesy at by Mike Jones. You can read all of his work in The Athletic. Dude, I wanted to ask about a cool story you wrote. I think you traveled around and talked to all of the rookie head coaches this year. Guys like Mike LaFleur, Clint Kubiak, Hafley, Jesse Minter in Baltimore. And you asked them some interesting questions, like about kind of the weirdest stuff that has happened to them so far since they've been the head coach. Because head coaches get all sorts of like demands on their time. What were some of the funniest, weirdest things, answers you got?
Well, Jesse Minter had a really funny thing, new head coach in Baltimore. He'd been a defensive coordinator, and he understood a lot of the responsibilities that come with being a head coach. He never imagined that he was going to get a bunch of invitations to weddings and different things of Baltimore Ravens fans, and he's like, of course I'm not coming to these weddings, I don't know who you are. So but he would write a little note, and send a card saying best wishes and everything. But he was just shocked by how many of those people actually thought that hey, let's invite the head coach of the team. And then Mike LaFleur had a really funny one where he came into his office and there's a football with a note saying, can you sign this please? And he wanted to put a little personalization on it, and he goes to his assistant there with the Arizona Cardinals and said, who is this football for? And he said, it's for your dad. He didn't want to bother you because he hadn't been able to get a hold of you, didn't want to keep trying to bother you, and so he just sent it to us and asked us to have you sign it for his wall.
Tell his daddy could just ask him.
Yeah, and I guess it was hard to get a hold of, and the dad was just like, you know what, I'll just send this here, and they'll make sure he does it when he's got time. And so that was pretty funny.
That's like friends hitting you on social media saying, hey, man, you don't follow me. I'm like, look, bro, I talk to you every day. I'm not going to follow you.
You're right. And Clint Kubiak talking about, they were asking like, hey, what kind of pens do you want? And he was just like, I don't care, a pen that writes,
Right.
it doesn't matter,
Totally.
Hey man, take advantage of it while you got it.
Which of those rookie head coaches, I guess the obvious answers are probably Brady and Minter, but which of the rookie head coaches do you think are best poised for success?
I think Minter is, because they've really worked, when you look at his roster, obviously they've got the quarterback to take care of. That's the biggest thing. They've got a defense that has a lot of young talent. They've added to that to help improve their pass rush. Those pieces are there, and that's his baby, is the defense. They've also overhauled their offensive line, added some more pieces, added some young, talented wide receivers. So I think that as far as like when top to bottom rosters and situation he's walking into, he is probably in the best situation. Lamar Jackson has really bought in, has really been working hard to get on the same page with the new offensive coordinator. More bought in and invested that people have seen there in Baltimore, even behind the scenes, is what I've been told. I think Joe Brady up in Buffalo, he's got a good situation because he's got Josh Allen, but there's questions about their wide receivers. Do they have enough weapons for him? They got more in the offseason that should help. But their defense is changing completely from a 4-3 to a 3-4. And you remember, or I don't know how many people remember, but when Shanahan came and they switched from the 4-3 to the 3-4, and it was like you had guys who were really best suited as interior linemen kicking out to defensive ends kicking out to standing up and learning how to rush again from a different kind of way and dropping the coverages. And it took 2-3 years of drafts and free agency to get those pieces in place to really run that defense. So they got some guys in free agency, but it's going to take some time for that defense till they have it really, the pieces that they need to run it seamlessly. And so there's a lot of pressure on Joe Brady, and it could be a little challenging. Even though they've got a pretty good roster, there definitely are some holes there. But I would definitely think that Minter, of all the rookies, has probably got the best situation.
Rookie coaches, but you got two quarterbacks that have proven themselves. How much of the pressure fall on both of those guys?
There's definitely pressure on them. I mean, there's always pressure on Josh Allen because he always has to make something out of nothing. The good thing for him is he didn't have to learn a new offense all over again because Joe Brady is an offensive coordinator. And I think that, Lamar knows that, hey, there's a lot of pressure on him, and I think that's why he's been working so hard and so invested to learn this offense because he knows that, okay, they've made changes. A longtime head coach is gone now, and now we've got a new coach, new energy. But if that scapegoat of the head coach is gone, then who are you going to blame if it doesn't work? It's going to turn to him. And so I think that they both understand the situation, the sense of urgency, but they're doing what they have to do to position themselves for success.
So, talking with our friend Mike Jones here from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at by Mike Jones. Read all of his work in The Athletic. I saw a story you put out, I think this morning or maybe yesterday afternoon, about the most intriguing people surrounding this NFL season. I think you went 26 for 26, but I just want to run through the top five. The five most intriguing people surrounding this NFL season. You went Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, Mike Vrabel, and then Todd Bowles. Can you give me kind of the logic to each of those fellas?
Yeah, well, Mahomes, there's a lot of pressure on him as he comes back. He's done everything, but there's always the expectation that, okay, he's going to be able to put on the cape and lead them back to contention for another Super Bowl. He's coming off of the ACL surgery. They have definitely beefed up their defense, gotten younger, more athletic, but that offense is only going to go as well as Mahomes does. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does. He's practicing fully. He's got a knee brace on. They say that he's going to be good to go week one, but once we see him in a real game, we'll know, and we'll see how he does carrying that offense, and if he's able to continue to be as effective coming off that injury. Number two, Aaron Rodgers. He thought about retiring. He decided to come back. He's reunited with Mike McCarthy, who he didn't like when their marriage in Green Bay ended, and now they're going to see if they can kiss and make up and get the storybook ending. Obviously, I think McCarthy will be good for them offensively because that offense was very anemic last year. They've gotten better offensive line. Wide receivers are about, kind of what they were, but maybe a new kind of level of creativity will help, and they're going to have to lean on their defense. But eventually you're going to hit the wall. So how much does Aaron Rodgers have left in the tank? So mentally and physically and just relationship-wise, can he get it done? Vrabel, as we know, a lot of off-field distraction this past offseason. They're coming off of the loss in the Super Bowl where they're very listless, and so he was going to have a lot of pressure to get them to bounce back anyway. And then when you have, personal stuff getting in the way, he's got to try to prove that he's still got a firm grasp in that locker room from a leadership standpoint and get the job done. Baker Mayfield, obviously, he's a guy that he was hoping that he's brought nothing but stability to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers since he's there. He helped them. They never went into a wilderness after Tom Brady left. They've been competitive, winning their division and making the playoffs every year except for last year when they had a lot of injuries. But he didn't get the payday that he was hoping for. And so he broke off contract negotiations. He's going to be highly motivated, though. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out this year for him. And then his head coach, Todd Bowles, look, they were awful the second half of the season. Yes, they had injuries, but I think were they 1-7 or something like that? Missed the playoffs, and it was like you thought he was on the hot seat. Well, he fired both coordinators, offensive coordinator, defense coordinator, also in special teams. They're running this thing back, and so he really has to, get them back on track, or he'll be gone after this season as well. And so I think that's part of the reason why they're kind of have some reservations about paying Baker, because they don't know if they're going to have to blow this whole thing up after the year. So that's why they were the top five of my most intriguing list.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the case for all of them. I'm curious, in New England, has anything I know he obviously got asked some questions early on there, but is that a topic up there?
It sounds like everything has quieted down. Seems like they're rolling on. They got, through training, they got through the off-season program. That's when a lot of the questions were. Training camp, it doesn't seem like it's been an issue. We haven't seen, actual real games. We'll see what the grass and the locker room and things like that are. But it sounds like things have quieted down for him.
Well, Mike, let me ask you this question. San Francisco, they were in the news all the time because of Brandon Ayuk. Then Kyle has a mysterious accident, and then their owner ends up in a trailer park in Ohio. What's going on over there?
Yeah, I mean, that's a wild story.
Maybe the electricity field that they practice on is impacting brains. I don't know. I don't know, man. That is just wild. I don't know. When I'm reading this, and you're like, oh, okay. Then it just the more you read and the more you dug into it, the weirder it got. And just this is a billionaire. What are you doing rolling around in a trailer park when you have a lot of resources? At
Get
your
on the
disposal?
jet and go to Vegas.
I know. I mean, I don't know.
Everybody can't hula hoop,
Yeah.
JP.
Yeah, it's just wild. But I mean, it's another distraction for a team that really needed to win this year. And I mean, it doesn't impact the guys on the field, but just the operation, and you just wonder what's going to happen. But can the league really discipline him when they really didn't discipline Robert Kraft when he went down to the little spot in Florida a couple years ago before the AFC Championship game?
Is it different? Is it different with York that he has already pled guilty and done his time, for lack of a better word, than Kraft? Fought that thing in court, got it thrown out.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either.
To see what
But
the league does.
like they say in football, the person that retaliates, like the second person to do something normally gets caught. You know what you're not supposed to be doing, and then you went and did it. They may be able to use that against him.
Yeah.
So.
It'll be interesting. It's really wild. But yeah, I don't know, man.
That's a wild one, dude. Like when B and I were on the air when that story first came out, and it's like, wait, Jed York's arrested for using a criminal tool, and then the picture emerged of where he was arrested, and B and I were like, it's either drugs or hookers, dude. There's no other way.
Right?
Still, what was he trying to do with a crowbar?
Man, apparently the criminal tool was his phone.
His phone was a criminal tool? I thought somebody said
Because he was using that to contact and connect with the prostitute undercover cop.
What a world.
I think that's why they said it was the criminal tool.
Wow. Jonesy, thank you for the time, dude. We'll be seeing you in a press box soon.
Sounds good. See you guys.
All
Thanks for having me.
It's our friend Mike Jones. Give him a follow at by Mike Jones. Read his work in The Athletic. Now, I got good news for somebody. Press the button, Stallion. Caller number 10 right now. You win a pair of tickets to 106.7 The Fan presents An Evening with Adam Peters. That's right. You can join the Commanders' general manager alongside Grant and Danny for an exclusive season preview next Thursday, live. Thursday, September 3rd at the Arlington Draft House. Tickets are available now at arlingtondrafthouse.com. Caller 10, you get to go Grant and Danny hanging out with Adam Peters. That should be a fun night in Arlington. It's going to be caller 800-636-1067. I don't know if I said the number. I kind of think they would know the number by
It should
now.
be a fun event.
Yeah, dude. That should be cool.
You've been messing that number up for a while.
The phone number?
Remember you said 1-877-36.
There's things that get the better of me, but I see the phones right now. People are calling, so they're good to go. All right, if you are watching us on Monumental, we'll wave au revoir. We're jumping off the air early for a Nats game. The weather looks like it's going to...
We get rid of Joey early? Good.
Yeah, see you, Joey. Smell you later.
Yeah.
If you're listening, we're coming right back. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay. You know what's going to happen in about 10 minutes? Brian Mitchell and myself are going to get in our Oarsman Automotive of Virginia vehicles, drive to the state of Virginia to hopefully play some golf. You know why we drive Oarsman Automotive of Virginia cars? Because they take great care of us, and they have for a long time. Whatever store you deal with, whatever salesperson you deal with, they're going to treat you like family, like they have for me and like they have for Brian. I'm on my 6th Oarsman Automotive of Virginia car. Mm-hmm. Can you even count?
I'm probably on my 16th, something like that.
They've got all the makes and models you're looking for, all the best-selling brands. They've got an unmatched selection of quality certified used vehicles. Right now, man, getting the best rates is important. Oarsman will find you that best rate. And what really stands out, the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep. Also, JP, I send my friends customers over there, and they take care of them just like they do you and I. It's not just about taking care of you and I because we discuss it on the radio all the time. It's about the people that we send to them. They make sure that those people get the same love and attention that we get. And that Lifetime Edge give you up to $1,500 in extra, including complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they give you the lifetime engine guarantee. And it's more great news when it comes from Orthman. When you go there to sell a car, they will give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. They won't try to nickel and dime you like most people do, regardless of its make, model, and year. It's simple at Orthman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Orthman customers, let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Seahawks and star Leonard Williams have agreed to terms on a 3-year, $90 million contract extension, keeping him in Seattle for the foreseeable future. The extension contains a guaranteed $56 million per ESPN, tying him for the 5th average annual income for a defensive tackle in the NFL. And 1:05 p.m., we've got first pitch between the Colorado Rockies and your Washington Nationals in a series finale where Jake Irvin is on the mound. Washington lost yesterday 13-1 to Colorado, and it's been a tough stretch for your Nats. Washington has had the worst offense in baseball over the past 2 weeks. But with a win today, they can even the series with Colorado. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to me in Power Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I'm so mad we're off television right now. I assume we're still on YouTube.
I didn't know we were off television.
I think you did. So BMitch is due to wear the hot dog hat.
No. I wasn't here yesterday, so I couldn't wear it.
So why are you wearing the Mandalorian hat then?
Because y'all tried to make me wear the hot dog hat because of somebody else lost last night, so I decided to change it up and put my own look on this thing.
So BMitch is currently wearing the Mandalorian hat. I don't know what to make of this. Stallion can post it on social media.
Yeah.
That's a fresh look. Is this your new answer to the hot dog hat?
No, this is me just...
I don't know how well the audio's going across here.
This is me rebelling. I am not wearing the hot dog hat because I wasn't here and I couldn't wear it, and I'm going to wear it. If I lose on the day before, I will wear it, but I'm not going to go 2 days later.
That's fine. I ain't mad at you.
So I'm wearing the Mandalorian hat.
The Nats got their ass kicked last night. I was leaving NBC probably like 9:15. I guess as that game was kind of wrapping up because I had the radio on. And when I heard, I don't know if it was Charlie or Dave, and they're like, looks like Butera's going to the bullpen, but it's going to be a position player. I was like, all right, I've heard enough here. Did Butera kind of rip them after the game?
He didn't rip them, but he did kind of say they came out flat. And, it was a pretty lifeless ball game yesterday, I got to say.
Remember how excited we were for the Nats for most of the season?
Yeah.
They're now 11 games under 500.
Yeah. I mean, once they got rid of everybody, what you expect?
All right, let's make some bets for tonight. We got football. We got college football, NFL football. B-Mitch has a damn...
Want a Mandalorian bet?
Yeah, I want a Mandalorian bet, B.
All right.
I don't know if you can see your phone.
I can see it.
We got Steelers, Bills tonight, and Patriots, Browns.
Patriots, Browns?
Nats money line.
Bills.
Browns.
Give me the Bills tonight.
Patriots.
Mandalorian taking the Bills.